All right, hello. Mm,
Hey.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, I apparently had been removed, so
Yeah,
back
somehow that
here.
shrimp guy or something
Oh wait, why am I not here?
blocked you, and then Simon accidentally hit yes. And so that might have been enough to vote you off the island. I don't know.
No, I didn't get voted off the island. It had to have been some kind of I don't know what kind of removal, but anyway.
Oh, you think that shrimp guy has some sort of removal tool?
No, I don't know. Mm, yeah, oh, I don't think it's a big deal. So I don't know if everybody else got the link or not.
I told him he started up a new hangout.
Okay,
I'll just drop it in the old chat one sec.
I'm not no longer in the old chat. So.
Oh. All right, where's the old chat here?
I guess we found out what happened when the host gets removed.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, not a whole lot of mystery. Okay. Getting a link together or whatever it is. And okay, I think somebody arrived.
Okay.
There's two. Okay.
Habe es gefunden.
Beg your pardon?
Ah, oh, it's German.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome, Ruth. She said she has found it.
Oh, what was being asked?
Oh, what you said.
Ah.
Ich habe es gefunden.
Habe es gefunden, yeah. Sorry. I speak awful, slangy, slow German a lot of the time.
Hmm.
What actually happened there? Because I thought I was blocking the person that came in, and I thought I ejected the person that came in.
I got ejected.
Ah, I didn't have my
I
glasses.
got blocked and ejected.
I tried to block the person that blocked you, but and then I got confused and I couldn't read the screen. I'm really sorry, Nadia. That was my fault, I
Sorry.
think. I have
I
since
mean, it's
found.
not really.
But it was weird because I think it said I blocked you.
Not too big a surprise. Yeah, it showed that I was blocked, yeah.
But then when I went on G+, I hadn't blocked you. So presumably I did block the other person. I just ejected the wrong person. It was weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, my apologies.
Yeah, it's alright.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of dull that way. Don't get a whole lot of drama. Oh! Okay. Almost ejected ref. Somebody was powering him up and might have been me with some kind of delay. I almost got a people getting what is it? Control room access colliding in midair. Right.
Yeah. I did kind of panic a little because I couldn't read the screen and I wasn't sure exactly what it was asking me.
I'm sorry.
That's what happens when you get past 50, apparently. That's my excuse, and I'm going to start using it. So, what's been going on? What's the latest topic on the internet?
Yeah.
How screwed
Looks
up?
like there are protests outside of Trump rallies in New Mexico, Arizona, and so on.
I did hear about that, actually.
Looks very Latino-driven. Oh, sorry. Say it again.
I did actually hear about it. I can't remember exactly how, but it was in one of the papers I read today. And yeah, I mean, are they paid or unpaid? Are they a mob for hire? Is the question. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna have to get my ukulele. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, I was reading a thing about presidential candidates right then. What were you saying?
That's great, Simon. That's awesome.
I was saying, does is the violence at these Trump thingies a mob-generated thing? Is it a mob for hire type thing? So I mean, it stinks of publicity.
It's certainly not for hire. I wish that well, gosh, I wish that the Trump protesters versus the Trump ralliers was more violent back when I was protesting in Vermont. But he had moved on from there and gotten to the middle of the country by the time that happened. But it's very much like, I mean, the people outside certainly believe in what they're saying they're about. I know that Trump has said things along the lines of, if you attack the folks that are against me, then I'll pay your legal fees, which he then later denied that he had said. I know a lot of the folks that have been attending his rallies have been. There have been people showing Nazi sentiment, and
Yeah.
like there's a now famous photo of a woman doing the German Nazi salute at some of the protesters in was that at the one in Chicago a while back, or
I don't know. He's received endorsement of a number of neo-Nazi websites.
Yeah. Which my moms have been working to take down.
Of course, David Duke is infamously. Sorry. Say that again?
Which thing?
I don't know. We were talking at the same time.
Well, you mentioned his endorsement of some neo-Nazi websites.
Endorsement by them.
Or he's been endorsed by some neo-Nazi websites. My moms have been trying to get some of those websites actually like taken down or removed from the internet for like looking for any violation or whatever, but that takes time. Yeah, he's all around like the people who are about that stuff, you know, Klansmen and Nazis seem to be all over his shtick.
Yeah.
I think that Trump is not as racist or homophobic or whatever, all these things, or hates Mexican. He's not like that, I think. I think he's just exaggerating. You know, he might have slight biases towards this or that. To appease the people.
I think Trump knows what it takes to win, and I think he's counting on like the Democrats are trying to, you know, the word that's been used in the news is coronate Hillary Clinton despite popular opinion and the fact that she's on her way to trailing Trump in the polls. You know, I think he's counting on that and knows what to say to the rest of the country, which, by the way, is really fucking scary when you can get more than half of the popular vote just by spewing racism. Like, what kind of fucked up country do we have to live in? But, I mean, he knows what to say. He's counting on the Clinton factor. I think like, if you look into his past, he doesn't seem quite as extremist 10 years ago as he seems to have been in the last year. We know that his ideas on healthcare are somewhat left of those of even the Democratic Party. You know, I think that, and I mean, he's even had to like backpedal and change his views on some civil rights issues, like where like there was the issue in North Carolina with the whole transgender bathroom thing, and Trump at first was saying, you know, who cares, let them use whatever bathroom they want to, and then that got thrown in his face, and he corrected himself and started to speak more from the point of view of the bigots that are apparently half of this country, like this is a guy who is not. I'm sure a lot of what he is spouting is his own views, but I can't bring myself to from a standpoint of having watched him historically in the last decade, I cannot believe that 100% of what he is saying is his beliefs. I believe that he knows what he has to say to win the election, as long as all the variables stay the same at this point.
Adina?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, why do you believe in God?
That is a complicated question.
I would love to hear it, and I think all of us would.
I have a long. I mean, it's long stories. There was a lot of stuff going on a while back, and I mean, a lot of it comes down to always having kind of felt that there was something and not knowing what, and then specific things showing me, I guess, the greater detail. But
I love
I'm
that
wondering-
answer. Love that answer.
Yeah, I'm wondering where you're going with it, though.
Say no more. You said enough. No worries. Thank you for that.
I think what also lends more credibility to what you say is that he's a worldly man. You know, he's traveled to all corners of the world, and you know he has to deal on the regular with different races and whatever. And I think to him, it's everything is like more like numbers. It's not like people or faces.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, like Trump can say all he wants about how hard he wants it to be for Latino and Latina people to come into the country, but ultimately, you know, it's immigrants of those ethnicities are the great majority of his workforce in the properties that have his name on them, right? Like, no matter how this campaign goes, whether or not he becomes president, and if he becomes president, no matter how his presidency goes, I think that the properties that that represent, or that his name represents, are going to continue to be about that. I don't think that he has any skin in the build a wall game. I think that I think that he's saying what he needs to, right? Half of the country is bigots who want to build a wall. So he says build a wall, and so they vote for him.
But I think that the important distinction here is he's against illegal immigrants, not against immigrants, because he has said that.
He shouldn't be building a wall if he's against illegal immigration. He should be figuring out how to get most of the people who are now coming from Asia. It's not Mexico that's our problem now. It's Asian countries by boat. So he better do something to figure out the boating system if it actually has to do with illegal.
But that's something for the American people to figure out, you know.
Question, Hermine, or any American that feels like expressing themselves. I'm curious about like Ace, Ventura, Jesse Ventura. I'm curious because he. The only clip I've seen is Jesse Ventura represents Trump, even though he lives in Mexico. He's the senator of whatever state, but he also lives in Mexico. And I was curious because his response to Donald Trump's reaction to Mexicans was at least he's stirring up some shit. And I'm curious what people think of Jesse Ventura and his perception of Trump.
Ventura?
He's
You're talking about
Jesse
the former
Ventura.
governor from Minnesota?
Yeah, but I love Jesse the body, man. Like, I do. Like, sorry, but I do. He makes a lot of sense to me, although I don't get involved with the conspiracy crap so much because it's kind of over my head. But I do appreciate the fact he's a Navy SEAL. Like, that man, I just feel he isn't really trying to, I don't know, like, why would he represent Mexico so strongly, but yet still agree with Trump? So, like, that Trump is stirring up shit. Like, it's finally something new on the table. And not that he necessarily supported the wall or anything. I'm curious, does anyone know anything more about, like, that buddy-buddy relationship? Or, like, how does that affect, like, the whole,
Well,
every every state? Do they agree or disagree?
Angela, what he's saying is that, you know, government is full of shit. Period. That's it. You know.
Yep, and Trump is the ultimate shit stirrer. I thought I was a good shit stirrer.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense to me then, 100%, because all Jesse was saying was, hey, this shit disturber is at least stirring the shit. So I get why that looked like he was supporting Trump, but really, just like what you said, nobody's telling the truth anyway. So, yeah, I get it. I'm just curious, what do you guys think of Jesse the Body Ventura?
I think he's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that no opinion as of this year.
Yeah, he's actually exiled himself out of America. I don't think he even lives in America anymore.
No, that's why he's in Mexico, Pump. That's what I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's already left that because he doesn't, like, pretty much, how do you represent your country when you don't even live there and you think that people can't get their shit together? I think that that's kind of ironic. Like, kind of a twisted way of making a point.
What if
How
he
does,
is given up?
how does he hold any type of government stance? It's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger thing to me.
Jesse's not a senator, though. He was a governor for a while, and then his term ended.
But what of the what is that called? Disillusioned? Yeah. What if his disillusion is with how politics runs and the government? What if that has caused him to just give up on his country? You know, it's like what Nadia is saying. I want to get the hell out of here. You know, Nadia.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, he wants the hell out of there. So I don't know. That really interests me. But I guess I'm not an American, so it's totally different.
Right. So that's
not
what
that I wish I was, but so it must be so hard for the young Americans to try to stand and make a difference when it's so controlled. Like, it's, to me, I don't know. It's such a bigger, for some reason I look at it like it's a bigger country, but it's not. It's just that you guys are split into so many more states, where here in Canada we only have to deal with 14 perceptions, where you guys deal with way more.
Yeah,
Right.
the system is fucked, in my opinion.
I think parallel to that subject, I agree with Bernie Sanders' childhood friend Peter Diamondstone when he says, because Peter Diamondstone still lives in Vermont. He lives in southern Vermont. I live in northern Vermont, but we meet for Liberty Union Party meetings. But he says something along the lines of, now, if only one of Quebec's secessionist parties would succeed, and Quebec could become its own country, and then Vermont could just latch onto that and just leave the rest of you fools behind.
Yeah, but as Canadians, we hold on to Quebec like I hold on to it because I'm like, no, don't, like, I'm always the no. Don't separate. We always got to work together. Don't separate. But
yeah,
like,
well, it's everybody outside Quebec wants Quebec to stay because it's like most of the economy and the best politicians, right?
It's the most beautiful part of our country. I'm not joking. My artwork is all over that city. The way I draw in my house, they draw that on the streets. It's a magical place. I've never been there, but my sisters live there, and I don't know. I'm always so scared to get out of my comfort zone. But Montreal, my sister said, is a place I have to see. She said she's seen me on every street. She said you would be able to be yourself there, and nobody would ever judge you, Angela. Everybody is like that. And I felt, you know, man, why would we get rid of Quebec? It's a beautiful place. Montreal, one of the most beautiful places in Canada.
Well, yeah, and so I live in far northern Vermont. I live in Orleans County, Vermont, which is tied for the northernmost county. Where I live, it's, you know, the almost half of the county's border is attached to Quebec, right? And the county I live in is you know, majority French ethnic, and it's you know, a lot of French is spoken there. For every American flag, there's either a Canadian or Quebecois flag, like either next to it or higher than it.
That's cool.
And
I didn't know that.
And yet
Sorry,
do what?
go ahead. I was sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was saying I understand that, like, where, like, say in Vancouver, where we feel like Washington is almost a Canadian state, like the upper half of Washington, like Blaine, Washington. Let's
Right,
say, for
yeah.
example, some of the
I'm actually
closer
visiting
states to the
Seattle.
border we get along with. Well, I didn't realize you were so close. Do you have a dual citizenship, or do you have a passport?
No, I actually am unable to get a passport. There's a loophole where
Wow.
I fall into one of the few kinds of debt that actually prevent one from obtaining a passport. And so, despite the fact that despite the fact that I go into town, half of the people are speaking French, and there are as many Quebec license plates as there are Vermont ones, but certainly more than there are New York or New Hampshire ones. And
Bernie, question: what kind of debt is that?
Yeah, I agree.
I keep that a private matter.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know. Some kind of private way. Go ahead.
But no. I mean, I keep it very private. I have like a few people that I talk to about that, and.
Oh, okay.
Well, regardless of any of that, that's none of my business. But what is your business is you're always welcome here. Like, if you want to come to Canada, there's lots of room for you and Nadia. You guys can hang out here.
Well,
I'll go to my conference.
That's the thing. Like, I will say something here because I don't think this is being watched by anybody that'll really stop me. But like, if we have, like, last winter was too mild, but if we have a really, really good winter in northern Vermont, southern Quebec, there is a spot that I have picked out where the border control would never see me coming or going.
Yeah, you just crossed the frozen lake, you smarty pants. You wouldn't do that.
Not
We'd
the
get in
lake.
trouble. What
Not
is,
the lake,
seriously,
no.
that,
But
Yeah,
once,
well,
I mean,
that's
but once
great.
the snow is up above my head, right? I can just. They're not gonna catch me on their little motion cameras. They're gonna be like, oh, that was just more snow.
or a moose or a deer.
Or a moose. Yeah, I'll sneak in next to a moose. There's a good one that comes through my yard.
You know what? You're so funny. You're as crafty as, like, Michael Despook. Michael should not be allowed to cross the border. He's tried 3 or 4 times, and he finally got through. That's what was so funny in hindsight about his last trip when he showed up on my doorstep, because he eventually did find a way to cross. It's just funny because sometimes it really, the rules that we have to abide by, like we've always been very close as 2 countries. Since 9/11, why we can't cross border between the 2 of us, I think, is ridiculous. Like, we always used to share. What's the problem?
I live down the road from Derby Line, which is the other half of Stansted. The 2 cities share a water supply. They're one city, right? But there's a border running between them. Used to be you could just, people had to cross that border on their way to work or leisure all the freaking time. But now they've put a wall clean through there, and if you try to, like, the couple of places that aren't walled up, like the library and the theater, and like, if you try to, like, cross that, like, there's border control constantly watching that town. It's one town in 2 countries, and that worked until 9/11.
Yeah, wow, and back to, like, my mind for some reason goes back to, like, why doesn't everybody kind of not be forced but be offered before the, like, even in grade 1? How come The Art of War isn't a book that, like, the whole first, the first rule, like, divide and conquer? Why are we separating? Why are we putting a wall up? Like, why are we creating our own, like, why are we creating difference instead of common ground? That is my issue. In general,
Right.
in a big nutshell, that's where I stand. Like, to me, there's no reason for the wall. Like, have
Yeah,
we learned from
the
Pink
wall
Floyd?
down. You take the wall
Yeah.
down, and suddenly we have to protect each other for our own safety, and that's
Yeah, I know.
good.
But, like, it's like the whole wall. We're always going to represent and go to Berlin, but I mean, these are borders we put up even if it's just a border, that might as well be a wall, because I won't get on a plane. I won't even get on a bus. I won't do anything to get my passport, because I am unhappy that the Americans aren't giving me a pass, because I've never done anything to have to be questioned. So I can't get to the airport so that someone can go and root through my vagina with equipment and x-ray me and do all this stuff just so I can get on a plane. How about I'm not going to go?
Angela, your visuals are amazing. I'm loving it.
I pictured the.
Sorry, I thought you were going to cut and tell me, oh my God, and stop talking. But yeah, thanks, Rev. It's really nice out today. And this is a cool place to hang out, eh?
Fucking
like, I could really use
beautiful
help.
shit. Beautiful. Love it.
I could use some help. So, I mean, I'm not joking about trying to get people here that want to help. Like, because I know this is so overwhelming for me. It's why I've clung to Nadia. It's why I'm clinging to anybody. I'm overwhelmed all the time. I have a condo that I don't keep the internet, no phone, no nothing. I'll record how clean, and it looks like a hospital. There's no mess. It's very clean. And then you come here, and you're like, oh my God, Aunt, what is this? Like, it's overwhelming. And then when you walk in the house and you see all my artwork, and then it never stops. Like, it'll go on forever. I could really use, hey, Gideon would be fine with it. I could really use friends that I could trust that would just continue on, like making their own history, like living your own life. Like, this was just a place for me to recover from a tragic car accident that happened 20 years ago. I'm not there anymore. Like, my head isn't there anymore. So I'd love to share that whole bottom space you and Nadia could have. I'll get my family to renovate it. It'll have everything. I don't want no rent money, don't want no nothing. You guys just work on getting a passport. Get your ass here, and then just check out Canada for a while.
Nadia,
I don't care.
Nadia, did you hear that? Get a fucking passport, all right?
Well,
even if you, like, whatever we have to do, and whatever issues there are with you, that doesn't matter. We don't want to bring up, like, if you have an issue that stops you from getting to the border, then, well, let's work on what we can do to change that, because this is just sitting empty a lot of times. Like, if it sits empty 4 days a week, I go 4 days there, then I come here 4 days. And in the meantime, I'm in a really a tight situation where that's all private. I should not talk about that. But I practiced that because I have to get ready for court. That doesn't matter to anything. It still doesn't change what I have to offer. I have an ante on the table. So anyone that can get, if you need to get out of where you are, I got a place for you, and I'm not worried.
Right now, Faith or Angela, if Trump becomes president, I might have to take you up on that.
Oh, well, I will not be ashamed of that, because you will be cooking.
That's right.
Something my moms have been talking about is like the three of us, if a Republican, especially Trump, becomes president, like trying to seek amnesty in Canada on the basis of being, Jewish transgender women, and just like it would be time to leave.
Yeah, like, for example, my sister, even through her chemotherapy stuff, she's come and she did the pruning for one tree. But like this, it's and then the whole room, there's a hot tub room, the downstairs. I would like to, that's a whole project. It's almost like if anyone would like to come here and work for, like, you could live here, and I don't know if anyone would like to help with fixing up the house. The reason.
I love that kind of stuff. I love it.
Okay, now I put my stove outside a long time ago because I thought I'd burn the house down by accident, Hermine, so I moved it outside. Like, that was the bright idea. But anyway, now there's a beehive in it.
Oh, no. You need a stove, girlfriend.
No, but big bumblebees. There's only there's two pairs that live there, and they're really lovely. No wasps or anything. But yeah, Hermine, I could use your help so bad. Oh my God, you keep such a clean house. I don't even want to talk about it.
I love it.
I need help. Like, that could go, like, if you could burn that. Yeah, I need help. And the only help I've ever actually been offered was like from the worst person in the world that would just like now we hate each other. Stizer always wanted to come and help me.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Like my yard, he's like, you need a handyman, and he won't like certain people are like they're intolerable to my laziness. So yeah, I could definitely use a handyman. You're always welcome, hands down.
I'd love it. Just to redo. I love redoing places. Just one room at a time.
I can't even think like that. That's just amazing. I mean, seriously, even if you could help me pick out colors, I can't even do that to paint a wall. Like, that's how bad I am. Because look at who I am. Like,
Oh my God. All
like
I do,
I will do, I'm not like that.
I take colors that people wear, colors that you like to paint, stuff like that, and then I just go to the paint store and I have them match the color. I cannot just pick it from a booklet. It has to be inspiring. Yeah. Oh, is that realistic? What's that?
What's wrong with you that you can't paint, Faith?
This is my bathroom, Hermine.
It's blurry.
Yeah, it is blurry.
Oh, probably because this camera's crashed.
Oh,
You guys can't see?
not really.
Not really. That's too bad. I'll come on with a new cam. But that's okay. This piece of equipment is kind of ready to bite the biscuit, so I can probably let it go. It's an old Samsung smash screen, but I can't see you guys. But if you can't see me either, it's probably time I put this piece to rest.
The focus is fucked.
Yeah.
Who is that, JJ? Or no, that is Realistic. Sorry, Realistic, to disappoint you.
Welcome, Josh. How you doing?
What up?
You sound like JJ, but word up. Sorry about that. I'll get a new cam.
Oh my god. Now I have to go and kill myself.
Yeah, I
You do
was
sound
hoping
like JJ.
that's how it would make you feel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a nice observation, Faith.
I don't sound like JJ Palm, you know that.
I don't know. When she put the idea in my head, it makes sense.
Well, I don't know how to fix my life now.
So
I have to get
something new.
It's getting worse.
sort of surgery to change my voice. Nadia, what's that surgery that they do?
Josh, you can see she's AFK. You can't ask her any questions. So
I didn't see that.
Well, vocal surgery. I guess whatever it's called. No, larynx. Is it?
Let me look how much it costs.
Oh, I think it's 10 grand, if I'm not mistaken.
Pitch altering surgeries.
Oh yeah, pitch altering.
Feminization, laryngoplasty. I don't think I want that. Pitch lowering surgery. There we go. Made my voice even deeper than it is.
It's,
I'm not sure it's possible to make it deeper. Oh, but I could use the other one though.
you can sound like James Earl Jones.
I gotta tell you, I've never met as many people that want to change certain aspects of themselves as I've met on the interwebs.
Well, it was just in a response to the hideous accusation that I sound like JJ, so it wasn't like that before. I was comfortable.
You know, it kind of looks like a
I
vagina.
apologize. I apologize.
What is this
JJ
called?
drives me nuts. And you don't sound like JJ at all. Now that I'm listening, no, it's like, no, you don't have nothing. I'm so sorry.
JJ drives you nuts. Who doesn't JJ drive nuts?
No, JJ and I was getting in the ring and wrestle. So no, JJ and I fight like cat and dog. So I'm sorry, I take it back. You don't sound anything like JJ. I must be delirious. That's not true. You don't sound anything like him.
Okay, my life has been fixed.
Oh, that was simple.
You sound like a younger JJ, I think.
Oh, Palm. No, the only thing that drives me nuts about JJ is his constant what? I don't get it.
Oh yeah, and the talking over and, you know.
Oh yeah, but that's like everybody.
Welcome back, Nadia. How you doing?
Oh, I'm okay. Well, yeah, I missed the past couple minutes of conversation. Sorry.
Sorry, we were just talking about JJ and realistic. Nothing.
Yeah, we were not being very friendly. We were just missing you, Nadia. So we were bored, so we started talking about JJ. We're hoping he's listening. Just being jerks.
Josh was actually wondering if you can make your voice deeper with the pitch change or whatever, with the surgery.
Yeah, Josh asked about what the title of that operation was called, and we were just calling it, we don't know what we're talking about.
For men, though, not for women.
Oh, for
cisgender men.
To make it deeper.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would be called offhand.
But it's possible, you think?
I'm not sure, but I think so.
There you go.
Yeah, and well, one of the major ones is called feminizing laryngoplasty for women, and of course that's has a relatively clear direction to it. There are reasons to expect that the interventions through surgery would not necessarily be symmetric. One isn't just say pulling the vocal cords one way or another. So, go ahead.
So what would it do if it was not symmetric? Like, how would your voice like sound messed up or?
Oh, what I mean is that the opposite of tightening the vocal cords is not necessarily available through going in the I guess larynx with kinds of things with that they have.
Nadia.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's all in your head that you don't look the way you think you want to look. You don't sound the way you want to sound. Alright? You're beautiful in every way. Alright? But, fuck me. Why do I keep trying?
Well,
Miran, tell me. Miran, tell me why I keep trying to encourage her. Why? Go ahead, Nadia.
Ray. I'd, one of the things to clarify, though, is that it's not exactly a desire. I'm sorry. Not exactly. I'm sorry. What's that?
I'm being immature. Keep going.
She has cat ears.
It's not exactly a desire per se. It's rather that the way things are afflicts me, and want that kind of horror, disgust, whatever you want to call it, dysphoria, etc., to go away. Those are the methods that seem to be likely to resolve it. Go ahead.
So, the thing about, like saying, oh, well, you're beautiful, you don't have to change anymore, that kind of stuff, is that it's not really like for other people, for the external. Like, it's and it's not just about want, it's like better matching the way that you, like, you have this internal sense of who you are. Everyone has it, you know, and if you don't think that you have it, you know, go out right now, shave all your hair, or if you don't have any hair, grow all your hair out and have a beard or whatever. You realize, like, you don't really want to do it. It's kind of a more extreme degree. It's like, you know, when you have this internal sense of who you are, and then you walk past a mirror and something else is there, it can be troublesome to the psyche.
Nadia, explain to us why there is so much pain in your face when you put that mirror up to your face.
My suspicion is that the visual recognition centers that are, in some respects, pre-programmed to recognize faces have a, I guess, notion of the self that's, and also recognize gender, so that the
Yeah, that's
wrong answer.
Nadia, that's bullshit.
Okay.
You need to see the beauty that is there, that many see. Many see it. Why can't you?
Well, I mean, like, when I look at Nadia, right? I see a woman, I hear a woman, right? The thing is that it's not just about, like, it's not just about being within acceptable parameters, or it's not just about, like, it's not just about reaching the point where you can like yourself. There's more to it. There's the self-recognition aspect. I've been saying for a long time that I feel like my nervous system, like the map I have in my brain for where everything is in my nervous system, doesn't always seem to match where things are attached to my nervous system, right? It's the politest, or the least vulgar way I can say what people are probably thinking is the obvious, and so, you know, changes have been made in that aspect. Like, I also have, like, I have a problem when I hear my voice in recordings. I don't recognize it at first. I have to tell from other cues, like what is being said, that, oh, that is me talking. Okay. Because when I hear the voice, it's not the way that I hear myself in my head. Even as I speak right now, I hear myself a certain way just because that's how I'm put together. And then if I go back and watch the YouTube video that results from this recording, I'm not going to immediately recognize the voice as what I'm hearing now. It's going to be a different sound. And I'm sure that that's probably at least somewhat similar to the way that Nadia feels about her own voice, even though we recognize it as hers and we recognize it as feminine. That's less relevant than whether it sounds to her like what she internally expects, and maybe the way that she sounds in her dreams or in her imagination.
That's exactly right, and that's where the dysphoria comes in, and
like,
we can't understand that. Sorry, Faith. Go ahead.
No, I'm admitting that, like, I can't, like, I never ever, like, this is true, I never ever will, like, I never re-listen to myself or re-watch yesterday, because Michael cares tremendously about me. Why else would he be crazy? You know, he is right crazy. So he lets me know that yesterday I behaved. He just sent me the video back, pointed out where I was talking, and I listened to myself, try to be like that's what I thought. Like when I left, I thought, oh, it wasn't that bad. Like, so what? So someone didn't like me. They told me to brush my hair. So what? No big deal. I got upset for 5-10 minutes, and then I just said, oh man, who cares? I wouldn't let it get to me. But Michael brought it up later and said, listen to yourself. And when I listened to myself, I was like, oh my God, like who is that? Like it's not the thing. It's not the person I hear in my head when I'm doing it. I sound like a sailor, I swear, and then I sound like a trucker when I'm like, I'm not a lady, I'm an individual. And then I act all like, oh, it's like, holy cow,
Angela,
that's not, it's just
stop,
not
stop,
handled.
stop. So, Mike, Mike, get your ass in here.
Like, no, I hate the sound of my own voice. Okay, now I'm an 800 operator. Like, my voice is on, like, sometimes when you call, like, a certain number here in Canada, my actual voice is still on that recording. Like it's like original, like 310 numbers. They're being 1-800 numbers. Like I ran the 800 platform.
Angela, why do you hate your voice? Why do you hate?
Listen to it. Some people, like, to be honest, if you didn't know what I look like, you wouldn't know if I was a man or a woman. A lot of times people are like, is that like lots of times if I never ever showed myself, they don't know I'm a chick.
Okay.
And that, not that that's embarrassing, but that my voice is actually, like, I'm kind of an ugly person. I have an ugly tone. I have ugly sound. I have ugly words that come out of my mouth. It's like, shit, man, handle it.
I just want to say that that's empirical, and as far as I'm concerned, the first thing I thought, I never saw you in my life, the first thing I thought was that you were a woman, so.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, the adjective like butch, like my personality is butchy. Like, where does that word butch come from? Like, how come that's a word? I don't like that word butch. I'm not a lesbian. I'm just me. The last time I tried to have a mess out of my life, so that's not something I want to do.
I would go so far as to say that some fashions that straight people followed did kind of arise in gay community. Butchiness being among them.
Also, like, do you have a perception on like that word dyke? Like, can you help me with that word too? Like, why is that there?
I couldn't tell you the origin story, but I mean, when it's used by someone who is not lesbian or lesbian identified, that can be pretty derogatory.
Yeah, my sister is fully like I didn't mean to call her radical, but yeah, my sister is a little like full on. So yeah, she's a feminist 100%. So is my mother. They're hard for me to deal with, like, because they don't understand why I feel like I don't take a side, and I'm judged for not making, like, I don't need to choose sides. I'm not building a fence between men and women. To me, we're individuals, and I always see that word. I always see the word independent and individual working towards a communal goal, and I'm always about the communal point of it. So it doesn't bother me when people call me a communist or anything like that. That's just an old word that I don't like. So I share. So what? Don't make fun of me for that. Like, if I'm not using it, someone else can use it. Go ask the kids down the street. They come in and out of the house all the time. Like, I don't need it. I'm not using it. Please, like, take it. That's not anything else is wasteful. I find capitalism is the problem. The Western world, as far as I'm concerned, is the last place I would end up. You might as well put me on the top of like Mount Everest and leave me there. or leave me in Tibet. I probably like I can't go. I don't. My opinions are too opinionated at 43. They're going to be worse by September. It'll be worse by 44. I would never take the chance of expressing my opinion in a public place because my parents and other people around me make me feel like I'll be arrested for my opinion because I'm so against the system. I'm not against the system. I'm just tired of being manipulated by the system. I've been in the system since my parents forced me to leave my job and be a government assistant. I'm on AISH, which is AISH, which is assisted income for severely handicapped people. My car accident and all my injuries, I'm just a write-off. So rather than be a write-off, I'm trying to make the best of it. And I'm not doing that good, but at least I'm trying to build a path. I'll be okay.
Capitalism is a big problem.
Hashtag capitalism.
I like that. Nadia, what do you have to say about that?
There you go. What's up?
Oh, I should. Little,
Come here.
Oh, there's not any longer.
Oh, there's your leash. There's your collar.
You have stuff for us to do, like
Yeah.
spray paint or stuff.
Yes, I do.
Do you have
Um,
stuff for us to do, like spray paint?
This is,
How big?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Myra!
Myra! Oh, she's there. She's there. I don't know. What do you guys, like, what, you mean, where did your dad just take Ryan?
He took her mom and they are dropping some books stuff off.
You don't,
I just muted just in case she didn't realize it was open.
I was quite enjoying that conversation. It was adorable. I love the voices of little people. They're just so sweet.
What, you mean dwarfs?
Yes, dwarfs. No, of course, I mean children.
People who are little because they are young.
Yes. They just have the sweetest voices. I can't help it. They're just so innocent and like...
Ray, let me ask you this really quick. Do you have any better reasons than Nadia to not believe in a God? Please give it to us if you do.
Better than... Do I have any better reasons not to believe in something that I believe is not true? I don't know, that fucking fucks my head.
No, I'm saying, brother, that do you
I just have no reason to believe.
that there is no God?
Yeah. I'm not one of those people who's going to dance around it like, look, I'm not going to stand there and go, yeah, definitely there is 100% no God, Christian God and all that stuff. Because I understand the argument that, it's kind of a fallacy to say that, but I personally don't believe there is one. And I don't believe it's ever been demonstrated.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was just asking you quickly if you had a better reason than Nadia. Because I'm not convinced by her arguments, so.
well, I don't know. What are we going to, like, what do you want to look at? What do we want to look at? Well, I don't know. Do you guys want to start hacking this with me or what?
Holy!
Yeah, I know. Well, what do you think? Well, this stuff... Oh,
Faith, your mic's open.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I just
Oh, no,
wanted
that's
you to...
right. No, just in case you said names or something. Or...
No. These kids are cool. They're always cool. So I'll turn the mic off, and they're just here to help. That's what I told you. This is Landon. He's my biggest, and like they're just like they're great. They're great kids. They live down the street. They help me out all the time since they've been little. They're older now. He's been with me.
Lando?
Landon.
Oh, I thought you meant the dude from Star Wars. I was like, fuck.
No, he's a beach soccer dude today. And where are you from? Is that Ray?
Yeah.
Ray's
Is it Ray?
Ray's fucking awesome. But I'm
Right.
wondering, Nadia, are you even in this fucking hangout at this time? Like, where are you at? No, she's somewhere else. So, welcome, Secular. How you doing, bud?
Yo.
Sad.
Not sure if you guys can hear me. Okay, there we go. What's crack-a-lacking? You guys finally solve it? God real or not real? Do we have a conclusion now? Is everything solved?
Yep, 100% horse shit. It's done and dusted.
There it is. There it is. Yep.
All right, it's
Yep.
official. All right, perfect.
Yep.
We can
God
argue about
God
what's better,
is
Mac or
a
PC.
God's a fucking myth. There it is.
Oh,
No,
shit.
God's real. Jesus is fake.
I think. Anyway.
Wait, did Rev say that?
Rev's trolling.
I figured.
I am. So I'm just seeing Nadia in live here. Where the fuck's she at? She's just speaking what she wants to speak. There it is. So, you know, we're just gonna have some fun. Just talk back and forth. So go ahead.
All right. Did I kill the combo? What's going on? Where are we at?
God's a myth. Never existed.
All right, well,
Fucking obvious, right?
it's been solved, has it? All right, cool. What other world issues are we solving this evening?
We were talking about politics for a little bit. Trump and Bernie and Hillary.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, did Trump say something stupid today or what?
Well, that's not the question. It's what he said.
Oh, oh what did he say?
The adding of the part, did he say something stupid, is redundant. No
Right.
reason to add that.
Okay, so what stupid thing did he say today?
Oh, gosh. I actually haven't looked up at the news. It was mainly... Go ahead.
I just went to Google and started typing "what stupid th," and then it filled in "what stupid thing did Trump say."
That's funny.
That's scary. We're at the footsteps of idiocracy. You know.
Oh, that particularly is a myth. Well, actually,
What?
the scale for IQ tests keeps having to get stretched out because newer generations are consistently scoring higher than older ones.
Yeah, that just goes to show that the test is a crock of crap.
Yeah, that too. I mean, the test is also very. It's biased toward a particular time, toward groups that live in particular places, or parts of particular subcultures and races, and then on top of all of that, the results keep changing over time.
See, that's where we get conflicting news things, because I remember a few years ago I was looking at, like, I think every so many years they do, like, a scientific literacy study. I think it's the American Association or whatever, blah, 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 down there. And there was pretty large percentages of the American population that didn't know what a laser was, didn't understand that the seasons were correlated with our position to the sun, you know, like, so I don't know. And then you got Donald Trump is now the presidential candidate, so I don't know.
Well, someone mentioned a figure earlier. They were saying that 40% of Americans believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. I don't know if that's just one of those ones that's, you know, it's been said so much that it's considered true. But
yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's not exactly true. The Earth is 5,776 years old. Exactly.
Well, at least they're being accurate, right? I mean, you're gonna.
Well, I believe, if I remember correctly, there was 2 different dates, but they both fell within like 5,000, 6,000 or something like that. But yeah, well, I mean, there you go. All you got to do is count up all the begots, work your way backwards.
My favorite name is I can't say it now.
Methuselah?
Methuselah.
Thank you, Methuselah. I love that name.
Yeah, that's a good one. Older than Methuselah. Now, if I remember correctly, I know Methuselah was supposed to be the oldest man, but wasn't he ascended into heaven? Like, he didn't actually die?
It
It's
is
one of the-
sir. Right, yes.
He was one of the few people that was ascended into heaven.
I just gotta say, be careful when you give your kids biblical names. It's very important. Because I named my youngest child Gabriel after the angel of destruction, after the one that personally destroyed the cities of Sodom. That was a bad idea because then he got to be a year or two old and actually went and destroyed everything. So careful.
All right. I'll keep that in mind if I have any more little ones.
He also actually supposedly informed the Prophet Muhammad.
Wait,
Was it
what about-
Gabriel that destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? I don't remember. I have to look that up. I can't
Gabriel is the one that did the destroying, and I believe it was Michael or Michael, depending on how you pronounce these things, who went and did the warning and the removing of the 2 or 3 good people in all of the cities.
I'll be right back.
I did not know this.
I have not only am I ultra Orthodox Jewish, but the gross majority of my adoptive family is Catholic. So, like, between the lot of us, the trivia gets really hardcore.
Right. That's cool.
I have to reread that story. I know Gabriel, I know he gave them the warning, like gave Lot the warning. But you're probably right. I haven't read it in a long time.
You were priesters. Well, that's not true. Not entirely priesters, but pretty darn close. I used to go to church more than my mom did.
You guys know, like, well, I recently got a smartphone, and the thing is, like, I'm looking for like something that like counts your footsteps. Is there like a device that does that or something?
Yeah,
It's the little Pokemon Pikachu thing that they used to sell.
it's a Fitbit, and you can get a Fitbit app, and I think it's for 30 or 60 days. All you do is you put your phone in your pocket, and it will count your steps, your calories, and something else. But then after 60 days, you actually have to buy a Fitbit.
It does certainly depend on your specific needs because, yes, most smartphones nowadays come with accelerometers and can support apps that do that, but you can also get standalone devices. There are devices that just attach to your belt and keep track.
If it's an Android phone, there are free apps that use Google Maps, and there's also just a way just to put tracking on through Google, and it will show you where you've been, how long it's taken to walk from A to B. It might not give you steps, but it might give you like total kilometers, and then you can work out. Are you trying to work out calories per step or something like that, or is it just to keep is it like you want to walk a certain amount each day?
I just want to keep track of how much I've done, I guess.
I would highly encourage, though, I would encourage the Fitbit HR. That's what I have, and it also keeps my heart rate. It's $125.
I would be interested in the heart rate thing. I'd like to see at times when I'm getting really stressed what's going on with me, and I'd like to see if it's consistent with certain things.
It's pretty good. I'd say it's off about 5%. Or it's not off 5%. It's like 5 to 10 seconds slow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know you can get on the finger ones. I can't remember what they're called. They've got like an acronym that are really cheap from China now. and it will give you a reading of your pulse. And,
if you don't want to get a fancy subscription application, a lot of smartphone manufacturers have their own OEM specific fitness application that has at least that basic functionality. So you can just kind of go to your local cell phone shop and start playing with them and see which ones have preloaded fitness apps that share a name with the company that made the phone. Most of those are going to be at least adequate if you're looking to save money and not pay subscriptions.
No, mine isn't a subscription. I just had to buy the Fitbit. It's free with my Fitbit. I just love the Fitbit HR. One of the best little things I've ever gotten, and I just charge it every 4 or 5 days.
Oh, I can't do this fitness stuff.
Yeah, the thing with the main thing with keeping fit and whatever is you have to be able to do it consistently, and it has to be enjoyable for you.
Well, not even at that level, right? I legit am not physically capable of doing the fitness stuff because I have a disease that when I exercise and then rest, I then after that become paralyzed. So I avoid the exercise part to prevent the rest of that.
Can you walk?
Short distances. I have an electric wheelchair in the other room, and I think I left my cane in the other room too. Because just walking across the house is usually fine.
What causes the paralysis, if you don't mind answering?
So I have hypokalemic periodic paralysis, and so what happens is ion channels in the walls of my skeletal muscle cells allow in potassium, allow it to flow freely through when they're not supposed to. They're not the channels for potassium. Like my calcium and magnesium channels that are supposed to let calcium and magnesium in and out also allow potassium to run freely through because of an effect in those channels. It's genetic. And so when these channels open up and too much of the potassium flows through them, it depolarizes my skeletal muscle cells, and so my structural muscles, the muscles that I use to stay upright or to move around, those just go flaccid.
Yeah, that's how does it? So let's say you're done with a workout. When is it after you rest that you become paralyzed, or is it
usually as I'm resting, I'll start to lose my ability to lift my lower legs, and it kind of works its way up.
Kind of scary.
The worst episode I ever had, everything from about half of my mouth all the way down wouldn't work. I couldn't move anything down to my fingers or toes, except for a couple little structural muscles that I could use to roll part way. And I had to use half of my mouth that was still working to alert my moms and tell them to call for an ambulance.
How long does that last usually?
Anywhere from about 4 hours to maybe 12 or 14.
Oh my! That's long.
And so those are just full-on paralysis attacks. I also have abortive attacks where there hasn't been enough flowed in to cause paralysis, but enough has to depolarize my muscles to the point of causing not paralysis but weakness, just severe weakness. And so that's why I have the cane and the wheelchair. When I could still function as a person, but my muscles are weak enough that I can't lift my own body weight to walk. I can't like interact with things like to lift them. I can't exert enough pressure. So that's now that I have a medication that tries to prevent some of that free flow of the potassium. And while it's not perfect, it has had the effect of causing me fewer paralytic attacks, but more of those abortive weakness attacks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's some fucked up shit your body can do to it, stuff that like shuts it down. I remember watching there's a program in the UK called 24 Hours in A&E, and it's just basically it's a live. Well, it's not live; it's edited, but it's cases from an accident emergency ward. And this younger girl came in one day. She'd been to a spin class, like where they ride the bikes aggressively inside, whatever it is, and she'd never done it before, and she'd done it for an hour or so, and she had a condition where it must have never known that this was because she'd never exerted herself to this point before. The lactic acid started damaging all her muscle tissue that she built up in her legs, and she had to have like large portions of her legs removed because of the damage it had caused. And it's just like, it's weird that your body will let you get to that state where it will let you cause that much damage, but it must have just been some.
So I mean, that's just kind of like
pushing it too far.
Well, so I don't know if her issue is genetic, or if she just pushed herself harder than any other human has ever pushed themselves, or.
Right, because I was going to say that would be a lot more common, right? I mean, you'd think that people would be. I mean, I have periods where I yo-yo diet. I fuck with the exercise. Sometimes I'm good for 6 months. So and then I get back into it. Then I realize it's been like 2 weeks since I've done anything. Then I try to go back into it harder than I have, and it's like, but I've caused injuries by being stupid and not realizing what I was doing, like the wrong exercises, like at lifting above my head, anything behind the neck. I didn't know for years. I mean, I heard that it was a problem, but I just thought, well, they're just not doing it right. The second I cut that out, all my shoulder problems stopped. And I thought it was from the archery or something else, you know what I mean? And I don't know where I'm going with this now. I've lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I wonder how far I'd have to push myself to the point where I injured myself not just because of a physicality, but because of something chemical, right? Where I've done that. But maybe it's not possible. Maybe my body would shut down before. I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
The thing that I think is fucking hilarious, Ray, is that Nadia isn't even in her own room. Hello, Nadia. Hello.
What do you mean, like metaphysically, or like
no?
She
Sorry.
Palm, did you see that in what I showed you? Did you see it in the corner?
What? Yeah, I don't know why it's significant though.
It's just bizarre for me, and I'm not saying anything. I'm just like that. Someone would have to really not know what they're doing to have to go through that process of just uploading a photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just like, what? How does that? I went to college with a girl that didn't realize that you could download pictures off the internet and put them into Photoshop, and this was on a design course. She printed out the pictures from a printer, then rescanned them back in and used Photoshop. Art, you can't make this shit up. And she's just like, oh, I didn't know that. So maybe it's just someone doesn't know how to get pictures off their computer, right? And they're physically taking pictures of their screen? I don't know. I couldn't work it out. It doesn't matter anyway. Maybe I'm just being weird.
Nadia, you back now? You want to come back to your hangout and talk to us?
Yeah, was there a question, or?
Yeah. Question is, where were you at?
Ultimatum.
Oh, I was, well, discussing, some of the, more rancorous, kinds of, discussions that happened on my own channel with people who were discussing cyberbullying.
Well, why can't they be in here right now with us?
There isn't room for it. Also,
there isn't room for it. Wait a minute. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's plenty of room in here. So why aren't they in here?
There are 5 of them.
Is it Brett, Nadia?
No. They're, I guess people you would, do you know Grimby? Grimby knows them. Grimby isn't in there, but, basically, he knows them, so.
Yeah, I know that name. I've seen him around before.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have room for 5 of them.
What is it about cyberbullying? Whether or not it's you think it's like, I mean, what aspect of it?
Well, I was basically seeing, what kind of qualify, but I mean, it looks like they have like some element of like cyber stalking, chasing down, and more persistent harassment. So I think their verdict was that stuff going on in my Hangout doesn't really qualify, but still.
Yeah, the term cyberbullying, I mean, it's kind of an umbrella term, and it's kind of hard to lock it down. It's, I mean, it's a real thing for sure. Unfortunately, it also gives a platform for certain people that want to try to shut down anybody that speaks out against them, especially people that are more vocal and like very out front opinionated, that want kind of a free soapbox but not to ever be criticized. I notice a lot of people, when people start criticizing, instantly you're a troll, you're a hater, you're cyberbullying them. That being said, I think if you're interfering in someone's real life, or you're contacting their work, or calling them, and that kind of stuff, yeah, that's crossed the line. And if you're relentlessly harassing someone, then that's different. But if someone puts out like a kooky video and you make a response to it, I mean, they don't have to watch it. Like, as long as you're not like entering their personal space in real life, then But it's weird. It's like we've had a lot of really extreme like situations in recent years too, right? So I mean, it is hard to kind of draw that line sometimes.
Yeah, it is a hard line to draw, and I agree with you for the most part about the real life stuff. But I think I would draw the line a little further into the internet than that. I mean, because there are people who have committed suicide just because their main hobby was on the internet, and somebody made that hobby a living hell, right?
Sure, but do you think they really committed suicide because someone hurt their feelings on the internet, or maybe they had issues beyond?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, if someone's in that state where they're like so detrimental that someone harassing them on the internet's going to like cause them to commit suicide, I'd say they have bigger problems, probably.
I mean,
not to take away from the act of it, but
I mean, let's say you're a teenager that's spending like if you're not in school or eating or sleeping, then you're in some online game. And this online game is where your friends are. You communicate with your friends through it because you have trouble with the in-person friend making. It happens to a lot of kids. And then somebody like stalks you in that game, in that hobby, and makes it impossible to enjoy it. Makes you have to go somewhere else to get away from them. And to the point, and that then separates you from your friends, right? That could also be
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's like, don't get me wrong, there's people that are just jerks and vicious and awful and telling people to drink bleach and all kinds of horrible things, right? Especially at that age, like people are just cruel and relentlessly like bullying them.
Yeah,
But I mean, you nailed it on the head. I mean, this person that's going to be affected because there's mean people in an online game. I mean, that person, they're not eating, they're not sleeping, they're not in school, they don't have social contact with other people. That person has bigger issues before they even got onto that online game.
I
Like,
said,
I mean,
no,
me,
no, I said
myself,
whenever they're not. Like when I'm saying a teenager spends their time sleeping, eating, going to school, and in this game.
oh, okay, I
All
got you, I
they do
misheard.
is what I'm saying. Like, say they're a good kid in school until this bullying starts happening, right? You know, say they're eating fine until this bullying starts happening. You have to understand that people, you know, if if a particular hobby is a massive chunk of a person's day, or even say you have one of those YouTube personalities who makes their life on it, and they're funded through Patreon, and that's how they make a living, and you're making that hell for them. Like, you have, like, the internet can be a large chunk of people's lives, and so when you bully them in that strata, it can be a direct interference with their life, like you were saying earlier, but just kind of reaching a little further in.
Yeah, sure. No, I get what you're saying. I guess maybe because I'm the type of person, I got a thick skin, right? Like if someone says something bad about me on the internet, and trust me, there's been lots. I mean, I've had people contact my work. I've had people like raid my Facebook and shit, right? And yeah, it's these people are assholes, they're jerks, and I've been accused of being bullies to certain people, which I think was unprovocated. Because I mean, I'll say it how it is, but I don't torment people or anything. But I just think, like, if you're at the point of committing suicide over it, I think there's got to be bigger issues in your life. Because if you're going to let other people affect you to that point, but it's a difference in the situation, right? Like, I happen to be that type of person where it's not going to affect me. Other people are more sensitive, right? But
we have to.
It's an unfortunate reality of life. Like, before the internet, there's been assholes that fucking torment people, you know?
I mean, we do have to tackle a little bit of the language. One of the things that you said was like you're not the sort of person who would allow that thing to hurt you. But like, talking about it in terms of the victim allowing it to happen is a way of kind of blaming the victim for what's going on.
They do have control online. You have control online. You do. You just do.
Well, I mean, going back to my previous example with say a child that spends most of their day in a particular online forum, like that's if it is made such that they can't function in it without having to deal with that bully, and they through no fault of their own don't have that thick of a skin, like it has to be dealt with.
But what are they going to do in real life when they have to deal with bullies face to face at work and stuff? Like what? They're just going to curl in a ball and blame everybody. Like, I mean, it's not fair. I'm not saying I'm not condoning the actions of other people, but I mean, life's not fair.
We could work toward a culture where that bullying in real life is not condoned.
Right, and I agree, and it's a social attitude. But I guess that's hitting the point. Like, it's a bigger issue than just like the online game or something. You know what I'm saying? Like it is a social attitude towards it, right?
But when you're fighting something systemic like bullying, you can't just try to change things in the background, change the connotations and the educations in the background while not dealing with the individual cases, because then people see these individual cases going undealt with and it shows them that it won't be dealt with and this thing doesn't stop. You still have to deal with those individual cases. And the one that I was talking about, like the example I was giving, is certainly a case where you would have to deal with it. You have to deal with those individual cases while you are fixing the systems simultaneously in order to fix a systemic problem like that.
The atmosphere of impunity, in other words.
The question is, like, who does that, though? Like, on the internet, it's like the Wild West. I mean, if someone's, like, harassing you online and Hangouts and stuff, like, I mean, who do you go to?
Most internet servers are owned by someone.
Sure. but they're going to get like literally thousands of like requests every day, like even in YouTube, right? Like they can't keep up with every.
Well,
and a lot of people abuse the system. You're going to get people that get criticized. They're going to say, "Oh, I'm being bullied," and you're going to get people that, "Oh, I don't like you, so I'm going to." We see this in real life, like if neighbors
Well, so
getting
look
fights,
at,
call CAS on their kids and stuff.
Look at
right?
Eve. Look at Eve Online. It's one of the more popular, massive multiplayer online games in the world. And when it became apparent that a group was bullying someone to the point of near suicide and potentially suicide, and people around that situation reached out to the administration of the game. The administration of the game, they had a system in place where they could see that, and they dealt with it very harshly, as they should have. It's not hard to sift through that stuff. Plenty of people do it very successfully, and the people who make it sound like a super hard thing to do, like they're just not looking for the warning signs. They're just not putting systems into place that show them the warning.
Yeah, but you can't hire someone just to sit and monitor every social media site like Facebook and stuff to the point where you're making sure everyone's feelings aren't getting hurt because someone might do something stupid because they're oversensitive. Now, that's not taken away from the fact that there's vicious people out there that do awful things that deserve to get kicked out of Eve servers or whoever, for sure. I mean, and that's why there's terms of service and place guards. Well, what my point was is not discounting those situations, is that unfortunately when you institute something like that, it's also going to provide a platform for people who just want to play victim and use that system against people that they just don't want to deal with. And we see that. Look at Darwin's deity. He doesn't want to answer questions, so everybody all of a sudden is a stalker and a troll if they challenge him in a hangout, right?
That's the thing, is that the situation you're talking about is so uncommon compared to the legitimate cases.
How do you say that? Where is that coming from?
We can eventually address false victimhood, right? But we have to. But it is a higher priority to address the actual situations with real victims, because those are going to already seriously outnumber the situations with false victims.
How do you know that, though? Where are you getting that from?
Statistic. I mean, it's.
What do you? I'd like you to source that, because I don't think there's any way you would even.
You would like me.
Well, sorry, I don't mean to go on the internet, and I don't want to be like that. We're just having an informal conversation. But I would like to see like the numbers sometime, because I don't think, how would you even determine the false cases from the real cases?
Well, I mean, I don't have specifically a ratio for the cases of bullying themselves. However, there are statistics that are easily searchable all over the internet regarding case, like real versus false cases, accusations for all sorts of violent crimes out there. For all sorts of my words are escaping. You have, for violent crimes, for things like rape, you already have statistics out there. And I am making a little bit of an assumption, and I can admit that. However, my assumption is just that for every type of crime or problem like this for which there are statistics, including violent crimes and rape, you see so few false accusations compared to real cases that there's almost no point. I mean, yes, there is a point in eventually dealing with every problem, including the false accusations, but there's almost no point in trying to address those first, or having them as even a thought while dealing with the main problem.
Well, I don't have the stats on like real life violent crime versus false reports or anything, but I do have a friend of mine that blew his head off in a cornfield because his ex-girlfriend accused him falsely of rape, and it came out after it was false. But I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't have numbers in front of me either. Right? That's fine. Well, you're not providing any numbers either. You're just making an assumption based on your own. But then we're talking about internet, and I'm telling you, like, I mean, I see it all the time, that people, I know people who work for what you guys would call Child Protective Services, right, CAS up here. And, I mean, it is a common thing especially among the lower income neighborhoods, when people get in fights, the first thing they do is call CAS and workers on people, and
You don't actually have
many
to-
times they're unfounded, right?
Don't even when you like if you search, like that's the thing is if you search Google for this phrase, right? False accusations of rape statistics.
Okay, we're not talking about rape. Let's
I
talk
know
about the internet.
you're asking. I mean, you talked about your anecdote with your buddy who was falsely accused.
Well, that because you brought up rape.
If you
That's
search
why I
for
brought
this, you don't even have to click any of the links in the Google search because Google handily puts right above all of the links the actual statistics for that. Right
well,
there.
that's
on
fine.
top.
But the only reason I brought up rape is because you brought up rape. But we're talking about cyberbullying. And the example you gave is someone who's getting harassed on a server playing an online game. Yeah, it's shitty, it's awful, and if the administrative see things that be done, they should have things in place to protect people, give everyone a good experience. I'm not condoning bullying or anything like that. But what my point is, if someone is at the point in their life where they're willing to commit suicide because they're getting harassed on an online game, then there's bigger fucking problems in their life than being online playing video games. And I can't believe you would argue that. I can't believe that you would say, like, just because someone's mean to them on a video game that they're going to run and jump off a cliff, that they're completely mentally sound.
When you,
they're gonna
that's the
do
thing.
that.
You attack such a large part of a person's life, such a large proportion of their everyday. You know, for kids, it doesn't have to be a game. It's oftentimes at school. They're at school for 8 hours a day. In some counties, more or less, and somebody makes that time a living hell. Yeah, if there is nothing wrong in their life, they have a perfect family, they eat well, they live in a nice house, but somebody is making their life a living hell for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, yeah, they might off themselves.
Yeah, of course. That's in the school. That's a real situation. So
And
the
you
attributing
have
to the
work.
situation.
You have adults at work who do the
So
same
you're
thing.
basically just backing up my point. Like, there's going to be other issues that are going to contribute to their mental soundness to be able to handle like these situations that come up. Someone who's going through hell at school that's getting picked on. Someone who has a shitty home life. Someone who has whatever.
Well,
and their only escape is online, and they go there and they got to deal with the same assholes, telling them that they got to drink bleach and this and that and the other thing. Yeah, of course. But that's because of the situation they're in.
Well, I got a couple of points to move. A couple of bullet points to move to after this one, right? So we move from school to work, right? Like somebody goes to work for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, probably more because America, the land of the 80-hour work week, where you still can't feed your family, and they get bullied in that setting. The same shit's gonna happen. You're gonna see people offing themselves from that, and so. You made the mention earlier that, you know, if they can't take the cyberbullying, what are they going to do when they reach the bullying at work? Well, the bullying at work is probably going to kill them because it's a third of their fucking day or more, right? And then we go back to what I was talking about earlier with the content creators whose job is to make good enough content on YouTube that people spend money on their Patreon, and these people, and a couple of them are very close friends of mine. I'm close friends with Jim Sterling, who's a video game critic, makes videos on YouTube for a living, and you know, you see this sort of abuse. This is their job. This is what they do for a third of every fucking day, and somebody is constantly insulting and harassing them in that setting. You know, this is an online setting. Which
Sure.
is
How are they insulting them? How are they getting at them?
Someone's life.
So how are they getting at them? Like in this particular instance, how are they doing this? Like, what is the media?
I mean, some people what is her name? There was a transgender woman who was a video game creator. And
I've seen that too, but I don't remember her name.
Do what?
I've seen that one too. I don't remember her name though.
The one at Valve.
I mean, I knew her at one point, and I'm just blanking here. But you know, now she lives in a friend's attic, and is relying on other people to survive. When she once had a decent living making video games because people figured out her address and started making death threats with her home address attached.
Okay, that's different, because that's the extreme situation I was talking about when it crosses the line and affects your real life. I'm talking about just like, negative comments in the comment section and shit like that. That's why I said it's easy enough to deal with that. You have the tools to deal with those people, right? If we're to the point where you're getting death threats affecting your job and your family, like that's beyond cyberbullying. That's just like psycho shit in real life. So that's crossing the line into real life.
Well, that's the thing, is when we get into this cyberbullying argument, you personally might only care about the few negative comments on YouTube, and you might say, oh well, when it's affecting somebody's job, it's different. When it's somebody's home address, it's different. But the thing is, when you have massive movements like Gamergate in the limelight, right? Whose entire goal as a movement is to like scare women off of the internet, period. They're not settling for the few negative comments on YouTube. They're the real problem. They're the actual, when you see cyberbullying in the headline of a news article, like a great deal of the time, maybe not most, but like at least a third of the time, it's talking about them or a similar group. That's what cyberbullying is. Cyberbullying is extreme. Cyberbullying is affecting people's real lives. And saying like, oh, well, I want to talk about cyberbullying, the negative comments on Facebook and YouTube. That's not cyberbullying. That's
okay, then I would agree with you, because when I started out, I said, like, that's the definition of, like, well, how are we defining cyberbullying, right? So if you're defining that's exclusively cyberbullying, then I totally agree with you.
Hang on.
When I say that's not cyberbullying, I'm sorry, I said the wrong word, but it's not the extent of cyberbullying. It starts there. It starts there and it moves on because we don't do anything about that. So they move on to the next fucking phase.
Sorry. Well, I think I saw a relatively different notion of cyberbullying from stopbullying.gov, which I put links to in the sidebar chat. Right. So, and also I found Washington Post, and there's an Advocate article too on video game developer who committed suicide after online abuse and such. So.
Sure, but I mean, I'm just saying the online abuse, like we're talking about, like death threats, his home address, like interfering with family. Those are the types of things that drive people to extremes. But what I started out saying, all I said was there's a difference between someone abusing the system, like a Darwin's deity that calls everyone a troll and a stalker just because they jump in a hangout and challenge some positions that he puts out in an open forum. Versus like it would be here. I'll give you two clear-cut examples. If someone came in and started telling Nadia, like, some of the things I've heard from other people, but even going to the extreme, like, Nadia, you should slit your throat, you should drink bleach, you should jump off a bridge. That's cyberbullying. Now, the first step to control that is to block them. That's not going to necessarily stop them. But I mean, you go through the steps, and if it gets to the point, where it's literal harassment, they're contacting her and making death threats, that's fucking clear-cut case of cyberbullying, and that's just, you don't even use the word cyberbullying, that's just like crossing the line anyways. But I'm just saying, what I started out saying is that, like, I'm glad to see that media sites like YouTube and that have really went hard on that and have tried their best to implement certain systemic developments to help deal with the issue, right? But at the same time, there's always checks and balances, and unfortunately, you're going to have people that are going to use this. Now, they may be in the minority of real cases. I don't know that. I'm just saying that I know there are cases of that because I've seen people use it, and it's unfortunate, right? It's like the same, and it's not cyberbullying, but talking about like the DCMAs, right? Or sorry, the DMCAs, like that's there for a reason because an issue came up that's a legitimate reason. Unfortunately, if you don't like someone on YouTube, you can just file false ones all day long and get their channel taken down.
Yeah.
So
Well, if there's a matter of like distinguishing between genuine and false reports and acting on the reports, and there are ways to do that. especially on this these online affairs where there's a record of damn near everything. Right.
It's
Yeah, sure.
also worth noting that there are people who, through no fault of their own, are of demographics that are more likely to be hit hard by some of the harassment, some of the comments. You know, if you have someone who is clinically depressed, they're first off in the United States, they're really unlikely to be diagnosed. You know, and it's just, I mean, and that's for the most part, a lot of times the chemical imbalance in the brain, or other reasons. But someone who has that issue, and then goes online and sees somebody telling them to kill themselves.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, I think if you investigate a lot of these cases where this happens, you'll find there's other issues at play.
Well, I
Right?
think
Make
these
them
other
prone
issues
to that.
these other issues are hard to deal with, right? Like,
Oh, of course.
I mean, I have depression with anxiety, and I have PTSD, right? And I'm medicated for the first one of the two, and I have counseling for the other one. I mean, it's good that we know what I have. It's good that it's being dealt with. But the thing is, this stuff still hits me really hard sometimes, right? I can have good days, and then I can have days that are awful. I spend the whole day crying. I spend the whole day thinking about hurting myself, and it could coincidentally be a day that I'm just pretty much alone for the most part. I get online, I get on Facebook, and somebody has said something awful on one of my public posts. They can't see where I live. They can't see as much about me as I allow other people, but at the same time, they can hit me at a convenient time, no matter how much help I'm getting, because I'm still going to have those bad days, and I'm still going to run into those things on bad days, right?
Oh.
Yeah, for
And of
sure.
course,
Go ahead, Nadia.
well, these are also not equally distributed. For instance, various demographics are more typically the targets of harassment, which, and furthermore, you know, since someone is having these other issues, that doesn't make the online harassment something to endorse. I mean, it's like,
Right, it doesn't.
or it's just to stand idly by about. I mean,
Right, that's
the
like it's
other issues
almost-
is.
Sorry. Almost,
Yep.
like it's almost like implied that, like, oh well, if they have one of these other issues, then the bullying is not the problem. But that's the thing, is that the problem is Swiss cheese, right? The problem is that they either have depression, or they're in one of these demographics that is hit very hard with harassment all the time already, or something like that, and then they run into this issue. And it's a Swiss cheese problem, where if you've got two slices of Swiss cheese, right, and you can see through to the other side, that means that the slices have holes in the same place, right? It doesn't matter which slice has the bigger hole, or which slice's hole is closer to a particular point on the cheese. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there's a hole in each slice, and you have to deal. Both of these holes are at fault, otherwise you would not be able to see through the Swiss cheese. So when we go back to it, like, this other problem that they're having and the bullying itself are both problems, or both at fault for what the result is. If somebody hurts themselves as a result of this bullying, while another variable is present,
Sure.
that means we need to be working on dealing with both of those things, because if either of those things opens up and the other one is the one we didn't deal with, then we have a problem again.
Right, but no, and I totally understand what you're saying that way. But that's kind of hitting my point. Is generally these people that are more vulnerable to these things are people that outside in the real world have other issues going on. Like case in point, like the media love to sensationalize the cyberbullying, right? Like there's a few big stories that come out, and they're important stories and they're valid stories. I'm not, taking away from them, but they use this term cyberbullying, and like the Amanda Todd story, right, out west in Canada. But the thing is, you have to understand, these weren't strangers on the internet on the other side of a video game server or a comment. These were people from her real life, and an actual adult man got some nudes of her. Shit got passed around. Like, these were real people close to her and was actually carrying it into her school. She changed schools. It was, like, going beyond, like, just social media, right? So the media, of course, was like, it's cyberbullying because they used some of the mediums as tools to harass her. But this was actually a bigger issue in the background that had been going on for several years, right?
No?
As
The,
a Canadian, I know that Amanda. Sorry, Nadia. I know that Amanda Todd's situation would have probably happened with or without the internet. Just saying.
I think that's kind of what
Well,
right?
well, think of what you're saying. Yeah, inaction on the cyber front, because there's physical front to it as well.
Yeah, I think that's
What?
the issue. Like bullying.
I don't think so. Go ahead.
Well, bullying. It's there's different methods to dealing with cyberbullying. I think I don't think anyone here wants to say that they're different monsters.
Hey, fuck you, Joe. Who the fuck asked you to talk? Why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe? Who the fuck think you can talk in here? No. Muted. Fuck you, Joe.
It'd be so funny if you had your cat with you meowing. Because that's how it started out. At first he's all like, Joe, you're a fuckface. He just heard his kitty cat meowing right afterwards. Short background. I'm being cyberbullied by someone, but I don't want this to turn into that. So go ahead with what you're saying.
Joe, what? What do you mean you're being cyberbullied by someone and you don't want to tell us? That's not gonna go over.
It's bullying, but it's not something it's not anything near what you guys are talking about, so it doesn't matter. Like, in fact, I would be fine with someone going, I don't think what's happening to you is cyberbullying. But, I mean, when someone calls you fuckface a whole bunch of times, I think you are being bullied to some extent. But
Well,
it always goes back to that guy. I don't want to talk about that guy. I wouldn't mind if we talked about the issue.
We're not going to talk about that guy. What we're going to talk about is the fact you don't deserve to feel mistreated. If someone, like, it doesn't matter what it is. You don't deserve to be treated like that. Thanks for expressing yourself. You need to remember to be open.
All right.
StopBullying.gov basically is a list of things here. And to me, they, sound actually relatively light. So, bear in mind, at least U.S. government considers bullying to be something that's doesn't require doxing or I don't know, death threats or incitement to suicide. Right.
Right, but do you think that those limits tend to be more applied to children or teenagers that are online? Because I don't know of anyone here that would say that they've been bullied. You know what I mean? Even when someone has had a prolonged campaign against them. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen it. I could just be being naive to it, but does anyone know any cases on here where someone was said that they've been, I mean, certainly there's doxing, certainly there's been stuff really recently where people have gone after people in their personal lives. I would consider that it, but I think the bullying thing seems to be more, I mean, it just sparks children or young teens to me.
Well, I mean, I've seen severe bullying on the internet. Like, there's no denying that it exists, and there should be something done about it. I mean, I've seen people's work and personal lives interrupted, and I do agree that bullying starts before that. Like, I mean, to me, someone like Rand Cam is a bully, but people tolerate it because they find him entertaining, right? But he'll sit there and, like, completely bash someone and bully them. That's his whole tactic, right? Now, if I go and engage with Rand Cam, I have a choice on the internet to listen to him or not. If I choose to engage with him and he hurts my feelings and I go jump off a bridge, is it Rand Cam's fault? I mean, it doesn't change that he's a jerk. And I'm not saying that it's fair, you know, the way it is. I mean, unfortunately, the internet's still kind of like a Wild West, right? But, I mean, realistically, I mean, we can't bubble wrap the internet right now, you know, even though I have empathy for people. And I think who I was talking to earlier hit it on the head way early in the conversation. It's a matter of socialization, right? It's the attitudes that are in real life. You know what I mean? That you got to deal with these type of people, and it's making it so that behavior is not as common and not as okay. But I mean, human nature, like, people are assholes. You know, like, that's the reality. Like, you're gonna have to deal with fucking jerks, and it's not fair. It's not fair at all. And I think anything we can do to help, for sure. But I mean,
well, when it's not fair, it's generally called injustice, and that's generally something people try to redress. Also, I'd and there are actual concrete lots of ways to about this concrete course of action suggests. One, major one, has to do with cover of anonymity, right? Which is one of the primary enabling factors in cyberbullying.
so would you rather, like, the state institute, like, that everyone must use, like, their full name and personal information out on the internet? Because, see, I'm weird. I come from a weird school of thought because I'm older, so I'm in this weird cross generation that lived without internet, and then was also big part of my growing up as well. And, like, to me, when I enter online, it's not trying to, like, hide who I am. My real info is out there, and I do have, like, a real Facebook and all that kind of stuff. But I just come from I just find, like, younger generations are so open on the internet with their life. And to me, even on Facebook, like, I don't post, like, personal problems on Facebook and stuff. Maybe that's just me, but that I just don't open a door to people to allow them. I don't give them that vulnerability. And to me, to go under secular opinion, you know, is just because I look at YouTube and Google Plus, and that is just, like, kind of entertaining media, and that's a moniker that I go by because I don't wish to share my personal information with everybody. You know, but I do see that again as checks and balances. As I said, people abuse the system. People abuse the system. I mean, I have sock accounts. I'll admit it. You know, I don't consider what I've ever done bullying to anybody, but I mean, I do have sock accounts and things like that. So there are loopholes in the system where you can make, like, 6, 7 accounts, and people can abuse that. If someone wants to come in here and harass you, they'll just keep making accounts and keep coming in, right?
Well, like I said, though, it's actually a rather easy technical problem to solve.
Right. So, like, you want everyone just to drop the, you know, usernames and stuff and just come in as you are, and
the kind of thing that you're speaking of trying to stave off, would it be staved off by lacking the cover of anonymity to, in effect, launch that kind of attack on you, right?
Wouldn't it make the people that could launch that sort of attack with anonymity more powerful? I mean, isn't it like a catch-22 situation where our anonymity is to protect ourselves in some way? I mean, if anyone could get a hold of a way to spoof that or fake that, aren't they going to be in a position where, if they do go on a prolonged campaign against someone, isn't that going to make that all the worse? Because everyone knows who the fuck I am now. They know who my family is. They know where I live and where I work. You know what I mean? I mean, isn't it? I mean, I understand your point, but aren't there drawbacks to that?
Well, in an environment where I don't know, anonymity is no longer a thing. Okay, the exceptions you're positing would come up here would in fact be I mean, matter to be subject to investigation, right? I mean, somebody says, okay, well, there's a false claim out there. Well, you actually have counteraction, right? I mean, the reason why there's no counteraction is because anyone can post anything and they're helpless, right? Then it's libel, right? It's the word for it. In fact, there are in fact criminal forms of things of that sort. I think it's not perjury. It's but anyway, the so okay, you report that kind of thing, and well, and they come back with, well, there isn't a person on the other end. That gets shut down, right?
Yeah, but you don't mean like everyone's. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, you don't mean like openly everyone should have to use their real name and their real pictures and avatars. Do you mean like just in the background they have to have registered through a real name? Because what if someone wanted to talk about a topic, let's say that their family didn't know about them, or let's just say they were gay and they hadn't came out yet, and they wanted to talk about that online to find some sort of information on it, or be with people that maybe had the same problems and they weren't ready for that yet. Wouldn't that put those people in the position where they couldn't do that? Because they would essentially have to out themselves. Or would you still think that there would be a way of doing it behind a wall, but it's just you have to register through an actual form of identification?
Yeah, my original kind of thought on this is actually, ultimately registering, like having your driver license for the internet, and ultimately everything's every ISP, etc., has that sitting somewhere in the background. That was my original thought. Yeah, the idea you have of the upfront thing. Okay. As far as what is it? Communications for things that are say not to be disclosed. I mean, it's not necessarily that the not having an identity at all is necessary for that. It's rather that the information not go outside that context, right? So, in order to insulate themselves from having the information leaked outside that private context, closed fora. I can people tell I'm talking? Am I coming through?
No, your mic's breaking, Nadia. That's why I'm interrupting you. Your mic's breaking. It might be the sound of the ambulance siren. To be honest, I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's not too bad though. Continue.
Okay, so private fora can provide that same kind of lid to the information and such. I mean, granted, it would be granted. I guess that kind of thing would be risky. In some respect, because in the event it leaks outside the private forum, it leaks to you anyway. But it's the same kind of issue exists with the anonymity too. I mean, somebody figures out the identity, then, well, guess what? The information gets to the parties that can't hear anyway. I usually hear matters of the government, and that one, like political activism and such, that governments, autocratic especially, would try to suppress. And in that one, you are in deeper trouble than the kinds of social network anonymity and such can get you out of.
I just wanted to jump in real fast because actually I got to jump out real quick. Hopefully I can come back later. I enjoyed the conversation, but I wanted to make clear, since it's on air, I am no way supporting any kind of bullying. I'm no way supporting, slack laws that allow people away with this thing. I personally would have no problem. Like, I have no problem with my internet service provider having my real information. I don't even mind registering with certain social media sites using my real information. But I want the right to remain anonymous to the general public, because I'm sorry, I've spent like 10 years online, and there's just a lot of crazy people out here. And it's because of the cyberbullying and stuff. I'd just rather be, I don't care. Like I said, I have a thick skin. My real name and shit is out there. But I just, for the most part, I use a username because I don't know the people. But I do think that you should, like, I'd have no problem. Like, Google Plus is way too easy to make accounts on and shit, right? And I have no problem if I had to provide some kind of identification to them, as long as it's private. And then in the case that I did something that actually, like, broke the law, like if I'm actually, like, using my account, like, uttering death threats and things like that, yeah, I think then the information is there for, law enforcement to have access to say, look, this is the person. I have no problem with that. With that part of it, I have no problem with. I'm just talking more on the surface level of, like, social media. I want the right to remain anonymous because I don't want everybody to know my life. And that's kind of was my point. Anyways, talk to you later.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I obviously take a stand of my own, and, well, a personal stake out there. I mean, real face, real name, legal name. I'll stand behind every word I say. And okay.
No, for sure. I think you should. And I think you should have the right to. Like, I advocate your right to, for sure. And I think you should do that harassment-free as well, right? Yeah. I definitely, I'm with you on 100%. That's why I say I have no problem if a site like Google Plus makes you submit your personal information, like actual valid information and proof of who you are, to make accounts, as long as it's hid from the general public. Now, if I'm using my account and I come in here and I threaten Nadia or things like that are actually, like, issues like the law enforcement to get involved, then that information should be on file so they can hand it over and say this is the person. And I think even that step would probably reduce a lot of the severe cyberbullying that we see.
I think you could skip all of that and just have IP blocking.
Yeah, I mean, if the like the individuals that look after the site did that, implemented that more, yeah, for sure. That's going to stop them. They can still get around it. They can get around it. Yeah, they can get around with, like, VPNs and shit like that, for sure.
IP blocking is useless on. Okay.
Nadia, I was curious. I'm curious of what's the root of the problem. Is it that people are genuinely trying to hurt other people? Do you know what I mean about, like, why they're bullying in the first place? How do you get to the root of the problem?
Yeah, that's actually a bigger and deeper question, and that one I don't think has a quote-unquote legalistic solution. I think culture and such need, and also people's upbringings need to be changed in significant ways so that they don't care, especially the verbal aggression. Right.
Okay, if we're talking about, like, trying to keep the bullies then at a distance, I'm curious how we sometimes recognize who they are. Like how do you decipher that someone is going to take your personal information and harm you with it? That's something that you're not expecting when you build that original relationship, but yet it's part of building the relationship. So again, I'm curious of how I could have handled myself any better with some of the people that have taken my information and tried to use it against me, where I've just come to a point after 10 years on the net or 15 years on the net that I know it really doesn't matter. I am who I am, and it just makes me super defensive. I don't have thoughts of harming myself because I've been bullied. What it does is make me angry for certain, but it makes me I knew that before like, why do people hate other people? What is it? Like, I'm always looking for the root. I mean, it doesn't bother me that people are going to try to kill me. That happens almost every day.
I know.
People could care less for me every day. So how do I get to the...
Yeah, the roots, is culture and
the roots. You can't do that, right?
People
That's an
being
objective issue.
wounded. Sorry? Can't what?
It seems like objectively, like it.
Oh.
I don't know how better to handle it subjectively. So I might be breaking.
My hearing is not good. Okay.
And I'm sorry, they just dropped too. I don't know if I'm coming through clear. Sorry, Nadia. I don't mean to bring down the room.
Yeah. Well, a culture grants that kind of thing impunity. Is not going to be capable of eradicating it. Right. So that's one thing. Yeah, the
do you
hi,
still
Bucks, by the way.
sorry, go ahead, Nadia.
I was just saying hello to Bucks, who just joined.
Excellent. Nice to meet you, Bucks. Just making, I don't know, I wanted to just make a comment that, yeah, the bullying, I guess I got tired of it. You know, I don't know, bullied in high school, you get bullied. Bullies are bullies. I don't know. Even if they know where I live and everything, they still don't have the right to. This is what's happening to me. It's why I'm going to court, Nadia. No, nobody has the right to invade my person or my property, and or even my reputation. And they don't have the right to talk to you either. Like, people saying you're not who you are and everything like that. I also find that that's just as much bullying as anyone goes through in real life, but for you it's a little more extreme. People need to either accept you for who you are or get the fuck away from you, and that bothers me, that people think they have the right to tell you to do anything. They don't know anything. They're judging.
I'm perhaps insensitive to this issue, not just myself, but also understanding in some respects how it affects others. Because, of course, in my case, it was substantially more severe. I mean, it was
that's exactly right.
I mean, it was rape. It was rape and mutilation. So
that's exactly right. And Nadia, even we're two different people, but you're sitting there, like, you reflect like people can, I don't know, no one's pain or those kind of experience of being taken advantage, especially when it comes to rape and things like that. That is pretty much a bottom line. Like, nobody has the right to do that to another human being. I could give a shit if you're male or female, hermaphrodite, whatever, it doesn't matter. These are human rights. Like, or like, bottom line should be like just what we agreed on to start with. The whole game of, I don't know, bells and whistles of, I don't know, like, whether you I don't know. I don't know, but it's really certainly not acceptable in any shape or form. So I'm not certain how it continues on. Is that why Bruce Jenner is trying to represent this situation? Like, why is that happening?
I mean, even if you don't like her, you should still use her chosen name.
Oh, so I'm very sorry. I corrected Kristen Jenner.
Jenner.
Like, see, that's how aware I am. Like, please, honey, please don't hate me for being so uneducated. I'm ignorant to, like, details like that. I certainly don't mean that directly. What I mean is, like, why aren't we just all accepting the way that we want to live? Like, why in today's society would we be trying to be living in 1984?
It's always what people would call a suggestion to counteract the cover of anonymity that gives people this atmosphere of impunity. The 1984.
Hello?
Yes.
Could no one hear me for that whole time?
Yes, and that's so funny. This is your first experience of talking on mute, so I hope you feel good about yourself.
Well, that's lovely. I mean, if your general question was why are people intolerant, it's because people. I mean, it's a very simple answer. It's because people hold different opinions on different topics, and yeah, that's really it. And I don't want to. I would prefer if everybody had different opinions on different topics. I don't really want everyone to be like a robot. Like regardless of if I feel they are offensive. For instance, I was bullied throughout grade school and high school. So I'm not saying I know exactly where you're coming from, but I also can appreciate the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression. And I think this is a valuable life lesson. And I say it, but I need to learn it myself more so than I do now. There's a huge difference between a critique, a criticism, and insult. There's a huge difference. And I think, and if people could get those distinctions in their mind, it would solve so many problems now. Suicide rates would go far down because there's a huge difference. It's just like if I'm trying to critique you, I'm trying to help you out. That's the end game. A critique is meant to help. An insult, regardless of if you agree with me or not, or you hate it.
It also comes with a capital letter of judgment. People aren't always going to take your critique as a non-judgment.
Well, a critique is a judgment, and it's in its most basic form. And I don't think that judgments are bad. You need judgments to function. And an insult is just meant to bring you down. That's all it is. And those are two very different things. If I say "f you," you whatever, I'm insulting you. If I say, "Hey, listen, maybe this could help you out," I mean, you may not take it to heart whatsoever, but I'm still trying to help you out with the critique. That's the way I look at it. I don't mind differing opinions whatsoever, and I don't want government intervention to stop those differing opinions, regardless of the consequences of those opinions, because I think freedom of speech and the productive sharing of ideas is amazing, and I love that right, and I love the ability to say whatever I want to say on here. Granted, I may be kicked off here, but I'm not going to be arrested. There'll be no, any legal punishment towards me, and I love that. I love that I am not punished, and nobody is punished for what they say, unless I believe death threats are punishable, but that's a, different level of, well, I don't know. That's a different topic. But, you get my point. So I don't want there to be laws that promote censorship whatsoever.
Yeah, first time meeting you, Bucks with a Z, and I recognize your icon now. No, I agree. That's a good way to nutshell that. Excellent. Nice to meet you. F417H.
Message.
That's an open mind. That's a person that isn't here to. I don't know. I enjoy that. That I was confused at first, how. No, to me, I guess I don't like the J of judgments, but the other word you use, all of a sudden it's just a criticism. Like you're just critiquing. And the word critique all of a sudden means something nice to me, where you've moved from judgment all the way to a word critique that I accept. So in a sense, you just changed my mind frame of being super defensive.
Oh, well, I hope that I contributed something positive. Regardless of if I really hope that really contributes something positive to your life. So I hope so.
Oh, no, very, very much so. Thank you very much. No, very much so. I think that point of view is actually a more centered point of view than the one I have. So I might borrow it once in a while. I don't think I'll be able to jump that at 44, but I'm going to take that younger point of view. Thank you.
No problem. I get that from a purely humanitarian point of view, I do understand that that the people's feelings being hurt becomes like you could say that. You could say their feelings were hurt, and it virtually means nothing. But when you have people in your personal life going through that, I get it. From a humanitarian point of view, you may go from, oh yeah, I love freedom of speech, to holy fuck, I don't want to see my friend die. I get that, and that's so but I think that the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression is too valuable to let slip away from us just based on a humanitarian perspective, because if you start letting your worldview function on emotion, then you're gonna go down a lot of different paths on a lot of different topics, and all of them may not end the way that you think that they would end. Because, as I always say, when you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. When you start censoring one thing, I would never want my worldview to become law. I like my worldview. I think it's fine. I think that it makes complete sense, but I would never, ever want it to become law.
No.
Ever. I would
Then
hate
answer
that. I'm sorry, Nadia?
Answer me this. Why is any harm meaningful?
Why is any harm painful? I'm sorry?
I said meaningful.
Meaningful. Why is any harm meaningful?
Why is any harm worthy of counteraction?
Well, it depends on physical harm or mental harm. Mental harm, this is a really kind of brutish way of saying it, but I mean, I would say for mental harm,
No. You don't get no. Stop.
Okay.
You're saying mental harm. You're saying mental harm. Stop. Okay. You're saying mental harm is fake, but the only reason things are even deemed physical harm because it has that effect of mental harm by means of physical action on the body.
Sure, I can agree. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I don't see how that makes censorship look any more appealing. Like I would see your point there. There could be if you punch somebody in the face, they may feel they're gonna think about that for a while. So therefore, it could. And I'm not saying punch. It could be any type of physical harm. It could be as serious like as a slap or as serious as like a stabbing. Like I get what you're saying, but I don't see how that makes censorship more appealing. It just doesn't to me. That just doesn't. I just value that so much, and I don't want to see everyone become robots and become so unified in an opinion that any contradictory opinion is deemed unworthy of even being broadcasted. I hate that idea.
Well, the freedom for who to say what? That's the question.
The freedom for who to say, yeah, I'd say freedom for who to say, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that's pretty much my stance.
Okay. Well, no, that's a question. It's a question.
I mean, freedom of speech is already a double standard, and I'm not just talking about the protected speech versus unprotected speech, which is how it's legally laid out. That's fine, but the problem is where you can have you can have anyone come up and say whatever they want as long as they're relatively privileged. You have Donald Trump getting up at his podium, shouting awful things about Muslims and Mexicans and everybody else, and then you have people announcing to, and then you have people from more oppressed populations announcing to police they're saying out loud their intent to exercise their rights and ending the conversation dead. It's a very large gap, and I think if we're going to protect free speech, we're going to have to deal with that first.
Well, how would you recommend we deal with those issues?
Hang on. I cut out for a couple minutes. You said the last thing I think I heard was, and welcome back, Rob. What is it? People from more oppressed populations, and then
no, wait, Nadia.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Call me Jason. You see my name?
Okay.
It's my real name, Jason Egroff. Right.
Okay. Good to see you on, Rob. Or Jason.
Nice. Nadia, if you can hear me, you're paused up.
Probably connection issues. She stepped out. So what were we talking about?
Free speech.
Free speech. I see.
Personally, I'm for some degree of censorship, but that degree of censorship is just a small expansion of what is already considered unprotected speech from a constitutional standpoint in the United States.
Right. Yeah, you can't just say whatever you want.
Okay.
Right. You know, if
Actually,
you stand up at a podium and you say, go kill the Muslims, you should be removed from the podium, period.
Oh, I still didn't hear what came after the oppressed people and.
All right, so Nadia, I was just underlining. All I was doing was underlining the difference between what happens when a person in a relative position of privilege exercises their free speech, and what happens when, for example, we've had this. Like, there's a stream of black people in the country who've been literally murdered for attempting to exercise their own free speech. And I was underlining the difference earlier.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
Nadia, somebody wants to say hi to you.
Who's
Hey
there?
Nadia, it's Phil. How are you doing?
Oh, hi, Phil.
Talking to Jason. Welcome to hang out. I'm just going to go to bed because the weather has been bad. Good news is I qualify for medical cannabis. I'm going to make an appointment tomorrow for my fingerprints, in a second medical appointment. So I'm in a good mood about that.
Pesach, tell us what you've done tonight in terms of Uber.
I drove for 3 hours, made $50 basically. Got a $10 tip, which I put in the gas tank. I got 5 all the drives I gave were 5 stars. I ended one guy's trip early because we were stuck in traffic and he was pissed. Because of the misrouting of the GPS. But overall, I'm doing all right. So it's
Amen. Amen.
total. My most recent pay was less for 305. And it's about it really. Last trip was 1369, and I met a nice little Philippine nurse.
Oh, excellent,
That's
excellent.
about it.
We're glad to hear it, Phil.
Yeah.
Adina, I don't know if that, whatever you prefer to call. But what murders were you referring to? You cited that there have been a string of black murders, over blacks trying to exercise their right of freedom of speech or something of that nature. What murders are you referring to? Because you'd think that'd be like front page news. I haven't heard any of that.
You think it would be front page news? It's only been all over the internet, and there have been marches. And 1 second.
Okay, well then maybe I'm just not getting as to what what specific incident or series of incidents are you referring to? Because saying they were killed for exercising their freedom of speech or trying to is kind of a broad term. So if you're like, referencing something that's far bigger than just that, and it has been front page news, then I'm not getting it. So what are you referencing?
I don't know. I'll have to hear from her.
Okay.
Actually, I think the because nutrient boost, whatever it is, probably this. So. Sorry.
NYC, we love you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's No, I'm not going to do that. Mm. I already had. Sorry, I'm getting veganistic here. So having vegan twinges. So.
No
Yeah,
worries.
yeah.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah. So, I don't know. The atmosphere of impunity, etc., has a when. I mean, it is something that itself is not. Well, I don't know. I think Canada should be endorsed. I think there is a substantial difficulty with having a with standing idly by.
What just happened there, Nadia? What was that?
What's that? What's what?
Well, never mind. Sorry.
Oh shit. Okay. Soggy peas. I love that stuff. Okay. Well. And the things that are being referred to as this bullying and all that are something that's not just by my own standards, by quite a number of others, deemed rather light. And welcome, who just joined? Nadia? Who is this?
Yeah. Zydia.
Zaldia.
Empty profile, or
I'll check it out.
I don't see anything on G Plus profile.
Me neither.
They got a YouTube channel. Yeah, they're active YouTuber, so okay. Looks like they make a lot of things about video games, so okay.
All right.
Hello, Zaldia. Okay. Well, we were just discussing cyberbullying. I guess online harassment and such. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, well. Yeah, I was just saying we were discussing cyberbullying and online harassment. I don't know if you find that an interesting topic at all. But,
It's kind of interesting, yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Like what areas do you think there's like the most cyberbullying online?
That's a good question. Where is it the greatest problem?
Probably the area with the most people, so I'd assume that'd be like Facebook or YouTube, right?
Okay.
Most number of people, almost definitely most number of trolls and people of that nature. You know, more people to troll, so therefore more trolls.
Yeah.
It's like
Maybe
any
Google Plus
definitive
to a lesser
cause of
extent.
it.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. What?
Is like any definitive cause of it?
I mean, it could be a number of things. Could be as small as I think you're a dick, so I'm gonna say, just cuss you out until you block me, or it could be you fucking did something horrible to me in real life, so I'm gonna harass you and try and get you to kill. Or it could just be I'm gonna get you to kill yourself because I'm an asshole. It could be literally anything almost.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. Do we have any kind of insights or googling of the motives of online harassers?
Like, like a motive could be revenge, or more than likely just like being a dick. Yes.
Well, yeah, but when I think harassment, I don't think of somebody spamming me with insults until I block them. I think of them trying to track me, so therefore they can track my accounts and maybe fucking try real life intimidation if they live near, stuff like that.
Well, that case would no longer be online harassment, right? So I was speaking of purely online harassment.
Oh, okay, then yes, yeah, I was thinking of more so general, but yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, so hang on. Bear with me, I'm speaking to the clerk. Okay. 21. Entonces.
Cerrado.
Mi madre se nació en Cuba. So. Well, I mean, verbal harassment, like in person and such, is known to be problematic in terms of, well, people often themselves too. I mean, is that the only consequence anyone cares about, though? I mean, does it really have to come to the material? I mean, the thing underlying the material is ultimately going to be, well, the material hurts them because it hurts their feelings, right? So, I don't think it's... Fuck. Hopefully that doesn't result in problems. Yeah.
On the topic of cyberbullying, does say a person says something that you don't agree with, does that kind of count cyberbullying because it hurts your feelings?
One could interpret it as that, but I don't think many people would say it is that.
Obviously not.
Yeah.
Well, I am insensitive in this area myself, so I would probably need guidance as to how to answer that in any kind of depth. I don't know if Adina could fill in for me here. Go ahead.
In what way? I mean,
go ahead.
Obviously, someone simply disagreeing with you, that's not bullying, right? I mean, unless you get into disagreements around somebody's existence or right to respect, but then you're kind of moving beyond the simple opinion territory, right?
Wait, wouldn't that in itself be an opinion? Like, if I think that someone's a piece of shit, then I say that's an opinion. You're not moving on the opinion. It's not a fact. It's an opinion.
If you call someone a piece of shit, you're not really expressing an opinion.
I think you're a bad person. I think you're a piece of shit. You could equate those two as,
While it's technically an opinion, according to the definition you learned in middle school, which seems to be where a lot of white men stop learning.
Okay, that's racist.
I probably don't need that either.
That's very racist.
I'm so racist against my own race. Oh, God.
Well, you just said all white people, or most white men. Yeah, it's a little racist.
Hashtag not all men.
That is. How can you say if I was regardless? If I say all white people,
because I run into this issue where oh well I said something that wasn't a fact and therefore it's an opinion. Yes, you learned that in middle school. You know, people come about the trend. You know, a lot of and it's always white men that do this.
Always
come about the transgender issue, and they're like, oh, well, you're either male or you're female, and chromosomes are attached to it. It's like, yeah, you learned that in middle school, and it gets more complicated after that. Why did you stop learning in middle school?
Actually, didn't learn that in middle school. I think I learned that in like early high. Well, yeah. I mean, that's not something that actually. Somewhere in there.
Wait, when did this turn about white hate?
I don't know. I'm just trying to remember like when were those things specifically explained because I don't like through genetics, like going in depth in a genetic lecture. That was more 8th grade, high school. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter though. I don't really stereotype white people, nor should I stereotype black people. So that's what it is.
But yeah, and everybody's verbally all about that equality, but
I don't give a fuck. Wait, what do you mean equality when you say that? Like all about that equality, like in what? Like in just pure social equality, or what do you mean equality? Like on what level, or what situation?
you're gonna make me define an offhand, one word out of an offhand fucking tangent.
I just want clarification because I thought this was more of a discussion, but it's fine if you don't want to.
What is there to define equality?
Well, when you say equality, that's a broad term. Do you mean social equality, or do you mean equality on what topic? You could have just inequality on anything.
Nobody else would ask this.
I've heard many people ask this.
This is one of those comma actually kind of things. Like, what were we talking about 10 seconds ago? I don't know. The white guy derailed it.
Okay.
I always got being racist back to into it.
Fuck white people.
Well,
all of them. They're fucking horrible.
No, I mean I'm white, but it's always the white men are always come about in like this like special class of stupid, and obviously it's not all of them. But you always got to point out that it's not all of them because one guy is gonna get his feelings hurt.
Yo, I'm black, and even like a lot of black men are pretty stupid. That's fair. Like everyone is stupid.
A lot of people out of every race are pretty stupid, but then you get like these white guys that are they're generally white and they're generally men who come into discussions with the sole purpose of saying like, hey, no, how do you define that? Hey, well, actually, on this very like tiny itty bitty ill bitty portion of your fucking comment, like, who gives a shit?
Wait. So asking for like clarification is bad?
Could I perhaps suggest?
You see, all black men come into these conversations asking for clarification. You see, yeah. Sounds a little more racist, eh?
Could I perhaps suggest? I mean, well, what constitutes harassment is itself, something worthwhile to outline. And StopBullying.gov has something of a, I guess, breakdown of it. Did we see the links, or need to repost them, or what?
Links where?
Oh, to StopBullying.gov.
Oh, the ones from back a little while ago.
Yeah.
I rebooted it since then, but I did read those pages.
Okay. Let me see all.
So in terms of damage, which is worse, cyberbullying or bullying in real life?
Oh,
I mean, bullying for the sake of bullying, and it's not going to lead to anything else. I would say they're both on. Well, I don't know, because when you're online, you tend to less so see a person and you tend to see an idea. Like if you're talking about something, that's in my opinion why it's so easy to criticize and insult on here, because you're less so seeing a person and you're more so seeing what they stand for. So
yeah, generally between forgetting that there's another human being over there and the opportunity for anonymity on the internet, you can see things get a lot more vicious in bullying. And we've reached a point in technology where you can threaten the same things in both media, right? Like, sure, if you threaten somebody in real life, you can follow them home and do something at their house. But, with cyberbullying, we've reached this age where, like, people can fucking get each other's addresses. You piss off the wrong person on fucking 4chan or whatever, and suddenly you're scared off of the fucking internet because you get sent threats that have your actual physical address attached. And we're reaching this point where they're pretty much equivalent, but you do have a little bit of a psychological edge on the cyberbullying.
They might, I don't know, identify in some respects with the aggressors and such. Kathy Brennan might be a worthwhile person to give us an example of it that they might not be so sympathetic with. Go ahead.
Bug Brennan, the fake goth?
Well?
The shitty lawyer from the East Coast who...
Yeah.
who's gone and, like, outed vulnerable children and caused them abuse and tried to get innocent people fired from their jobs through discriminatory letter sending, and even at one point sent a letter to the UN trying to push an agenda of removing protections for some classes of people from resolutions regarding equality.
May I ask a really quick question? What the fuck is wrong with 4chan people?
You know what I think? Like with 4chan, there's like a really high amount of anonymity. Like that causes people to like feel like, oh, you can't do shit to me, I'm God. Oh.
Well, significantly increased anonymity.
Don't you think that it's more so the culture that they've kind of brewed on that particular website? Like, that's a website. Like, we all know if we go on there, we're going to see trolls in like 0.05. It's no doubt in my mind. If I went on that website, you will see trolls, you will see hackers or wannabe hackers. You'll see a whole different slew of people, but all of them are branded around the same culture, which is trolling and hacking and all that. Well, maybe, I'm not saying all of them can hack, but it tends to like be heavily discussed. So. So I would say it's more so the culture around that particular website. Or subculture, maybe.
It's awful is when it manages to leave that website when they decide that they want to influence other sites and they start attacking people's Twitters and they start shit like that.
Yeah, and then they have like these trolling boards where like you get like 100 different trolls together, right? And I've seen this personally happen, not to me but to other people. And then they say like raid this guy, and then like fucking almost all of them go on the website and just start posting and kill yourself or racist, just stuff like that, Like that's I don't know how that it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like how do you, even try and like stop that culture? I don't know.
Their answer is.
I mean, like, a good way to stop that, like it's not gonna, like, happen all at once, but, like, if you do something small, like ignoring it, it might not work at first, but if you don't give them a response, like, it most likely will work over time.
Yeah, in individual situations, maybe. It depends on their level of, like, hatred towards you, though.
When you're being jumped on, and especially when it crosses into your real world information, but but when you do it by that many people, oftentimes
Hey, we can hear that.
they have the numbers and they have the tenacity and the know-how to get around measures that would help with ignoring them, like blocking them and getting administrator help. Like, that's when you have enough of those people and enough of them are relatively not knowledgeable in terms of ways around those systems. There is sometimes there's just, and sometimes is in a lot of cases, there is just not really a way to totally shut them out, to manage to effectively ignore them.
Don't you think a good way to solve that issue would be to create, and maybe not on the same website, because, you know, like, let's just say you have a mod who knows everyone's IP and they're involved, well, then you're pretty fucked. But when it comes to just, like, the idea of creating another account without using your previous name, and maybe using, like, a Gmail, right? And then, like, have, like, getting the other people that you previously associated with on this website, unless it's, like, too numerous to do that, on that format, then I think that that's a potential way to round it, because there's no way they could track you through that, and yeah, right? I think that would be a good solution in most cases. Or just creating a new account, because, like, it would be hard for them to find you. And you're, like, on Facebook, like, there's a million fucking different accounts named, you know, something, so it's pretty hard for them to find you, even if you did use the, you know, old name.
I suggest so. That things are well, often in response to you know, some kind of activity. Like I think people who engage in some kind of activism are frequent targets. Like say I think feminists are in particular, and perhaps also some LGBT people, or LGBT kinds of activism as well.
I mean, I would say in terms of cultural relevance, I could agree with you that they would be more of a target, since it's a topical situation regarding them. Yeah. And then again, people do have extremely strong opinions regarding that topical situation, so maybe, yeah. At least right now. In 10 years, maybe it'll change, but yeah.
So what if in order to deal with trolling that turns into bullying, we took the same approach that companies are now taking towards peer-to-peer and torrenting? Whereas step one, as in Netflix, for instance, makes it impossible to use VPNs to hide who you are. Step two, if you fuck up, they lean on your internet provider, not you directly, and thereby look to isolate you from the net. Would that work?
Might actually.
Possibly, but I don't think that it should. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm in.
Either one of you, one at a time, but both of you at some point.
I was mostly in agreement with Gus that I mean, using your IP, reporting it to your provider. I wouldn't want to use it for things like torrenting, but if you're doing something with the potential to harm either physically or emotionally, psychologically another person, then maybe that's somewhere we could really use steps like using your IP against you.
Yeah, no, that was going to be my position too. I was going to say that it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all solution. Not for every little issue should be reported, but if you're talking like serious, like death threats that actually have the plausibility of happening and like actually occurring, like these people are, you almost definitely know it. Well, then definitely that's a situation where I would almost definitely agree. You have to know the situation where you can 100% agree or not, but almost definitely.
I would. I think as long as like every single one of us is going to have a fucking credit report attached to our social security number or what do you say, equivalent, depending on where we live. I think as long as we're all stuck with these reports attached to our identities, we might as well like add to it like, oh, this person has a tendency to threaten other people's lives.
I think that ultimately could backfire and that it could become actionable, because the idea normally when you're dealing with laws, what you need is proportionate response, right? So, I mean, if someone is basically just going on the internet until the other person goes fucking nuts, that's pretty shitty, okay? But that's not the same as completely wrecking their entire life for the next 40 years, which is what attaching something to your credit report would do.
And you're right.
But for instance, like I said, you go to the IP provider, and the IP provider says, "Look, we're getting reports from people that you're pulling this crap. If you do this, we will refuse to provide you with internet service, and we will put your name on a blackball list so that all the other reputable, i.e. people who have fucking actual, networks and shit, plus people who piggyback on reputable networks, will know that you're nothing but trouble. And essentially, you get exiled from the internet."
Well, the
unless
free
you want to
market
go to unless you want to go to the fucking library or something like that. But I mean, if you think the library doesn't control the kind of shit you get up to, you're crazy.
Well, yeah,
and obviously
IPs. I get a different IP for every cell tower. In fact, just even reconnecting to the cell tower dynamically grants me a new IP too.
Right, but the thing is, these IPs can still be tracked. You send this IP to the provider that is leasing it, and they can tell, oh, this happened at this time. Well, at this time, this phone was using this IP. They can.
What about Tor?
Well, yeah, you can get so far with an IP, but I mean,
Tor is.
Hang on, we can get so far with an IP, but I can just go to cut different cell tower, right? I might have to physically go somewhere, but.
Well, no, that's the thing. Is your provider, the person that they're not leaning on you. They're not gonna block the IP and ruin it for everybody else that gets that IP in the future. They're not leaning on the IP. They're leaning on the provider that leases it, and they're saying what IP and at what time. The provider can link that to you, and the provider then is going to lean not on the IP but on you as a customer.
Okay, that makes
and
sense.
as far as I just want to cut in, as far as using VPNs or IP masking, Netflix has basically shown that they're willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater entirely by saying, look, if we even fucking detect that we can't see your IP, you're no longer going to be, we don't care if you're paying your $10 a month, you're no longer going to be in good standing. And they have no problem with retroactively writing that into contracts, also known as "fuck you, Charlie" by lawyers.
I've used IRC channels that had bots that automatically block people that come through VPNs and Tor network and that stuff. And that's the thing is if we wouldn't be looking at like a government implementing this, right? We would be looking at the sites that you use, the sites that you're abusing people on. Those sites, be it Google, Facebook, or the like these social networks or games maybe, or whatever you are using to abuse people through, that particular, the owner of that leaning on the ISP.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not, and the part of the problem with trying to go after cyberbullies in the past has been, you've been trying to go to the cops. And it's understandable, right? Because some of the shit that cyberbullies have pulled has been absolutely criminal. But how did we catch Capone? Does anybody know how we caught Capone?
Some other crime?
Tax evasion.
Income taxes.
Tax evasion, yeah.
So we picked something really small, and when it comes to these cyberbullies, just turn off the internet for them.
And I would say
they'd have to go sit in fucking ball scratch Wyoming in order to fucking get a 244 fucking connection to the internet.
So I was saying, like, the answer to Tor is, like, if these sites, Facebook, Google, etc., then block the VPNs so that they have your IP to report.
War driving. War driving.
What's war driving?
Well, then it's on your ass for leaving your network open.
What's war driving?
War driving is where you drive down the road with your laptop in the passenger seat looking for an open network.
You're fucking kidding? People do this? That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I had to do it one time when I was in New Orleans, and I was trying to like get directions to a restaurant that I couldn't find, and I didn't have a smartphone at the time, so I got my laptop out and I wardrobe, and then I Google Maps from the first unprotected linksys that I found.
Okay. While it is a good strategy, it could be dangerous. What you're talking about the war driving thing, because what I've been trying to do recently is do a man in the middle attack with SSL strip. It's where I walk around with a hotspot and I monitor all traffic coming into the hotspot.
Oh yeah. And you name your hotspot like Linksys without a password or something like that.
You call it like free Wi-Fi wherever I am, like whatever city I am, free municipal Wi-Fi.
Oh God,
that's diabolical. You guys are.
Like, here's the thing, I am a director on the board of a public city Wi-Fi. Okay.
What?
And that is fucking evil.
You look like you're 20. You look like you're 23 for crying out loud. How could you be director of a Tasty Freeze? Never mind, director of a.
I'm 26, first off, and I know.
You know, I mean, seriously.
I'm an activist. I'm a socialist politician. People know. I at some point when I realized I was too disabled to work for money, I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna switch to activism and politics.
What? You're a politician?
Yeah. I'm running for Congress in Vermont.
What?
Yeah.
I am a stranger in a strange land.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? You seem like a nice enough lady, so fuck, you might as well. I mean, what the hell?
Well, so you know, Bernie Sanders is going to be our next president, and
you know, dream big, but you know,
anyway,
at the house.
I'm getting there. So whether or not he's our next president, he's running for that and not his old Senate seat.
You know what I don't understand? Okay.
Bernie Sanders' childhood friend, Peter Diamondstone, is running for Bernie's old Senate seat, one of the Vermont Senate seats, and has actually picked me to run for Representative Welch's current seat as well. Yeah. It's pretty nice. Like, a few years ago, I felt like I was a complete nobody, and then this year, Bernie Sanders' childhood friend picked me for running for Congress. It was pretty awesome.
I was going to say something. What the hell's that? Oh, yeah. You know what I don't understand? Is how come people don't drag Elizabeth Warren into the White House by her friggin' nose? I mean, what a wonderful woman Elizabeth Warren is. What a president she'd make. Or actually, they should put her on the Supreme Court, man. Never mind that. Although I don't think she's a lawyer, though.
You know what pisses me off is the fact that fucking Joe Biden had a family emergency at exactly the right fucking time for him to not want to run for president.
Why?
I want to see it. I would like to see a Joe Biden presidency.
What?
The dude was amazing for LGBT rights. Generally is like pro civil rights across the fucking board.
But he's shiftier than a space bar. That guy. I mean,
no, he's not. He is so honest that sometimes they have to cup his fucking mouth and drag him out of the damn room. Like this is a guy who gets in trouble for saying the wrong words at interviews.
Yeah, but that's because he says dumb stuff, not honest stuff.
What's this about Biden?
I mean, look at if he's an ally to LGBTQB tilde umlaut.
The Mughals. He's an ally to Mughals.
If he's an ally to them's what's, then so be it. You know, I'm not going to take that away from you. But Joe Biden, I don't know, man. He's squirrely stuff. I'd really rather see Elizabeth Warren. I mean,
no, she's great. She's great.
That speech she made about you know, so you built a factory and you know, good for you, whatever. But you know, you used it on public roads and this and that and the other thing. And I mean that you know, Joe Biden can't make a speech like that because his head's stuck halfway up his ass half the time. I mean, you know, Joe Biden is a great vice president, but I'd never want to put him in charge. Never.
Okay. I mean,
wonderful wingman.
He'll be vice president again.
They got it. But you know, the funny thing is that if they drafted Elizabeth Warren as to run as president, I don't know who she'd get for her vice president. I don't know. Oh boy, oh boy. Here we go, eh? That's wonderful for my ears. The sound of scraping glass.
Oh, sorry.
Could you strangle a budgie afterwards too, just for dessert? Because that'd be like nice. I'm just playing with you. I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you.
Hey, if they dragged Warren kicking and screaming into the presidential nomination, the least that they could do is draft that socialist Jewish carpenter to be vice president.
Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus.
Not that kid.
Jesus. Sorry, I do.
Like a 2,000-year cooldown.
Well,
yeah, I still haven't figured out the SSL strip card yet, so don't worry. My evil plan is not going to happen for at least a couple more weeks until I get some other things done. But I can read packets. They're just encrypted.
Well,
yeah, I heard Gus calling you a girl. Are you transgender? Or is that just him fucking with you?
Nadia is a girl.
Oh yes, Nadia. I meant Adina.
Adina is also a girl.
Yes, she is. So what the fuck's happening here?
I was asking.
Asking pronouns is probably better. So.
Yeah, that's the point that I made. Yeah, was it today or yesterday? Like, if you want to ask someone's gender, the way to do that is to not ask their gender, and to potentially just say, hey, I don't know which pronouns to use for you. Do you want me to say she, her? Do you want me, that kind of thing. Which I do prefer, she, her, by the way. And by prefer, I mean I might cut you if you use something else. But I'll cut you with words, not the knife that I have in the other room.
Oh dear. Well, I think what is it? Cyberbullying and online harassment affairs. Well, I don't think it's likely to see significant action, barring something to compel the ISPs to go the way you suggest. But that would be part of the identity tracing anyway, right? So I'm not sure. Go ahead.
What did Adina say? I missed that part.
Oh, in effect, to take complaints against various accounts and deny access from the IP holder and so on. Go ahead.
Denying access.
About which thing?
Oh,
Are we asking for a repetition of something I've said?
Yes.
Or which thing?
Something about denying.
Your method of counteraction.
Gus, I hear you
That
just
was
fine.
originally Gus's idea, and I just kind of expanded on how it might be done. But that's if somebody's being abusive through a particular site or game or something, the owner of the medium through which the bullying or abuse is happening could report the IP address and the time to whichever internet service provider has that IP address officially leased, and that provider should be able to tell which customer had that IP at that time and probably committed that abuse.
I hate to break into the conversation with something mundane, but I had to reload because some of the people in the chat couldn't hear me. Can you all hear me?
No, I can hear you, Gus.
We hear you, Gus. We hear you.
Okay. Because last time only poor Faye could hear me, and I'm jabbering away in Faith's ear, and nobody else could hear me. Okay, good. Carry on. Pardon me.
Yeah, the cooperation from both the ISP and the social network platform are some respects required.
And either a standard could be created for that, or on a case-by-case basis, particular social network providers can make deals with particular ISPs. Either way would work, and actually the latter way would probably result in several versions of the former way.
So you want ISPs to cut off internet access to users who cyberbully.
Right.
That seems like a slippery slope.
Oh.
Well, so, and something I was going to mention earlier, but I think we moved on to a different conversation before then, is that it's going to have the same problems as any other form of policing, right? I mean, there's different kinds of policing. There's the assholes in uniforms, and then there's community-based policing, which is what this is. But one of the problems with policing as a concept is that things like corruption and prejudice can get in the way of using these systems correctly and justly. And those are, unfortunately, separate issues around pretty much the entire concept of policing. That you're going to have the same problem as when a cop pulls someone over and makes a snap decision based on their color, how to behave.
Right.
You know?
I just want to say really quick, Kylo, you do realize that cyberbullying does often lead to suicide, right?
Or worse.
That's right.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what? I listen. I was one of the first generation to grow up with the internet, and I have trouble seeing the internet as a place that's regulated too. You know, but nobody has the right to hurt people just because they think it's fucking fun in the real world. So why should they have the right to do it on the internet?
Hear, hear. Yes.
Well, I mean, my internet experience dates back a quarter century. Right?
So does mine.
So, I mean, what I saw, at least in those earlier incarnations, was that accounts were basically traceable. You would see you would see wherever you were logging in from relatively often. You weren't anonymous. In fact, you could use something called Finger. Get your address and phone number.
What's your point, Nadia?
I don't know as it should go that far. I don't necessarily think that I mean, I think again, I don't want to see this become a criminal matter. Essentially, all I'm looking for is denial of service. You know, and because after all, there's no need to throw somebody in jail if they're messing with you on the internet, because if you take their internet away, they can't mess with you anymore.
But if you
No,
block
so-
them, it also makes it more difficult to mess with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, to a certain point, right? I mean, you know, there's the I get fed up with the sort of measure countermeasure game that gets played between people who, you know, professional trolls and professional provocateurs who are always going to be more skilled than the average trog at getting around these programs and these environments. You know, I mean, just like for instance, a professional burglar is always going to have a better idea of how to get in your house than you're going to have of how to keep them out. You know, that's why when it's all over, you don't try to play the game on their level. You just call the fucking cops and let them sort it out.
Oh.
Right? But in this case, instead of calling the cops, the authority would be the ISP and, you know, whoever all else you'd need to get these dumb fucks off the internet.
Oh, so I think some of the issue though is well, ISPs is in some respects need to coordinate, right?
Some respects what?
Need to coordinate, or they just change ISPs, right?
Oh yeah, well, like I said, I mean, ISPs would also, I mean, ISPs would almost have to behave like casinos in Las Vegas, where if you get thrown out of one because you're a jackhole, they talk to each other, and the next thing you know, before you know it, nobody else is going to give you a fucking internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
And it would be in their best interest too, particularly if there was strong regional legislation against any sort of shenanigans going on, which would probably have to run hand in hand with.
Absolutely.
You know,
I think if I were going to try to implement this, one of the things that I would do is probably make an attempt to legislate a standard and say content providers have at least these measures in place by this date. ISPs have at least these measures in place by this date. And then after a particular date, then there should be enough automatic talking back and forth to at least have conversations about these incidences, at least have users who do these things leaned on, if not like put on some sort of strike system before they're.
See, my question is like, I kind of agree with this is a little bit of a slippery slope, because what's going to consummate as bullying? Like, you know, like we already have a problem on YouTube with false flagging and, you know, channels getting taken down for really not minor, really nothing for nothing. Like just because somebody got offended about something minor.
I would want the social network owner to have to investigate these
yeah, unlike Google, that basically says that because they have no legal compunction and it doesn't make them any money to actually investigate whether or not you've done something. Unlike that situation, you would basically have to, you know, it would be incumbent upon the person who's making the complaint to cite a specific situation, a specific timestamp, or at least an approximate timestamp within a certain ballpark, and then it would be up to the environmental provider, i.e., Facebook or Xbox Live or whatever the hell.
Oh God, Xbox Live.
To essentially investigate the claim, and you know, and it might take a bit of time. Like, this isn't going to be perfect, but you know, I mean,
I think there should be some sort of department in place, right? There should be some sort of some department either already existing or to exist someday should have the role of either like answering network provider questions about whether or not something constitutes bullying or abuse, of being able to be reported to if something is reported to the network provider and then not dealt with, or being able to be contacted with some sort of evidence if for if someone is, you know, if the system is abused against a person. The oversights have to be there.
You're mentioning Facebook and Xbox Live. These are private internet services. They're not ISPs. ISPs are like, at this point, almost a utility.
We're talking about two stages here: the network provider and the internet provider, right? You have your internet service provider, and then you have the provider of the service you're committing the abuse on. So if you commit the abuse on Facebook, Xbox Live, YouTube, whatever, then that provider should be sending appropriate information to your internet service provider, which will be either Comcast or AT&T or something like that.
While I agree something has to be done, I don't know if I agree with any of the solutions that you guys have proposed here. But I do agree that some sort of legislative action needs to be taken care of. The challenge that you're going to get is that the internet is the first thing that all consumers use that's international. So if you try to legislate it with laws in Canada and use that towards people who aren't citizens or inhabitants of Canada, it's going to be a challenge, or wherever it is that you do it. So
absolutely,
that would be the biggest, I think, challenge you're going to get.
Right. You can only affect network providers and internet service providers that are within the jurisdiction.
But you know, the optimistic thing about that is a couple of things. One, a lot of companies are expanding globally, and two, it's very difficult to troll somebody when you don't speak their language. So, for instance, in North America in particular, and let's say in Great Britain, and to a lesser extent some other European countries, I mean, you know, I mean, Canada and the United States, it's not that difficult to rejig NAFTA so that, you know, certain treaties can cross borders where, you know, if somebody from Canada is fucking with somebody in the States and vice versa, that's not that difficult to do. It's also not that difficult to get into some kind of a deal like that with Great Britain, who is even more interested in policing abuse on the internet than Canada and the United States put together.
Yeah, the United Kingdom being the country that requires all internet service providers to deny porn by default unless you send a letter or something.
I have a question. What about users?
But just to finish my point, having said that, I mean, it's very, you know, I mean, that being the case, we would almost have a blessing of the fact that not everybody speaks English in the world, so I wouldn't worry too much about. I wouldn't worry about some Russian trying to troll me with Cyrillic. They're like, okay, you just called me something, and it looks.
You know why? Do you know why my Google Plus block list is 30,000 people long?
Yeah, but you're I mean, you put people on a block list for, you know, a lot of different reasons. I mean, the most common of which is weenie waggling. And I mean, you know, weenie waggling is something that can occur on G+, but it's you know, I can't go on Facebook and get
I'll put it this way: at least 30,000 of the 30+ thousand people.
Well, Nadia, the only reason you have Nadia, the only reason you have that many people on your block list is because your name in Arabic is moist. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So,
yeah.
Moist.
Right. And the images like that don't need a common language.
No, they don't. But I mean, that's something that's, first of all, Google Plus. I mean, Google Plus will come down on that like a ton of bricks. They don't need any convincing to get in line with that. Two, I mean, there are very few other venues where you can successfully do that on. I mean, you can't do that on. I mean, I suppose, sure, you could take a call from somebody that you don't know, because Google or Facebook's IM now has instant calling or whatever, and you could accidentally get weenie waggled. But I mean, that's, you know, stop giggling. In most cases, in most cases, it's you know they're just sending you dick pics, and I mean
I'm sensing a lot of weenie waggler shaming in here right now, and
well, you know,
honestly making me a little uncomfortable.
Nadia is a classy woman, and she's got better things to do than have it shaken in her face from strange men. Okay, and I respect that.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
You know, like she's got a show she's got to run here. You know, she's got better things to do with her time than have odd fellows, you know, swinging their todgers around.
That's
not
true.
to mention
That's
that.
right. Well,
Gus,
it needs to be off air, and I want to say, Farhan, salam alaikum, salam alaikum. I'm trying, man.
You're over cooking. He's not Jewish. It's salam alaikum. It's
Yeah,
salam alaikum.
like I can admit that Jews we've turned a lot of hard H's into CH's and KH's when some of them didn't begin that way.
Although Yiddish is a fantastic language. I love Yiddish.
Salam alaikum. Farhan, perhaps you can tell us how to say it.
So anyway, okay, fine.
Farhan, what's going on, Farhan? Talk to us. Speak to us.
Actually, kind of would like permission to say what I just wrote in the side chat.
Dick pics of cigar cutters.
I would mention to Farhan that your audio is not coming through.
Yeah,
We can't hear you. Okay.
Yes, we can now.
Okay, I had misadjusted. I was
Salam alaikum.
saying I will first off, wa alaikum salam, and I will totally accept shalom alaikum, or chum, or I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I only know how to say shalom aleichem.
Yeah.
When you say walaikum salam, there's another part sometimes as part of a more formal greeting that has the word wa barakatuh in it.
That's correct. Yeah. Wow.
And how does the rest hang on a second, Dina, we'll get to you. How does the rest of that go?
So it goes salam alaikum.
Yeah.
That's how let me start from the basics. Salam alaikum.
Yes.
The whole thing is wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
There we go.
So
all
salam
right.
alaikum.
I was gonna say in Yiddish we've mostly changed the shalom is Hebrew, and in the Yiddish phrase we've turned it into sholem for some reason. So it's sholem aleichem and then aleichem sholem.
Is this accurate? I heard that in ancient Hebrew people didn't say aleichem; they just said shalom, and then it became the aleichem because Muslims say alaikum. Is that true or is that inaccurate?
I don't know, but I do know that just shalom is still totally a normal thing to say. We would just do both now, so I wouldn't be surprised if one form of it came in from elsewhere.
I could be mistaken. I just remember I heard that because it was like this is probably incorrect. I heard that Maimonides, because he was influenced by, he lived like in a Muslim country, so he was influenced by that culture around him. But I don't know if that's accurate.
A large number of some of the most influential rabbis in history and Jewish scholars have been of Sephardic origin. And one of the things about being a Spanish anything is that a lot of the Spanish culture, and especially at that time in history, was very heavily influenced by the Muslim world and Muslim culture.
Yeah, well, that whole Reconquista thing, with El Cid and such. Anyways, no, I just had this really funny thought. Like there are some scholars that believe that Maimonides was persecuted whilst living in Muslim lands. And so I had this thought running through my head: run, Maimonides, run! But
well, I think my understanding is that in one Muslim country he was persecuted, and then he moved to another one where he wasn't.
Here we go. You see, not
Yeah.
all Muslims are the same. No, I was just saying I really love you. I mean, who wants to sweat when you can schwitz, right? Who wants to be a nobody when you can nebbish, right? Who wants to, like I want to have a good schwitz. I want to go outside and have a schwitz.
Can I recite the Shema really quick? Just I don't know why I feel called to, but I just want to.
Yeah, I love hearing the Shema. Go ahead.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Is that it?
I should have covered my head when I did that with my hoodie, but I didn't.
Is there more? Because I want to know. Because I've got a brisket. It's in the oven. I want to know if there's more I should be getting. I don't even know.
Oh my gosh! So there's a Jewish restaurant across the street here, and I was like, oh, that is fucking awesome. I'm gonna go have like food that is certified kosher for once. And I go over there and like none of it is certified. Half of it is not kosher even. Like just obviously not kosher. Like there's pig in this. There's meat and dairy mixed in that. Like it's what? Like I was just like, so fucking fake. They just wanted to put like Jewish culture on the walls, and it was very annoying.
Oh.
I've gone back to eating at places that are not remotely Jewish.
If I was a rich man.
You want to hear the Shema in Arabic?
Do it.
Sure, why not? Might as well.
Yes.
I can't recite it that way, but it's.
Oh, come on.
It's Isma' ya Israel. Rabbu ilahna Rabbu ahad. Isma' is like Shema. Ya Israel, Israel. Rabbu ilahana, like our Lord is God. Rabbu ahad, which is like saying Adonai echad. Ahad echad, same thing.
No, okay, all right, cool. All right, Farhan, just recite it. Don't worry about being PC. Just recite it. I want to hear it.
I think you did, but with commentary.
Isma. Actually, this is Ya Bani Israel, but I don't know if that's right. It's supposed to be, I think, Isma Ya Israel, Rabbu ilahana Rabbu ahad. Which is I can't say it like all lovely, but.
Can I tell you a weird sort of one of those things that you'd always like to do, but you know you have no business doing, and it probably never happened? I always wanted to give the muezzin someplace. Just to stand up on top of the tower, you know, with the megaphone in your hand and just yell, Allahu Akbar.
But then because you're an atheist, you just gotta say like, Ashhadu an la ilaha, and just stop right there.
When I was a kid, I didn't know what that was. Like I thought they were calling out the time and the temperature.
That means
I didn't know. Like I said, you know, those guys.
Come
when I was
on,
a little kid, I didn't know. When I was a kid, you can't fault me for what I didn't know.
It's an honest mistake.
Come on, man.
I mean, you never see clocks in these places anywhere, so I thought they just had these little dudes that stand up on top of the towers and they tell you what time it is. What?
There's a clock tower in Mecca. But still, I would briefly note that any country doing this unilaterally with respect to hello, what is that?
I hear you.
Yeah, any country unilaterally doing the kind of thing with the ISP blocking and such, will pretty much see people getting bouncers from the rest of the world, and just reconnecting to the service from somewhere international, right?
Pretty much, yeah. You'd have an international war.
Oh.
I suppose. I would really only worry about. I would be concerned about, you know, China. But other than that, I mean, when was the last time somebody got cyberbullied to death by some Chinese dudes?
Oh, hang on. No, it wouldn't be countries offhand opposing each other. It would be people using internet platforms, IP addresses from other countries. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. The ISP in the other country wouldn't be under the same kind of obligation to.
No,
Yeah.
but then again, like I said, I mean, an awful lot of these other countries we're talking about are countries where, you know, there isn't an awful lot of interest in cyberbullying from them into an a mostly English-speaking country. I'm not frankly not worried about people from like, Northern Africa or.
No, they wouldn't be from there. They wouldn't be from there. Maybe
From there.
Well,
Right.
how would you get a service provider from a country that you don't live in?
You wouldn't. You would relay through.
Yeah.
Well,
But that's the thing we talked about. It's easy to tell who's doing that.
Yeah.
And whether or not somebody's doing that, and preventing all traffic of that type from your site, though.
I mean, like I said, Netflix prevents VPNs. If they even sniff that you're not who you say you are, you're done. And if Netflix can do it, ISPs can do it.
Bear with me. I'm not sure entirely that. Well, okay, I know the technical thing. People who are sophisticated can get around all these things anyway. But okay, I think that the use of the foreign IPs and such. I mean, there are tunneling protocols to make these relatively whatever thing. They also require someone. I'm getting static.
Yeah, Gus, can you mute, buddy?
Yeah, hang on a sec. I'll try reloading.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, he was the one to. Oh, he addressed with this, but still. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think the companies will take this up without some kind of compulsion, and they would have to be global. Perhaps it's what was going on with the affairs on cyber harassment at the UN.
So, are you against all form of internet censorship, Nadia? Or not censorship, anonymity? I can't pronounce that word. Anonymity.
Yeah, I generally don't like it.
So you're against Tor?
As far as Tor goes, the reason why I don't like it is basically because of the enablement of trolls, but Tor's in some respects something else.
I see value in Tor as, like, if you're being particularly subversive, like, say you're submitting something to WikiLeaks, God forbid, and you want the anonymity, you want not to be, like, caught and jailed for doing something that is ultimately for the greater good. There's a use there. It also has its use in enabling the anonymity of trolls, but for that I also can see the use in blocking Tor in certain cases. Like if I was running a site like WikiLeaks or one of its more regional counterparts like Vermont WikiLeaks, I love this site a lot. If I was owning or running a site like that, I mean, I would never block Tor or VPN traffic. On the other hand, if I'm running a site like Facebook, or if I'm running a video game where people have the potential to be bullied, abused, harassed within the environment, and there's no logical reason why people should be remaining unreachable, uncatchable for doing things like that, then I can see a use in blocking Tor and VPN services, which is totally possible. Anyone can do, any website owner can do it. So it's you can have it both ways. You can protect the places that need protecting, and you can keep open the places that need to have that anonymity.
Basically, but the onus of the platform, in some respects. So the platforms that are now that form, well, major social networks. Actually, yeah, but well, I don't see distinguishing words that are necessarily be all that well done. I think. Well, one thing you can do though is you can basically have tracking them down, correlating it with whatever you have on their network things, and barring if they don't match, bring them down.
Nadia, can I get 2 seconds here, please?
Sure.
All right. Never been to a mosque. Never heard the call to prayer, but
Oh dear.
I'm gonna stop there.
Okay.
I'll send you a recording. Yeah, and eventually they say Akbar, Allahu Akbar twice. God is greater than God is greater. It means two things: God is greatest or God is greater.
Right. I was gonna do that actually, but I stopped myself.
So I mean, on the subject of the bullying and I guess crackdown on it conversation, I think that it would be fair to require ISPs to have that receptiveness more so than to put that on the content provider, because they're content providers, like I mentioned as an extreme example, WikiLeaks, that really should not have that requirement. But I think that, if you have two social networks to choose from, and one is actually using these systems, these standards to protect people from bullying, and the other is not, I think that that's something that you can factor in when you're deciding which address to put into the bar at the top of the browser, right?
Well, you can't decide where everyone else is going. And
right,
you're obviously to reach out to people, right?
And so even if you have a website owner or a like game server that's outside of the United States, like we'll take, because I know enough about it, I mean, take EVE Online, and the fact that their developer is in Iceland, and I think that their servers may also be in Iceland. Nah, we don't know. Okay, but they could still, as long as the ISPs in the United States or in a particular region or a particular state have those standards in place, and it's, a provider in Iceland or wherever else could still, like, if they see that it's an IP that is leased to an ISP within a region that has these standards or these laws, they could still use this system from outside of the country, and maybe more scrutiny is put toward it. Maybe it takes longer to be reviewed, but like at the same time, I think that as long as it is possible to enforce and prevent within the jurisdiction, that with as many people as you're able to prevent from harming other people, there's a use there.
Now, why would the platform providers ever cooperate, though?
so that they're trusted by their users, so that their users can feel safe. I mean, there was a similar debacle with what was that? There was a Firefox plugin that could steal people's Facebook information as long as they were on an open network. And the reason that it worked was because Facebook was not protected by a secure socket layer. And what ended up happening was there was enough of a blowback from people afraid of this extension and people using this extension that Facebook felt the peer pressure, Google Plus felt the peer pressure, pretty much all of the well-known social networks within the next couple of months after that was a big deal, implemented secure socket layer, at least optionally, and some of them actually required for accessing their sites, so that it would be harder for people using tools like that to steal information like that. I think that a similar form of peer pressure from the consumers of those sites, from the people who are using them and the people who would potentially be abused or whose children would potentially be bullied, would probably be able to exert enough peer pressure on sites like Facebook to follow such a standard.
Adina, two things. Number one, look into the software Let's Encrypt. And number two, when someone was an undergrad, it's possible that they knew that Facebook didn't use any type of encryption whatsoever, and this person might have pulled Facebook passwords out of the Wi-Fi of his university all the time in the student commons. I don't know who this person is, but this person might have done that.
I'm aware of Let's Encrypt, and the automated. You're referring to the encryption software that automatically renews the SSL certificate, and that is, I believe that one of my mothers, she has a number of web domains that she is the administrator for, and she's actually already implemented Let's Encrypt on those.
That's awesome. I don't know Let's Encrypt all that well. I mean, I've barely gotten it working. I have a site that I mess with. It's a paid-for service, I think, at some point, if you use more than 5 a month or something like that. Get my Chrome broke up.
Oh, Revenues, that's like the second or third time that we've seen your actual face for like a split second, and then you went back to the photo.
I'm going to switch computers.
Sorry about that. I had to check in with certificates and all that. Oh, they're right. Facebook. Yeah.
Just want to thank you, Farhan, for wow, the 2 links up. Thank you.
Where'd Farhan go?
He said he was switching computers, I think.
Oh.
Hello, this is Ermine.
Yes,
Hello.
We're here.
Hello.
We hear you. Welcome back.
Yeah, Farhan, if you didn't hear me, thank you. Thank you for those links. Thank you.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. By the way, I really enjoy hearing the Shema. I used to listen to it all the time. I used to just randomly Google, or YouTube rather, really nice Shema recitations. But there's more to it, though. I don't know the rest of it. I just know the basic parts.
Yeah, Ermine, we hear you. Sorry if you're trying to speak. Go ahead.
That wasn't me.
Sorry, that was me. That was me. I knocked my headphones off.
No, before you came back in, Farhan, Ermine was trying to. She's like, hello, hello.
No. That was I was on the phone. That was a phone call. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Erica. What's your name again? Adina. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying exactly what you were.
Isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful. It's wow.
So, weird confession, but I went through a period of time where I thought about becoming a Noahide.
Really?
Yeah, a couple of, not that long though.
I am still technically a Noahide.
I think I am too.
Well, wait a minute. Then what, you got engaged and thought otherwise?
No, this is a while ago.
Oh.
Yeah, like this is like maybe like 10 years ago.
Oh.
No, but like in the sense of like everything that's required by them, I already do, I guess. So,
Yeah, pretty much as long. I mean, I don't know how it. I mean, I don't know if there's any like real conflict within the beliefs of Christians or Muslims, but like pretty much like both believe in the God of Israel, and both generally follow the Noahide laws as far as I know. Like, there's not a really good.
yeah, pretty much. As far as I know, I mean, I don't really enumerate them the way they would, but yeah.
I think I would like actually phrase them differently in some of the Noahide laws differently in English than other people have chosen to do.
Sorry, say that one more time. It really broke up a lot. I was switching to my Bluetooth, but then it didn't connect.
I think, like, in translating the Noahide laws to English and picking a phrasing for them, I think I would go a little bit of a different route for a few of them, but yeah.
But this was a while ago. I mean, this was like a really long time ago, and I think it was more of a curiosity. Because at the time I was studying, like not studying, I mean I was just Googling, before there was Google, a bunch of articles on different religions, and I spent a lot of time on Judaism. I think the only religions that kind of care what your religion is are probably Judaism and Islam. I think the other religions don't really care. I don't know if that's an accurate statement. Like, you don't go to hell in Hinduism if you're not a Hindu. Is that accurate?
Is there anyone here who would know?
What?
My understanding is that in Hinduism you don't go to hell for not believing in Hinduism. I don't know if that's accurate or not, though. That was my understanding.
They don't even have a heaven and hell system.
Yeah, I can see that.
To be really technical, though, like, even if you totally eschew the Noahide laws, like, there's still not a real clear picture of, like, a hell place in Judaism.
Right. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I don't know enough about Hinduism. I mean, I know a little bit. I've read a little bit here and there, but I couldn't really comment with a lot of detail. I thought I did, but I don't.
Farhan, brother, how do you feel about the political situation in this country?
I think we're heading towards a period of extremism on both sides. And I think it's going to get more and more. I think what's happened is that the left, unfortunately, has overplayed their hand, and they've made legitimate causes look kind of a little bit on the silly side, and the right wing is going to backlash. And when they backlash, they're going to they'll be fueled by a type of legitimacy, and then they'll go after they'll take their policies to an extreme. So let me put that in more tangible terms. I was watching. I agree with Black Lives Matter 100%. I've protested for them several times. With them.
Yeah, I agree too. Yes.
I recently watched a video with Milo Yiannopoulos, I can't pronounce his last name, at DePaul University. Oh, yeah. And I watched the entire video, and he basically goes there and he's giving a speech, and he gets protested, like, to the point where the event shuts down. Like, these guys get in front of everyone, and not to stereotype, but they're primarily black, right? So now you have a situation with these guys, and they start yelling things like Black Lives Matter, and then the crowd starts yelling All Lives Matter, which I agree with in the sentiment, but it's a way of like kind of drowning out their legitimate claim. Now what happens is that a legitimate claim is going to look illegitimate in front of the broader society. Oh, look at those Black Lives Matter people. They're just a bunch of like hoodlums and thugs, and they're just going around and disrupting things. And then the right wing will use that to discredit them and to maintain the same policies and go back maybe even further. Take that and replicate it across everything. I think it makes sense that you don't want to humiliate people or intimidate people or, you know, have like a one culture type movement. I agree with that 100%. And I think there's a legitimacy in, when I say political correctness, I mean not hurting people's feelings for no reason. And I think the right wing is taking some of the nut jobs, using that to delegitimize the legitimate positions, and then using that to hurt the feelings of people that they shouldn't. There's no need to do that. Like, why are you just insulting people or whatever?
And so, I mean, but in what places are they going to? Like, in what places are the left wing going too far, in your opinion? Like, who are the nut jobs?
I think people who disrupt other people's events, who prevent their freedom of expression. Who say, like, you can't, if you have a view that doesn't agree with my view, then you are fill in the blank. All white people are racists.
Well, okay, but I was protesting outside of someone's event last year, and the reason I was protesting outside of someone's event last year was because they're saying they're saying don't let Muslims in the country, make them wear badges. Like, there's a difference between having an opinion, right, and pretending that your disdain for someone else's existence and experience is an opinion, because it's right. Not. It's just you being a dickhole.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that, I mean, the thing is, it's a hard line, because it's a fine line, because at one level, a view like that can be used to say, like, delegitimize the human rights of a lot of people. At the same time, you don't want to cross into a place where you're saying, like, oh, like this is acceptable, or like, you know.
Yeah, no, Farhan, I'm with you 100% that, like, this country needs to acknowledge that for some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason, black people are, like, targeted by the authorities for some reason. That's why Black Lives Matters exists, right? You know, go ahead.
No, continue. I just said right. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. That's, you know.
I mean, but there's a history there, though, right? Like, there's been an intense hatred of black people ever since they stopped working for free. That's, I mean, it's essentially the people, like, the whole reason that they're unfairly targeted by the prison system is because the prison system is historically built in order to preserve slavery, right? Like the reason you don't put as many white people in these prisons where labor is done for free is because they're not the ones that were supposed to be doing the labor for free. Like, that's the way that these assholes have been thinking ever since emancipation. Like, that's the, you know, that's the pipeline to prison system was put in, like, you know, if you look at if you look at the if you look at the amendment to the Constitution, it says except except as punishment for a crime. Like slavery is abolished except as punishment for a crime. They built in a way to keep the system as it was, and the prejudice has been built around this pipeline, has been built around this continuation, so that so that these predominantly white people in the economic power can continue to profit off of the black people and other targeted marginalized groups the way that they always have. It's all a continuation of that status quo, and the day that we've stopped being prejudiced against the day that we as a society and as a system stop being prejudiced against those people, especially black people who have it the absolute worst, is the day that there stops being the day that we finally stop those people from having the power to influence and enforce that system that's been in place since slavery.
Absolutely. Yes. Well said.
Just a second in between all of that and stuff. I just wanted to say, as a native, kind of feel, I know, as the people from the reservation or whatever. It's kind of like it's two different leagues of discrimination and things. There's a difference between whatever you call that, racism. There's a difference between racism, I guess, if that's the word, or talking down to another, like behaviors and stuff in other people. But like the natives, genocide is a different word. So I'm still not understanding why, like the issue of blackness or Black Lives Matter. Does nobody remember the natives?
Well, it's a separate issue, right? When we're talking about
It's not a separate issue, actually, and that's what I'm trying to point out. It's not a separate issue.
Well,
You're pointing out that there's no reason to discriminate towards black people. But I mean, how come nobody ever talks about natives?
Teach us about it. I don't know. I really don't know enough about it other than that there was a genocide against them.
It was the largest. Okay, so natives lay claim to what is possibly the largest genocide in history.
Well, it's proven. That's why the Canadian government will be paying for it for the rest of time.
And why the American and the United States government should as well, but at the same time, the United States government should be paying reparations to black people.
You guys are more distracted about black and white shit. Who gives a fuck about the natives? You guys don't. As you're still talking about black.
Angela, though, but the spirit of Black Lives Matters is saying that we're outside of the system, and
I feel
it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
What you're doing right now is sort of a classic derailment. Yes, all lives do matter, but the problem is that in a world where
how am I different than a black person? Is all I'm saying. How am I different than a black person?
You're not, and that's very true. You have a completely legitimate thing you're saying. I don't even disagree with you at all.
Well, but there's the thing. Rather than saying all lives matter, you can say Black Lives Matter. You can say, I would really like for for indigenous folks to kind of have their own slogan. I mean, hypothetically, they could say Native Lives Matter, but it would be cool if they had their own slogan that didn't kind of appropriate off of the black one.
Okay, well, I'll try to speak for all natives right now. I'll take the one for the team. I'll try to speak for all natives right now. It's called common sense.
I don't know where you're going with it.
Okay, my cat is like ridiculously in heat. It got outside today, so please don't mind my crazy cat.
I'm trying to understand what's going on.
No, I think you're right, Faith. I think you have a good point. You're right, absolutely. I just don't really know a lot of natives. We say Native Americans here, but I don't really know a lot of natives. I know like maybe 3 I've ever really even met. But no, you're absolutely right. I think probably the first crime in this country was against the Native Americans, and it was a genocide. And yeah, I mean, I'm just not connected. I'm barely connected with Black Lives Matter.
And yeah, you are all connected, and yeah, you do know one. You know me. So yeah, you do.
You're right. Let me take that back.
Talking about the genocide that has been committed against Native Americans and the First Peoples, as I believe the Canadians call them, that is legitimate. It is legitimate to demand. It is legitimate to demand repayment for that. The thing is, the time, there's exactly one time when you should not bring it up, and that's when it will derail from a conversation about another marginalized group's issues.
Understood. I won't do it again. Understood. I get your point. That means that I just have to wait, just like every other native has to wait. We'll have to wait our turn, I guess.
Well, tell us about
it. Who we are.
The turn waiting thing is.
Don't forget who we are.
No. Hold on a second. Let's calm down. in a second. No. We're all friends here. Like I just don't know, and maybe you can teach me some stuff because I'll be honest with you, I'm really ignorant. We don't really learn, unfortunately, these things in school, and like I said, you're probably the only Native person that I know. So yeah, I mean, tell me. I'd actually like to learn more about like the culture and the religion and the these types of things than anything else, especially in its ancient and modern forms.
But the religion is just Mother Nature. There's no attachment to any religion, and that's the whole point: is being forced into religion, being forced into the system.
Well,
that's what natives would have ever done. We don't need to do that shit. We don't need to be in a church. Believe me, we're already here.
One of the things I've noticed,
that certainly does differ between different groups of indigenous people on the continent.
I'm not derailing anything. In fact, you would be the person, including the African Americans and stuff. You'd be invading us, like as
Angela. And wait 1 second. I'm sorry, Adina. Just 1 second. Perhaps this is my role here because I can do something else here, right? Yeah. Have you heard the native shamans when they chant? They have a certain guttural sound in it. They go. That's the resonance of. Well, I'm going to sound like a nut here, but there's a resonance to the planet, right? It's. I'll stop there. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
They do the same thing in Hinduism. They say Om.
I hear you, Rev. I hear everybody. I didn't mean to derail. Okay, let's take it back to where I took a left-hand turn at Albuquerque or something there. I'm not sure why I wanted to bring up natives in the middle of that discussion. I'm sorry, I did derail that, Fairham. I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, that's fine. I didn't need to apologize. I don't really know much about Native Americans, or natives, I should say, because you're Canadian. What we learned is just we didn't really learn them as a different groups of people. Like if you look at, for example, India, and I think there's an Indian guy in this room right now. I think he was here. James. When you learn about when we learn about India, for example, I'm just going to go on a slight tangent. We learn about them as one group of people, when in reality there's like 50,000 different types of Indians, right? I think the same thing with Native Americans, who are ironically another kind of Indian. We just learn of them as just one group, like they're all the same. And it wasn't until maybe like college, I think, where I really learned like, oh, actually there's different groups and different peoples and different cultures and so on and so forth. And they didn't even all get along. They didn't all hate each other. It was a mixed bag, which I thought was really interesting. And they didn't even all speak the same language. They spoke different, varying languages. So yeah.
I'm part of Louis Riel. It's a big battle, like Louis Riel. I'm part of the Red River battle. So I'm Métis. I'm a mix between First Nations and Métis, like First Nations and Quebec. So I am a blend between French and original First Nations. So I'm the first of, like, a lot of first blood Indians do not like I can't just walk onto a full blood reservation and be accepted because they consider me a half-breed.
Oh, so like, is there a thing where there were Native Americans in this country and then there was a second wave of immigration and then that second wave is seen as like less pure or something like that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not as pure as a full blood. Like a full blood would call me a junkie.
That's not good.
Well, it's the way bloods are, and they're called bloods. I'm not considered a blood, but I'm a part blood. So they'll be like, she's allowed, but fuck. Like it's like it's still the disconnection between full-blood natives getting involved with the whiteys, let's say.
Yeah, we have a similar kind of deal in Pakistan, because Pakistan's a very multicultural country. It really is. People don't realize that, but it's an extremely multicultural country, and people have like different kind of like, oh, you're Punjabi, or you're Sindhi, or you're Balochi, you're Pashtun. Even myself, like I look very Pathan. Good.
Farhan, you're in Pakistan?
No, I'm in the U.S., but my family is originally from there.
Oh, well, wow. How you know so much about that? I don't know why. I thought, for some reason, I guess, maybe I thought you were...
No, I'm ethnically Pakistani, but I was born and raised in the U.S., but I happen to know a little bit about them. And one of the things is that even amongst them, I mean, I would imagine, based on what you just told me about different cultures and how people... like beef with each other over like, oh, you're a half-breed or whatever. I kind of get the same thing sometimes. I've seen that as well here, intra-group or intra-ethnic or intra-nationalistic rivalries or whatever.
I think that's really useful, Farhan. Thanks for the lesson. I guess I certainly needed it. But yeah, in case anyone can hear my cat, that is extremely annoying. He got outside today, and now he can't stop talking about it. He must have met a girl. Like, can you hear him say hello? Hey, kitten, Ramo, come say hello. Say hello. He talks. He's kind of a crazy cat. But yeah, thanks for that. That makes a lot of sense.
That's a common thing amongst a lot of cultures, where one culture, for example, like feels like they're the pure of a certain group, and they're not really cool with others and stuff like that. That's very common. Yeah, unfortunately. And I'm not like saying like, oh, woe is me, like we're so oppressed or whatever the hell. Like, I don't really feel that way. I think one of the things I agree with on the right is that the left does tend to have an oppression Olympics. And sometimes it's like kind of reveling in our negativity instead of like looking for the positivity. And one thing I like about who's the guy, Dr. Oh my God, what's his name? He's always at the time with Chris Hedges. He takes he's a black guy, and he's clearly an oppressed people, but he has fun and he dances and sings and like he turns it into a positive thing about like, yeah, my people are oppressed, but it's a spiritual upliftment for us. What's his name? Really honorable person. Cornel West. That's it, Cornel West. I actually saw him in person in D.C.
Yeah, but all I could think of Cornelius. But that's not the name.
Cornel West is a big supporter of Bernie Sanders, and his partner in crime, Chris Hedges, is not a supporter of Bernie Sanders. But yeah, I feel you. I need to learn more about Native. Actually, one thing I'll say is that I don't know how familiar you are with the U.S., but I went to, what was the state again? Kentucky, in this one mountain range. I forgot what it was called. And there's a city there, the Smoky Mountain area. And there's quite a few Native Americans that are there. I did see them, but it was kind of like a, what's it called where you're not like a pure expression of your culture? It's just kind of like what foreigners look at them as. I forgot the name of it.
Projection is all that comes to mind, but I understand that for sure. Piro 314 is also a Dakota Indian. His grandmother was a full blood. So just so everybody knows, that's why I'm always at, like, if you see Piro and I in the same room, like 314, I'll always go after Piro to talk about Native issues, but Piro seems to be more interested in talking about philosophical issues. So it doesn't seem like it's a big topic. Native issues, I think, are just kind of not really as important as, let's say, Black African American. Like the movement between black and whites is much more stronger than any movement between the whites and the natives. So that I guess that's the only reason I interrupted. I apologize because you are correct. I was derailing the conversation. You're right. I did do that.
Albatross, welcome. Sorry, just got back. Sorry, buddy.
No, Big Bird is here. He's been here for like 10 minutes.
James, can you speak Hindi?
I can watch Hindi movies.
Oh, that's right. I had this conversation with you the other day. I forgot. So, अगर मैंने आपके साथ उर्दू बोला, शायद आपको समझ आता है या इतना ज़्यादा नहीं?
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying.
Wow, that's impressive. I can't understand any Bengali. Although once I went to a Bengali conference. And,
what did you say?
I said, if I spoke to you in Urdu, Hindi, could you understand me or not that much? And he said, yeah, I can understand you. And I was saying once I went to a Bengali conference.
Okay, like just for the record, because we're being recorded and stuff, can you do it one more time, like just for my repeat, for my notes? Can you do it one more time when I go back?
Sure, what do you want me to say?
Like how he asked you the question, then you answer again. Just basically a repeat. I can rewind, I guess, but...
Sure, I'll say again. I said, अगर मैंने आपके साथ, and my accent's really American, I said, अगर मैंने आपके साथ उर्दू में बोला, क्या आपको समझ आता है या नहीं? Which is like saying, क्या अगर मैंने, like, क्या is like technically means what, but if you put it in the beginning of a sentence, it's like a question mark word. So क्या अगर, if, मैंने, I, आपके साथ, with you, उर्दू में, in Urdu, बोला, spoke, आपको समझ आता है? आपको is like respectfully you, समझ आता है, like, do you understand? या नहीं, or no. I just want word for it.
Ya nahi, awesome. I got it.
Ya nahi. Ya is like or. Nahi is no.
Okay. Nahin.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, nahi. You can say nahi also. Nahi. I say nahi.
Nahi.
Yeah,
but is that similar, like in every language? Don't we do yay, like yay or nay?
Well, it's an Indo-European language. It shares a lot of origins with like English and German. So therefore, like the nahi is the same as no. It's even the word God and Khuda, which is the word God in Persian, is actually the same word. It's just that over time they became modified. So God and Khuda share a common ancestor.
Cool. Do you, like, Farron, just a question, do you ever, like, I read from, like, I look, like, I have a dictionary, it's a small dictionary, but it reads in 6 languages at a time. Like, when I read one word, it lists, like, I learn, like, 6 languages at a time. Is that something that you do or that other people do? Like, where you look for not just a dictionary of the language you're studying, but a dictionary of, like where it defines all the others? Does anyone else do that?
Not really. That's not a bad idea, though. I didn't know those exist. Do they exist?
Yeah, they're hard to find. I'll get you an ISBN of the last one I found, and I have 4 of them, but one is 12 languages, one is 6, one is 8, one is 24, and they're just they're just really useful. Like it's like when you look up a word, then it just like lists every language, so you can see how the pronunciation between the countries, and if the word's completely different, which isn't that often.
Mm-hmm.
And my cat is gone nuts. Holy crap! Do not let your inside cat outside during summer.
It sounds like he's had a dose of catnip or something.
Cats that have had a dose of catnip.
Well, I'm pretty sure I need to give him $20 and like a Jackie of Mickey or Mickey of Jack or something, so he can go out and find a lady tonight or something. Holy cow!
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Angela, get him laid, man. You know?
Get him laid or get him spayed.
Well,
there you go. Yeah.
Well, he's got a nice girlfriend across the street, comes over all the time. Hopefully they got a date. I don't know, but I've got an issue tonight. I think I'll just let him out, and he'll come back. I think he'll come back. I'm always scared because people say it, and this is why I'm not a cat owner. These cats are like rescue cats. I only did it. I've always been a dog person, but because of Amendum and other people in my life, I realized that having a domestic animal is basically like abuse. And Amendum kind of made me realize that even though my dog Hush was like my best friend and stuff, I was like the dog should be free. The dog shouldn't be domesticated. Like, why do people domesticate animals? It's the same thing as why people raise children. You want to own something, you want to control something, you want to raise something, you want to teach it something. And Amendum taught me a long time ago, like, control yourself and fucking stop trying to control other shit.
Oh my God, Angela! I remember seeing Hush before he went. He was awesome. He was so cute. Beautiful dog. Beautiful.
People don't have kids for that reason, to control something.
I know, Hermine. I knew you'd get me on that. Shit.
I haven't said anything this whole time. Because when white folks is going off on white folks, I stay quiet. But yeah, I'll say something on that.
Well, I know, Hermine, but like, I wasn't trying to be a parent. I was trying to take care of an animal. But like, when Amendum gets to me, he's like, why are you trying to take care of something? Like it's trying to control another Hermine, I didn't mean it. That was wrong of me to say. I'm not comparing animals to children. I take it back. That's not right.
But I don't think that's the only reason people have animals either.
Well, I had an animal, obviously, because I'm emotionally disabled, that I thought an animal would fill the void, which it obviously does. A cat can make you feel better in 10 seconds by purring. A dog can make you feel 10 seconds better by it's someone waiting for you when you get home. And like Amendum thinks that's bullshit. It's just like using your kids to make yourself feel better. Amendum feels like you have children in order to relive your life through children. It's an abusive habit.
No, Angie, he's wrong about that.
Antinatalism. Yeah, Gary definitely thinks that.
Who's Amendum?
Amendum. Oh my God, Hermine. Amendum. Gary Mosier. Do not God. It's how I met Nadia, actually. Nadia was in Do Not God's room, and everybody was kind of mean to her, and I said, oh, fuck all of you. I'm going with Nadia. And I left.
Holy shit, Angela, that's how you met Nadia, was through Gary? Really?
I left everybody because they talked behind her back.
Wow. All right.
And
we're very glad to have you here, Angie. We're glad to have you here, hon.
Well, I love my animals, and I'm always going to be attracted to animals, but I don't own them to own them. I own them because I don't know.
Well, you don't own them. You don't own them. You're taking care of them. You're caring for them. That doesn't imply ownership, right?
Well, I controlled them. No, like, and does controlling someone else make me feel better about myself? Like, no.
No, but you're not. Okay, I wouldn't say that you're controlling them. I mean, you're taking care of them. You know, I think that's a good thing, right? In my opinion, anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, true, James. I'm trying to decide whether tonight. Okay, well, this is a good equation to bring up because is it should I just let my cat do what he wants and go outside when he wants, or do I force that cat to stay inside and keep yelling at me like he is?
Let him do what he wants. Let him sow his seeds. Go for it.
Yeah, as I said in the side chat, I'm not sure how much control we really have over cats. My cat's attitude is pretty much, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
That's right, yeah. They rage against the machine right there, Albatross, right? Yeah, it's true. Yeah. You can't fucking herd cats. It's an expression for a reason. You can't do it.
Yeah, you can't herd them elsewhere, but you can draw them to a singular location using a box.
You can try, yes.
Yeah, box works awesome. I live in a complex with a few neighbors who've got cats, and if I wanted to get them all in the nearby vicinity, I would just put a box in the center of the area.
Yeah, there's some videos on YouTube. Like if you take some masking tape and draw a square on the ground, the cat will automatically go to it and sit there.
Holy cow! How did we get onto that?
Just trying to hold up the hangout, Nadia. Welcome back. What
Sorry
do you want to
about
talk? What do you want to talk about?
What exactly was being talked about?
Well, forget about what was being talked about. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I guess what can we actually cover at this time? Showed up faith? Okay. I am suspecting that one of the more plausible directions to go with this is, I don't know, political or...
Nadia, it's your hangout. Wherever you want to go for it.
Okay. Basically, I think we're all, except for, Rev and Hermine, we're all atheists, and... Oh, sorry, and Farhan too. Okay, sorry.
Okay, there are no such thing as gods, souls, or afterlives, and Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Vishnu, and all of his avatars never existed. So let's go there, right, Nadia? Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah, that could happen.
Oh God, we've been there before. Nadia's just wrong.
Ooh, that hurts, Hermine. That's a rough one. That's rough.
For me, I can take it. That was a good line. You just plain and simple. You are wrong, Nadia. I don't know.
Everyone who believes something different is going to say that. So.
Dispatch, we have an officer down. Over.
Shots fired.
911 on 22.
Sorry, I was muted for a second. What was just said?
5 by 5. We got it.
I was muted for a second. What was just said?
There are no gods, Farhan. What do you think about that?
No comment.
Good
I suspect
answer.
he thinks there's one. Okay. That's okay.
So Nadia, proof?
Sorry.
You got proof for us?
Usual kinds of cosmological analyses surrounding beginning of time and causality. Usual kinds of arguments for against quote-unquote robust moralism. Usual kinds of arguments against what is it? Any kind of knowledge of the world in the presence of supernaturalism, so on and so forth, right?
What about math, though?
Oh, yeah, there's arguments against, assuming transcendent status, anything but divine fiat and so on, in the realm of the mathematics as well. Go ahead.
Say again?
Well, in effect, the contradictions could arise if if given some kind of transcendent status, logic, mathematics, and such were the divine fiat, right?
So, Nadia, I really do believe if there's anyone that could solve pi, it's you. You should work on that.
Solve pi? What's there to solve?
Yeah, that's pi isn't something to solve.
I'm not so sure about that. If there's anyone that can do it, Nadia, it's you.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep telling you that.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't know pi was a problem.
Yeah. What's the problem with pi?
It is kind of interesting, though, that it's an irrational number that never repeats itself and never goes on forever. That is kind of weird. There was a book that I heard of once.
All irrational numbers are non-repetitive. Go ahead.
No, what was I going to say? But it's a naturally occurring irrational number, which I think is interesting. There was a book once, I think it was written by Carl Sagan, where he talked about how after some gazillion calculations of pi, there's like a string of like a whole bunch of zeros, and then like some code appears or something like that, and people use that code to like find like the origins of the universe or something weird like that.
Right. See, this is what Nadia hates, right? Because I'm going to use a certain word here. It's a transcendent number. You're going to hate that, Nadia, right?
Transcendental.
Transcendental?
Yeah.
Transcendental. Okay.
Transcendental. It's they usually when they're teaching calculus, they throw that in the subject matter.
Usually, calculus doesn't involve the algebraic number theory and such. But in either case, it's about whether it's a solution to a polynomial equation with coefficients that are rational, or actually even integral in some ways. So, for instance, an algebraic function would be a solution of a polynomial equation with coefficients that are rational functions, or other, since you can clear denominators, obviously, polynomials, right? So, any kind of solution to an equation like that as a function would be an algebraic function. If they're instead of functions are all constants that are integers, because obviously you can clear denominators. You have possibility of a transcendental number, right? And transcendental functions are things like sine, cosine, exponential, logarithm. Transcendental numbers are things like e, pi, gamma. E is the base of the natural logarithm. Pi, of course, it's a ratio between circumference and diameter of a circle. And gamma is an Euler-Mascheroni constant, which is the difference between the harmonic or limiting difference between harmonic number and natural logarithm. So,
Nadia, you're riffing right now. Loving it. Keep going.
I don't know, where do you want to go? Armin knows all this stuff.
I don't ever talk about it, though. That's stuff that just, I don't know. People never find math that interesting.
Wait, are you into math?
I was, yeah, for a long time.
I actually didn't do very well in math, but I, literally the day that I graduated, I took my calculus book and started reading it because I was legitimately interested in it, even though I suck at it.
Yeah, when I was in grade 8, I almost failed algebra, but then in grade 10, I was suddenly kicking ass at it.
See, girls are good at math.
Be right back. Yeah, I couldn't stand philosophy.
There you go. Well, that's the
I
thing,
think
though. Once you get to the upper level, the math is a lot like philosophy.
my brother told me the same thing. He's a math major. He said that
Well,
after a while.
philosophy, I've once heard it said that philosophy is just math, sans rigor, sense, and practicality.
I don't think so. I mean, what's the practicality of, you know, I don't know, taking off spaces or tacular extensions, tacular something.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
Stone Weierstrass? Morera. I mean, practicality, anyone?
Oh, well, you still haven't refuted the rigor and sense parts.
Well, rigor, if you get to the things where it's really all words, like especially abstract algebra and I think topology and things like that, not a whole lot of equations. Like, it's mostly real analysis where I guess you have the equations and the functions and more calculational kind of spirit, although not entirely always. At that point, I think you're what is it? The rigor and such goes a little bit differently too. And what was that? You said sense? Well, I don't think philosophy is actually lacking in sense. In some respects, it actually might have more than mathematics. As well, the kinds of questions that come up, philosophical ones, are, yeah, a lot of respects, biting kinds of issues that really do crop up in, well, yeah, a lot of times practical consequences with dealing with other people, especially. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying philosophy is without merits entirely. I was just making an offhand joke.
Oh, yeah. You can get, I think, well, for all the claims that things can get pretty abstruse. I mean, that's true when you delve into depth into really any field whatsoever.
Does philosophy prove anything?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
What does it prove, Nadia?
Well, various risk contentions, questions to be examined, goes off in, well, reasons to some kind of conclusion. Any conclusion comes out of it is, basically various respects proved, right?
I would just repeat again. So give us one thing that philosophy proves, Nadia. One thing.
Well, one of the things was that, well, there isn't a necessarily the things that are, say, moral ideas are rather distinct from ones that are ontological. It's the is-ought gap, right? That's disproved.
The is-ought gap is disproved?
Oh,
Okay.
is proved.
Is proved. Okay, unpack that.
Well, as far as something is something else and something ought to be something else, those are distinct relations. Right? So the implication of something being something can never really be something ought to be, or vice versa.
All right, repeat that, Nadia. I'm sorry. Couldn't hear you. Too much background noise.
The implication of something being something else, something is something else, so, and something ought to be something else, are independent, right? Never derive the ought from an is, right?
I'm
Or vice
trying to.
versa. Or vice versa. Go ahead.
I'm trying to follow you. I'm too dumb. I'm trying to follow you. I am.
Okay. So something ought to be something else. Something should be something else, right? The is and the should are different things. And that's Hume, right?
Could somebody else in here help me out? I'm trying to understand this, but I'm not getting it.
Everyone else understands the is ought gap.
The way something is and the way it ought to be.
Well, even more generally, right? X is Y. So it can't imply that A should be B, right?
Right. So am I wrong to say nothing is as it seems? Like that's just basically what I think about everything.
Maybe a little bit different idea, but still. Other ones are things like what is it? Well, the kinds of ways to break down the shoulds are things like archaic, virtue-based, deontological, or rule or duty obligation based, or last but not least, based on the effects of an action. Right. Right. So that tripartite kind of level of things is pretty easily established. Okay. Another one is a tripartite theory of knowledge, acquaintive, procedural, and propositional. Acquaintive is like having met something or having seen something. Procedural is how to do something, and propositional is that something is the case. A statement, right?
Do you think, Nadia, that somebody like Floyd or Jack or Josh or any of these guys would agree that philosophy proves things?
Yeah, I think so.
I would love to hear them confirm that.
Okay. So, there are you refer to the kinds of things like what is it that for instance, belief being justified and true is not enough to make it knowledge, right?
So tell us, Nadia, about your journey away from eliminative materialism. Why did you step away from that when Yaniv started telling you to stop?
Well, the fundamental the thing that carries the properties or bears the properties, the substance, is something that materials isn't really eligible to be. So, as far as I understand.
It's interesting. What is it? Transcendental idealism? Isn't that what we're talking about here?
I don't think I went that far. I think I'm only really going as far as neutral monism. I think the idealist part is maybe a bridge too far for me.
A bridge too far. Why not? Why is it? Why is that the case?
Well, I think the aspects of mind, so to speak, are suffer from the same kinds of difficulties of eligibility for being the property bearer of the substance as material.
Okay.
Wait, doesn't math prove things or does it not prove things?
Well, it's technically speaking, it's the framework within which proofs operate, right? To say that you prove something is to have, in effect, adhered to the rules of the game. And the rules of the game are the basically math stuff, right? You make up a game, well, okay, yeah, you can work your game for any conclusion, sure.
Nadia, you know mathematics. Would you say that mathematics, the conclusions, the proofs that math comes to, is it objective?
I guess in some respects, but all it really would stand for is that the rules that got made up are being followed, right?
Well, you said in some respects. What do you mean by that?
Well, basically what I was describing, though, what is it? So the what is it? Rules are made up are getting followed, and you've got the sort of like premises, but you got more than the premises. You have like a rule. The rules of inference are set up as part of it too, and the whole way you carry out quote unquote the game of proof is part of what you're erecting as the math system in the first place. Go ahead.
Very, very interesting. Welcome, Sean. How you doing? That's very interesting. So you're saying that there is sort of a construct, a framework. There's a framework to mathematics. Wow, that's interesting. It seems like it's almost almost designed.
What is designed? Designed by people, yeah.
Designed by people, but there are proofs. There are objective proofs.
That's what you call those things that are, in some respects, the products of the system that's made up.
Okay. Welcome, Sean, and your 5-meter dick. Nadia wants it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
yeah, that hasn't changed. But what if I were to tell you that it's actually 6 meters? And I was
Oh! 1 meter more. There it is, Nadia. Mazel tov.
Well, at some point, don't you think we should be getting worried about Nadia's anal safety?
I'm more worried
I'll be
about
fine.
how you I'm more worried about how you can get an erection without like dying from the sudden transference of blood.
I'm like a cow. I have more than one heart.
Okay. I guess that explains it. Fair enough.
By the way,
I have
Nadia.
multiple stomachs, not hearts, but go ahead.
Oh, the fuck.
I think you mean you're like a Time Lord. You have more than one heart.
Oh, a Time Lord?
My
Yeah,
God.
Oh.
This is
Oh,
like Medusa. Medusa head just went off. What's going on?
Medusa head?
Sean, you came in all sexy. What are you talking about?
We are discussing Sean's Johnson.
Yeah. Your boys, and your Johnson.
Your penis is like a relevant conversation we have here regularly. Did I miss something?
Yes, it is.
Well, there you go.
Sean, did you just hear that? Your penis is relevant to Nadia. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
You see, Faith, and you heard it from the host of the Hangout itself.
Yeah, I know. But Sean, last time I thought we were just dealing with the feet. I didn't know we had moved up from the feet into the vagina area. I didn't realize it.
Oh, don't. Well, I can give Nadia a foot job by ramming my 5-meter foot up in her ass. That's not. So it's.
I think it's called footing.
Okay.
Footing. Oh.
Yeah, it's like this
thank
thing
you.
with your foot.
Thank you, Albatross, for clarification.
So how does the silent duck work with a foot? This is not going to work, Nadia. You're going to have to explain this to us. All right. How does the silent duck work with the fucking foot? I mean, this is going to be bad.
I'll figure it out myself. By the way, Nadia, a quick question relating to the upcoming hangout. I think I got everything else down. I just wanted to know what do you want me to do in case of a porn bomber or anything else that goes against the community guidelines. I just
got in the broadcast. Take down a video.
stay in the broadcast but take down the video.
No, end the broadcast.
Okay, just like that. It's over. Kaput.
Yeah.
Okay.
And welcome, OG. Oh no.
Have you been talking about with people about the coming attractions?
Oh yeah, I should. I created a debate coliseum channel where I guess the gonna try and move the hangouts and such to that.
Sean, did your boom mic die? Did something happen to it?
Yeah, it's busted. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's bullshit. What? No, I'm just saying. Give me the model of the headset.
I'm gonna kick that bullshit's ass.
Inside chat.
There you go.
ADX Gaming. All right. 1 second.
Oh, and for Yep, a little fun here. Right Wing Watch. So, Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry. Okay. Urging public schools in the state to defy the Obama administration's federal guidance on the rights to transgender people. See what he lied about. So, citing a fringe medical group, American Pediatrics. Okay. It's American College of Pediatricians, not the actual pediatrics group, American Association of Pediatricians. Okay. So the ACP was created by anti-LGBT activist Bishop Junk Science, and it's only between 60 and 200 members. 36,000 member American Psychiatric Association, and so on. And the leading pediatric group says, okay. Yep. For the treatment of gender dysphoria and all that. So anyway. Also, what is this? Transgender rights will cause mainstream pedophilia and great chaos. That's interesting.
Very interesting.
Andrea Lafferty of the Traditional Values Coalition. Yep, take lunch money from children. The number of people in the transgender population specifically exaggerated, and okay. Approval to a lifestyle and create chaos and tear down all social norms. Okay. Radical leftists for okay. Well, I am a radical leftist. There we go. The radical homosexual. Yeah, radical homosexuals sound like good people to me. Okay, good idea. This is what the radical left sex activists have been planning for a long time. Go figure. Possible lesbian Hillary Clinton embraces every sexual deviancy you can imagine. There you go. Sandy Rios is just gold mine. That Soviet sexual chaos series of things. Soviet sexual chaos was from her. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be cool if Hillary Clinton was a lesbian. Oh, and welcome, Jacob. Yep.
That would be cool if Hillary Clinton was a reptilian.
Yeah, yeah. Got.
Saying she isn't.
Well, maybe the real question is she a lesbian reptilian?
Yeah.
God bless you, Jacob. Welcome.
Yeah, we just had
Hey, buddy.
Sandy Rios is a gold mine for quotes. She's the author of the World Night Daily article from which the Soviet sexual chaos series of hangouts was taken. Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be cool if Hillary was a lesbian. Yeah.
But how about what if Donald Trump was gay?
Oh, that'd be cool too. Yeah.
I think that Hillary Clinton is, to be honest with you.
It would certainly explain why Bill had to get some head from Monica.
How could Hillary Clinton not be gay?
The thing where they got me was
Okay.
I said Michelle Obama was transgender. I was like, yes, finally. Then I found out it was fake, and I was like so disappointed.
Well,
I don't know why, but
how
go ahead.
how could they not be?
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Subconsciously, I'm sure they are.
Go ahead.
I'm not a fan of Obama, but for some reason I'm like defensive when people smear Michelle Obama. It's like at some level it's our first lady, you know.
Well, it might not be true. It's not smear.
So that's such a difference. Like let's just compare that to Canada, for example. Not to like.
I mean, if she were, it wouldn't mean she's that.
Like we don't first lady our prime minister's fucking wife. Like we don't do that. Like the prime minister is a prime minister. I'm pretty sure we don't give a flying fuck who he's married to.
Yeah, I think in the U.S. the first lady is usually involved like in social issues, not like gay this,
can
like transgender that, but like
someone give me a definition of what the first lady is supposed to represent? Because why wouldn't the prime minister have
I
a
wish
first
she, wish she was more involved.
and we don't like we don't do that.
In the United States, typically, at least traditionally, the first lady is supposed to.
What's the importance of the first lady? Like
that's
definition it. What's the importance of it?
That's what I'm getting to. It's more iconic than anything. The first lady in the United States is supposed to represent a sort of like elegance.
Right. No. So that answer is easily as useless. Don't call it elegance. It's pointless.
Is someone talking? I can't hear.
Like,
so, yeah, several people are.
Like how the queen in Canada, like we have a figurehead.
I can't hear them.
Well, you didn't.
Try relating that.
Hello.
Hello.
Nadia, how about me?
Can I get a
I
mic?
hear you.
Can you hear
I
me?
hear you, OG. I hear you, OG. How about Faith?
I'm just meaning like in Canada, like we look at the queen as a figurehead. I'm just saying I'd look at it as a wife, the prime minister as a figurehead too, not as the lady.
Faith, you need to reboot, dear.
You can't. Okay. You're not coming through to Nadia.
I'll reload too.
Let's everybody reload.
No, I was saying I get it. Like, oh, never mind. Faith's not here.
Well, yeah, you gotta wait a little bit.
Well, there is no like governmental functionality with regards to the first lady. It's just there's certain.
She does a thing or two. Usually they'll have a pet cause, right? And they'll, to varying degrees, get behind it. In fact, Gerald Ford's wife, what was her name? She was really implemental in bringing, informing people about mental illness.
Lady Bird.
And I can't remember what she did, but Betty Ford, was really into alcohol treatment and yada yada yada, and they have their pet causes. Michelle Obama is really into this nutritional meals for kids, more fruits and veggies, kind of pushing it at more athleticism. So that's sort of there. They'll have some little pet role that can be real important stuff. Actually.
Right, but I mean, like governmentally, there's really no function for the first lady.
Right, but how could someone be against like what the first ladies generally do?
Well,
it's not usually political. It's just like something that's of common agreement.
I think it's more the attitude from which the first lady would go about her social causes. At least from what I understood, and I'm not an expert on this, she seems to back up like the police state mentality with regard to the public educational system in the context of the nutritional stuff she's trying to push. That was my issue with her. Other than that, I really don't have anything against her.
It was such a letdown, though. It was like, I thought that for a minute there's a trans person in the White House. It's like, yeah, finally.
How do you know it's not true, Nadia?
Because she had kids.
Who caught you in that moment of gullibility is what I want to know.
Just people were doing hearsay, and when I went to actual whatever kind of Googling and so on, the actual real sources said no.
No, think about it, man. Michelle Obama has children. Like trans people can't have children generally. I mean, actually, really ever. So.
Well, I mean, they could have been adopted on.
Well, they look like her though.
But that's not having. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, they do because I'll be honest with you, she kind of does look transgendered, and that's not meant to be an insult. It's just,
Yeah, I'm with you, Jacob. Yeah, I
Are you
hear you, man.
serious? Like I said, I'm not a fan of.
I don't think she does.
I freaking love Michelle Obama though.
Yeah, I'll miss President Obama.
I
like him.
voted. Good, sorry.
I like him a great deal.
I don't even pay attention to the presidents. I'm like looking at Congress, I mean, because they do all the real stuff.
I voted for Obama the first time, not the second time, but my dislike of Obama does not extend to Michelle. I don't understand how anyone could. First of all, I don't know how anyone could think that she's transgender.
Really?
Yeah, come on, dude. She had children. That's not possible.
Well, no,
You don't know she gave birth to them. Sorry, Jacob. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say there's a difference between thinking that someone's transgendered and thinking that a chick looks like a dude, and I think she kind of looks like a dude. But that's just me. Now, I don't mean that as disrespect or anything.
Jacob, we agree. We agree.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but then some dudes look like chicks, so it's pretty subjective.
There's all these pictures. I just Googled Michelle Obama transgender. There's like a bunch of weird pictures that people put up on the internet. I'm going to close this immediately. This is not...
Yeah, they find the least flattering photos, you know, where, like, focus on the chin or something, and, right, you know, just throw whatever they, you know, can wing up there. But she gets up on a stage and dressed up nice. She's a fine-looking lady. Very elegant.
Well, who cares? I mean, who cares?
I had my hopes up that there was representation in there.
I told my lady friend. I told my lady friend that Michelle Obama is. What did I say? I constantly joke about how she's like my best friend. If Barack ever gives her up, I'm going for Michelle. She's like, "What's wrong with you?"
All right, y'all. I just got to say one thing. I put my foot in it on my brisket. It was so tender, so well seasoned, so juicy. Now I'm done.
Okay.
What are we talking about?
Expand on that, Ermine. What do you mean by that?
Help me out.
You've never heard the phrase you put your foot in
My
it?
foot in it. I love it. I love it.
That's when something's really good. Like, that's when you put your back in it, your foot in it. You know, you really cook something really, really well. So my brisket and my pork ribs was off the chain. That's all. And by off the chain, sorry, let me it means good as hell.
No, I'm old enough to know what off the chain means.
Oh, okay. You never heard put your foot in it?
Now, I've never heard that one. I'm only 30 though, so that might maybe something from like the 1960s.
No. Oh, shut up. I'm not that.
Ouch, Jacob. Ouch, ouch, bro.
Early 2000s, something like that. So when you put your foot in it. I seasoned it with this mesquite rub, put it on 270 degrees in the convection oven with the oil, the aluminum foil on top in a stone bakeware. Oh my God.
Enjoy. But I don't eat meat. I don't eat meat.
Just peeled right off the bone, huh?
I was convicted.
On brisket.
I was convicted.
It fell apart though. That's what it is on brisket.
Oh, I heard ribs too. Oh.
Oh yeah, well yeah, yeah. There were some pork ribs. You're right. That fell off the bone. I'm sorry you don't eat meat, man.
Yeah, that's the only thing I do eat. Like, I will not eat something if it wasn't alive once.
I'm telling you, it didn't.
Plants were alive once.
Yeah, I think he means anything with a soul.
Yeah.
Nothing has souls. So.
Yeah, he only eats food that formerly had a soul. Other than
Yeah, I eat the meat and then I quickly eat the soul afterwards.
he's like Shao Kahn.
Your soul is mine.
So we gonna have barbecue brisket sandwiches all week.
Oh, yummy.
That is pretty fun.
Little coleslaw with little apple chunks in it.
And coleslaw.
Orange. Oh, you don't?
Not on my barbecue. I have to eat that separately, and I have to make my own coleslaw. I don't like people's coleslaw. It's too vinegary. It's too whatever.
Yeah, none of that. It's more of a relish. But yeah. What?
I haven't entirely worked out the details of the diet yet, but I think I'm well. I don't think veganism is quite far enough, so moving to where well, the actual living plant won't be injured, and it's only things that it sheds that.
No, just
like
go
fruits,
for
yeah.
Nadia. Go for airism,
No,
right?
photosynthesis.
That's what I was sunlight.
Photosynthesis. Actually, Nadia, like in one sense, like whatever species is the most evolved is kind of like the superior one, right? Like you could look at it that way. So like species that were from like 10,000 years ago are less evolved than us, and so therefore, in a sense, we're more superior. Now, plants have been around much longer than animals have been, and they
No,
actually
they
have.
haven't actually.
I'm almost certain they have been.
No, the chloroplastic endosymbiosis was
flood.
I was in the middle of saying something. Chloroplastic endosymbiosis was well after mitochondrial symbiosis, endosymbiosis.
Okay, my mistake then. But then one of the things is that they have more genes, like plants in general. So since they're the superior ones, we should emulate them and like just get our food directly from photosynthesis.
No, I mean
two problems here.
this is obvious. This is fucking obvious.
I wasn't being serious. I was not being serious.
You don't need to eat, Nadia. Okay, you just need to breathe. Just air in your lungs. That's all you need, right? That's it.
Two problems. All right. First off, more evolved doesn't mean more superior. I mean, like cavefish.
I was not being serious.
Evolved, but yeah, and then the other one is that everything is equally evolved anyway.
That's not true.
At any given period of time, everything right here now, or this moment, is equally evolved.
That's true. Assuming we had one single cell that was like the origin, but like what I meant was like if you go back in time, okay, maybe that was the wrong word, but they have more genes than we do, and therefore they're more evolved. Like they're superior than we are because there's more complexity in them. So therefore, like they're superior to us, and so we should just get our food directly from photosynthesis as opposed to like eating stuff.
Yeah. Well, actually, somehow retrofitting things in order to make things autotrophic instead of heterotrophic would be probably ultimately the best outcome.
Well, this reminds me of that video, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, where this crazy lady, and I'm not saying anyone in here is crazy, but she like walks into a restaurant and she's like, "I have a sweet girl, and if I didn't save this sweet girl, she would have ended up on your plates." Have you guys seen that video?
No.
Oh my lord, it's hilarious.
Jacob, link please.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. She's like sitting there crying, and she's talking about this chicken that she saved from some sort of chicken farm, and she's like calling it her daughter or something like that. Let me see if I can find the video. It is hilarious.
My little grandson's 2.5 years old and won't eat meat. Will not eat it. He'll eat all sorts of stuff, vegetables and carbs, but no fish, no meat.
At my house, your grandson would starve.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think
Not
actually
if you make good guacamole.
people should reduce the amount of meat that they eat though. That's kind of an agreed upon thing. We eat way too much freaking meat in this culture.
Well, I am a Christian, and I've just been convicted for some reason. I can't eat meat for whatever reason. I've been convicted. So
Okay, if you guys want to see what the logical conclusions of extreme liberalism lead to, look at that link there at the right side of the chat.
Got it.
Oh, I'm against liberalism. Liberalism is kind of revolutionary.
Okay.
I don't know what you people are talking about. I know that shit from conservatives.
Oh.
I'm a
okay,
liberal.
I think the idea is that I am a hell of a lot further to the left. I mean,
Depends on your standards.
I'm to the left of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin.
Or how is that not extreme liberalism?
Liberalism is like the solution is to be found in law and all that. In this.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
there's-
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't know how it came about, but like America seems to associate liberalism with leftism, and they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think I qualified my statement by saying the liberal left. So the left in context of liberalism.
No.
Yeah, okay.
I would think that there's some
I'm part of the
universals.
Well, you know, my anarchistic side of things would abolish law.
Would you say, Jacob, though, that like I do think that's kind of ridiculous in some ways, but would you say though that causing animals pain and stuff like that, like we have a responsibility to at least be good to them? Because my issue, and I'm sure you agree with this. Like my issue, I think people who are veganism and vegetarianism is a personal choice, and people can do that as they wish. But to say that it's morally wrong to eat meat, I think is kind of ridiculous and kind of against our biology. But I do think though that treating animals cruelly and like the people who beat them and like are cruel to them is a different situation.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like
Yeah, Jacob, I just watched that video. That's fucking stage, man. That's not even real. I mean,
it's real, buddy. It
How
is.
would our
No, I know it's real, but they didn't mean it. That's
how would our biology legitimate well really doing anything?
Well, anyway, what I was gonna respond to what Farhan said. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like I think there's a difference between causing harm to an animal for the reason of food and causing harm to an animal just to cause harm to it. Like I'm against beating dogs, beating cats, beating horses, that sort of thing. I think is morally reprehensible. But I think if you are harvesting animals for a food source, I think that's something that's completely different.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you on that. Nadia, what I was going to say to answer your question is that people, and in particular women, actually need meat. And if we don't have meat, you actually, especially women, like it's really not good for them, because they tend to lose a lot more blood than men do, and like also they cannot nurse without having this type of protein that's only found in like meat. So I think it completely legitimizes, and we're omnivores. We're not vegetarians. Now, men is a different matter.
I know,
but
I know we are
omnivores.
Evolved various ways, yeah.
And then, but what I was going to say, Jacob, was that I think I have no problem. Like I'll personally slaughter an animal. That doesn't bother me one bit. My only concern though is, like I said, is like these food factories where they're grown in like small little pens and they're like treated very inhumanely. That's my only concern.
But for the briefest of times possible, I'm trying to be funny.
So yeah, I mean, are being evolved as omnivores and such. I don't think says a great deal. I would say that I mean, at least humans have enough intelligence and so on to, in effect, find other ways to get nutrition besides, eating the flesh of other animals. Now, there are a few things missing, like B12. Iron is not one of the things. But anyway.
A lot of women, for example, like because they lose blood on a regular basis, they need a lot more iron than men do, and they cannot get it easily through other sources, and so meat is kind of quite necessary.
Iron's easy from vegetable sources. The other one's probably calcium of the major. Go ahead.
Not enough iron in spinach, regardless of what Popeye says, to make up for how much we lose every month.
If they were able to craft some type of meat, you guys, I've been waiting to say this. If it was made from vegetables, even soy or whatever, But if they could fool me into thinking it was a tenderloin or whatever, I suppose, and it had all the nutritional benefits of the tenderloin or whatever, I'd bite.
There's this stuff called Beyond Meat. They just started making it. I saw it at a health food fair, not fair, like whatever that I went to. It's actually pretty good. They sell it at Whole Foods. There is some stuff. It's like satine, or I don't know what the hell it's made from, but it's pretty good.
Soylent Green is people! It's people!
That's a definite plot killer.
No reason.
That was really loud.
Yeah, I have a hunting license actually, but I've never used it. I would love to though. But,
I would love to go hunting. I've not gotten a chance to go hunting before.
Yeah, me neither. But I think I don't want to be overwhelmed with like 50 pounds of meat or whatever all of a sudden all at once. So I'd like to go small game hunting. But
dude, have you ever had like really good deer jerky?
Never. Never.
That's all I'm gonna say is it's good.
I'd like to. I want to, cause I'd like to hunt like a squirrel or something like that. Even I'll do that. Like,
what's the point of hunting a squirrel? You gonna eat squirrel?
yeah, I would. If I was to kill an animal, I would have to eat it.
Fuck around and get rabies.
I mean,
no, I mean, squirrels not really worth it
pretty
anyway.
much rodents.
It's not that nice.
yeah, I mean just to experience it once, I guess. I don't know, or like a rabbit or something.
Oh, rabbit's nice.
I don't do all that gamey meat. That stuff is tough.
Yeah, I've never had gamey meat.
Even I mean, I feel like I'm a good chef, but I'm not that good for gamey meat. Ugh.
But no, I think Jacob, you and I
you
are
just gotta-
basically in agreement here. What I was getting at, I think you're probably on the same page as me.
Well, the weird thing is that I've seen videos of like how they kill cows and stuff like that, and it tugs at my heart.
Yeah.
And it's such like a paradox, because if I were to go into a place where they were slaughtering cows, I'd probably punch every single one of those people in the face. But I'm totally fine with having a cheeseburger. Like it's really weird. So I have like this love for animals, but on the other hand, I love my cheeseburgers. I don't know how to make sense of that.
Because you're a human being, and we are meant to eat animals. It's just a fact.
I was going to say a bit earlier, what I do with the gamier meats is I put them into stews. I find that works quite nicely.
I don't even think it's a bad thing, actually, that we eat meat. But I know one thing is that in the UK, because Pakistanis eat way too much meat. I mean, it's like ridiculous. It's not considered a meal unless there's meat. And so they in the UK they went there and they found that people who have heart conditions, it's mostly a lot of the Pakistanis have heart conditions because they eat too much meat, and their hearts become physically hard. There's some statement in our religion to the effect of like, don't make your stomach the graveyard of animals, and there's another statement that like eating too much meat like hardens the heart, and that's meant metaphysically, but it can also be taken literally, because it literally does make the heart hard.
Arterial sclerosis, sure.
So in the Bible, where it says that Pharaoh hardened his heart, it means that he ate supper?
Well, I mean, it's typically meant metaphorically.
I know.
Oh, okay. I was going to respond to that seriously. I was going to be like, no, actually, the context of that verse does not mean that.
Yeah.
I know. I'm joking.
Yeah, you're joking about
What
being
are
a
we about?
vegetarian too, Albatross, aren't you?
What is this here?
Yeah, that's
I knew it.
100% joking. I like my meat.
I was going to ask you about that little springback you were telling me about once upon a time. I'm going to call you on that.
Yeah, I like to.
I would never lie about being a vegetarian. I would joke about it, but not lie about it.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? Whoops. Our something got brought up about vegetarianism, and this like, okay, I think our only vegetarian on the channel is here. So.
Yeah, I just want to say to Jacob really quick, you know, the Apostle Paul said that there are certain things that you know, to a certain brother may be unclean. You know, meat to me is unclean. And the video on the side there, I saw that, and it's like, nope, can't do it anymore.
Is that Romans 14:22?
You know it better than I do, Nadia. But
yeah, I can respect that. Like I would never tell someone who doesn't eat meat that they were in some sort of sin or something. But it is important to point out that those verses that you're talking about, the context. I mean, it is saying what you were saying that it was saying, but the context back in the day was eating meat that was sacrificed to false idols. Like the uncleanliness
you're right. Yes,
had everything to do with how the meat was prepared and who it was prepared for. But you're right.
Yeah, Jacob. It just, brother, it convicted me when I saw the way animals are treated in like mass production and stuff like that. I mean, it costs a lot to get like organic, range, just free range meat and that stuff, So I was like, no, I'm just gonna stop. Sorry, Farhan. Go ahead.
I did that after I read the book, The Jungle. I was vegan for 7 years, I think. Maybe it was only 6. But my point is, then I got pregnant. Shoot, my kid wanted meat.
What I was going to ask was that for us, I don't eat meat unless it's sacrificed or slaughtered in the name of God. And so I'll eat kosher meat, which is explicitly written. But
go ahead.
Do Christians do the same thing? Like, do they only eat? I mean, I know most Christians I know don't, but I know the Jews do.
Yeah, the Jews do, but Christians, that would be considered like an area of freedom for a Christian. I would
bless their food.
I would put that in the same camp as like circumcision, right? Like once before that was considered to be a prerequisite for the faith, but now it's not because of the sacrifice that Christ has made.
Amen. Exactly, Jacob. Yep.
So if like meat is sacrificed like, in the name of like Baal or something like that, would you consider it not something you would eat, or would it be like it doesn't?
Yeah, I would eat it. Like there's scripture that we were just talking about where Paul, that exact thing was brought up where there were some Christians who were saying, no, we can't eat this meat because it was sacrificed in the name of Baal or whatever the god was of that day. And Paul, and I'm paraphrasing here, basically said, look, if you have a certain level of freedom here, you can eat that meat, but to be careful not to do certain things to cause your brother to stumble. So, for example, we'll take this principally with regard to like smoking or something. If I still smoke cigarettes and me smoking around another brother or sister in Christ would cause them to stumble, not do that around them, but it doesn't mean that in and of itself is a sin.
Right, and Jacob, what is it? Acts chapter, I think it's Acts chapter 15, where we get the rules that we're supposed to go by. It's don't eat blood, fornication, abstain from that, and there's another one. Can you help me out, Jacob? What's the other one?
I can't remember, buddy. I'd have to look at the
comments. Yeah.
Well, I think it's funny.
I was in the middle, but all right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nadia. Go ahead,
Nadia.
Okay, so I mean, ultimately, the chemical, any kind of particular nutrient, vitamin, mineral, whatever it is, represents, can be assayed and whatever kind of food stuff, vegetable, animal, strictly speaking, mineral. Not that minerals are really edible, but in the meantime, the problem of getting the adequate levels of those is a straightforward mathematical one called linear programming. You minimize, something, number of calories, costs, who knows what. And when the smoke clears, or you can use Fourier-Muscat elimination, just find some kind of range of things, whatever. But still, the only thing that is a thorn in this is if the kinds of things that you're restricting yourself to don't have any examples of or instances of particular vitamin, mineral, nutrient at all. And the one where that's the case, as I understand it, is vitamin B12.
Okay, Nadia, I'm sorry. Just for the benefit of Jacob and myself, can I read from the scripture really quick?
Go ahead.
All right, so it's Acts chapter 15, and we're going to go with verse 20. But that we write unto you them that they abstain from pollution of idols, that's idolatry, and from fornication, you know what that is, and from things strangled, and from blood. So, you know, that's what I'm talking about. So we're talking about animals. We're talking about animals that are abused, and that's why I'm feeling like I gotta stop that. So go ahead. Sorry, Dio. Go ahead.
I just came in. I was just going to say quickly that what's very interesting about Christianity is that you're almost 100% of you guys your views on the way that things should operate is almost always contrary to the views of antiquity. You know, you guys view on sex, you guys view on suicide. I mean, almost everything that you guys view as being wrong, antiquity views as being right. And that's very interesting.
Could you elaborate on that?
That's actually not true.
What part's not true?
Views on, well, I think sex in particular, but also this kind of, well, say Greek philosophical bent that, you know, is in fact inherited from the Hellenistic culture, picked up from the Alexandrian conquest of the Levant. The views on sex are, well, in fact, an outgrowth of the Roman, and well, not really that much to say about that.
Well, I don't agree with you on the sex part, and on suicide. Suicide was considered to be an honor during antiquity, whereas Christianity, specifically the Catholics, considered it to be the unforgivable sin. So we see like a completely opposite switch. I mean, I'll go back and research the other part.
One second, Dionysus. There is nothing in Scripture that says that suicide damns anybody to hell.
Yeah, we went through this with Dionysus the other night, and we had a big discussion about it.
Yeah, I remember that, Jacob. Well done.
It's Catholic doctrine.
Well, no, I specified. Hold on a second. Before you guys criticize me, you have to make sure you guys understand what I'm saying. The Catholics believe that suicide is to be the unforgivable sin. Now, if you're a Protestant or whatever, then you may not consider it to be the. I think if you're other than that, you may believe that the other part that's considered in Scripture to be the unforgivable.
Why are you trying to bring up division within brethren? We're not bringing up Catholicism. Dionysus. 1 second, okay, buddy. There is nothing in Scripture that says suicide damns you to hell. Period. So just drop it.
I was raised Catholic, and I'm telling you, the Catholics use suicide.
Okay, why are you bringing it up? Why?
Well, what were we talking about before? We were talking about help me out.
Cyanide. Not that you ever care what we're talking about before. You gonna talk about what you want to talk about.
That's not true. No,
well, yeah, we did kind of get on the subject of suicide out of nowhere.
No, it wasn't suicide. It was about.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you.
All right, I'll just.
I was raised Roman Catholic too. I think suicide. I probably would be going if there is a hell. I'd be going to hell. So I'm raised Roman Catholic very strongly, actually, to the point where that's why I show you guys how many Bibles I have written in German. My grandfather was a custodian of St. Patrick's Church in Medicine Hat, very beautiful church. The church is very important to me, but I am unable to stand in it. So I understand. My cat is in heat, so please ignore it. I'll be quick. But Dionysus, I get that if I committed suicide, I would pay consequences that maybe aren't even in any book, but by the rules of my own family, and like how disappointed, like it doesn't even, it's beyond God. It's based on I'm more worried about my parents. Let's not put it that way. I'd be more worried about what my parents would think about me committing suicide than God. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah. Catechism 2281 and 2325. But neither one of those you specify damnation either. I think it's generally an inference from one not really being able to repent post-mortem. Go ahead.
My God, Nadia. It's insane the amount you know about religion. It blows my mind every day. It really does.
Well, I think the reason the reason for that is that you shall not kill. So I think they use that to to suicide, right?
No, traditionally, and I can tell you this because there are some sects of Pentecostalism that believe the same thing. The idea is that if you don't ask forgiveness, like manually ask forgiveness for every single sin you commit, if you, like, say for example, let's say you were at a coffee shop and you automatically lusted in your heart after a woman working at the coffee shop. You don't think anything about it, but you're a Christian, and you walk down the street, get hit by a car, and die. According to a lot of Pentecostals and some Catholics, they believe that since you didn't manually ask for forgiveness for that specific sin, you're going to hell regardless. So the idea is that with these people, at least, if you kill yourself, you're not alive to ask for forgiveness. So by technicality, you go to hell. And I'd just like to reiterate that there is absolutely nothing in Scripture with regard to Christian theism that states that. Nothing whatsoever.
But even being a Protestant, though, don't you think that's ridiculous to hold someone accountable for lusting for another woman? And to me, it's so mechanized. It's such a
that's a separate issue.
Response.
That's a separate issue. Now you're asking about something completely different. Do I, as a Christian theist, think that the standard written in Scripture that's laid out that says that you shouldn't lust after another woman in your heart is ridiculous? No, I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's a standard we abide by. Now everyone fails, right? Like I fail. I'm a married man. I fail on a daily basis with regard to that whole thing, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to follow that standard.
I just don't understand why you guys don't understand the metaphorical, the metaphors in the Bible. I mean, it's obviously what they're trying to say is that if you are with a woman and you if you guys are together, that I mean, it's really trying to unravel the psychology.
Dionysus,
right?
Dionysus, that's for Jacob and I, because we are believers in Jesus, okay? That it's for us to abide. And
everyone forgets about Aramean.
Don't you understand? Don't you understand what it's talking about? The jealousy and the outrage and all the things that would potentially become an outcome of doing something like that. That's what at root is what it's trying to hit. It's not really saying if you're like a disciplined man and you're not going to really cheat, that it's wrong to do that, right?
No, you're actually wrong about that. It's not consequentialism. So it may be true that things such as lusting after a woman in your own heart would lead to some consequences that are bad, but that's not why it's outlined that way in Scripture. The way that we as Christian theists would take it would be, there are consequences to those actions in the real life, but the Lord God has laid His law down. He's told us what not to do, and according to His standard, we ought not do that.
No, what I'm trying to say is that it's not. This is just going back to conscientialism. I'm trying to say it's determinism, and it's not your fault. I mean, you're biologically programmed to do these things.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, look, there are certain serial killers. Hold on, Dionysus. There are certain serial killers and pedophiles who are programmed by their genes to do what they do, but that doesn't mean that they're let off of the hook when they commit the acts that they commit.
Yeah, but we're not talking about committing acts. We're talking about if you actually lost within your heart, right? Is that not what we're talking about?
Yeah, you don't think it's wrong for a pedophile to lust in his heart or his or her heart after a little boy or a little girl?
It's funny about that, and I'm sorry, but Carmaine, you need to step aside. But it's funny about that is that if you which you guys won't do, I would promote you guys or ask you guys to look at Lars von Trier's last episode of what's called the Depression series, which deals with that, which deals with pedophiles. It's called the Nymphomaniac.
What does this have to do with
The point I'm
anything,
trying to
Dio?
make here is that it's a biological. Well, you have to watch the movies first, but I know you guys won't because you're too busy doing other shit. But the point of the matter is that it's a biological response. If you cannot help it, like if you're a pedophile, right? If you're born as a pedophile and you lust at a person's, if you lust at kids, for example, right? Which I don't. Let me make that clear. But how can you be held responsible for something that you were programmed to do?
It's very well. Your question has an assumption to it, and that assumption is that if you can't "quote unquote" help it, whatever that means, then you're not responsible for it. And you've not provided any evidence for that. As far as I'm concerned, I operate under the assumption that yeah, it's true that people may be programmed by their genes to commit certain acts, but just because they're programmed by their genes to commit, no, look, listen. Let me finish my sentence. By committing acts, I'm referring to any sort of mental state as well as physical state. So whether you're thinking about something or whether you actually engage in some sort of action, so let that be what that means. Just because you're predetermined to be programmed into a certain action doesn't mean you're not held responsible for it.
I found that incredibly honest. You're going to resort to mental states, but go ahead.
Dio, one second, guys. Nadia, I think Nadia wants to speak. Nadia, go ahead.
All right. Well, what's generally happening with the kind of aspect of moral responsibility here is the attributability to that programming, right? And what's done with these aspects of one's character, that character represents that programming, right? So even though there's no sort of voluntarism regarding the programming, that's what any kind of praise or condemnation is praise or condemnation of. So you're not really getting anywhere by saying, oh, well, they're programmed to be that way. Go ahead.
Well, you're not really getting anywhere else by saying condemnation is an excuse for some of that kind of behavior. Like, I don't know, I kind of have an issue with that argument.
I think really what it comes down to is that we have to understand, as scientists, which the Bible neglects, as scientists,
you have to understand. No. You have to understand that those actions cause the condemnation towards what we're speaking about. So I'm questioning, what is the root of those behaviors? What is the root of those actions? What is the root to your behaviors? Do we want to talk about pedophilia and stuff like that again? Like, I don't even remember which subject it was, but it doesn't surprise me that it's you that brings up that issue again of a twisted relationship.
All right, Crazy Nut, can we aside from personal attacks for a second? What I'm trying to point out
you just call her Crazy Nut.
Revs. Fuck it, let it go, let it rock.
All right.
I'm trying to make here, the point I'm trying to make here is that as scientists, we have to understand the behavior and we correct the behavior. Now, if you want to just kill everyone who has that behavior, that's fine. But I think we need to understand the behavior. I think as scientists.
Right. I agree fully. I was kind of neurologically.
Well, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish.
You're a crazy nut.
The point that I'm trying to say is that responsibility has little value. As scientists, we want to understand and figure out how to control these things that are damaging to our society, right? That's the fucking point.
Well, look, those two things.
I'm looking at it more neurologically, and I'm not sure who confirmed that you're a scientist. I'm just letting you know directly that it seems like it's an awareness of like what are the reasons behind like those ill-minded instincts that almost happen in people where it's almost like if you're born or it's like somehow you have desire to hurt something that somehow that's acceptable because you don't know why you feel that. It's not correct to want to hurt other things. Just so you know, it's not correct to rape another person. It's not correct to
No one's denying that. Faith,
I know that, but I'm just saying it's not correct. It's not.
No, Chris,
No, if I can. Okay, like this is just why we don't do this style. We don't do it.
This is what happens when
I'm not.
It's what happens in a conversation with the retard.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
What? Yeah.
Come on.
Jacob. It's time for you to go. At this point, Dio, you're just gonna get hit. So Jacob, go.
Anybody there?
Did
Yeah,
Grace leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me say this. Calling someone a retard is not going to get you any closer to making a logical argument, which you haven't made so far. It's not mutually exclusive to want to understand a position and also to hold someone accountable to what they've done. So I'm all for scientists trying to understand how to control a problem like that, studying the problem, etc., etc. But in the meantime, you better be damn sure I want those people off the streets and punished. Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Dio, you're up.
Somebody hit him from broadcast.
He's back in broadcast. Go
No,
ahead.
look, guys, I'm not a mean-spirited person, but if somebody's going to attack me, I'm going to attack back. I don't care. Like, that's just part of the arena. So, if you're going to try to, if you're going to try to imply that someone's a pedophile,
Any name.
if you're going to try to imply that someone's a pedophile without evidence,
That was beyond uncalled for. You should apologize. That was so uncalled for.
She tried to imply that I was a pedophile.
No, she didn't.
Oh, she didn't.
She did no such thing.
She said she wasn't surprised that I would defend something like that.
No, because you always bring this shit up.
Yeah.
You always bring it up. That's what she was
I have
referring
never
to,
brought
not
this
that you were a
topic up
pedophile.
ever before. This is the first time I've ever talked about this topic.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't. Find it, and I will pay you $100 if you can find it. This is the first fucking time
If
I've
you
ever
had that kind of money, I might take you up on it.
Well, you won't, because you know what? You know that you're probably wrong. I know that I'm not wrong on this, and that's why you won't take the bet. Thank you. I'm done.
That's very childish, Dionysus.
He is very
Put
childish.
your money where your mouth is. That's all I'm trying to say.
Dionysus, you read all these like philosophers and like all these things like that, and like this is like not the kind of behavior you would expect from someone who would read these types of things and come out. Like challenging people to find videos on the internet and then offering to pay them money. Like, I mean, is that what Schopenhauer did?
I'm actually surprised to see that sort of behavior from former teacher.
Oh, cyber.
That's why he's a former being the operative word.
Yeah, forehand. You don't see this, dude?
No, well, why are you challenging like someone to find these videos and like who cares? Like, move on. I would just be like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if someone challenged me on something I said, I'd be like, okay, fine. I know what's true in my heart. Move on. If you're really right, but you're like challenging for money and like.
You're right. Thank you. You're right.
Well, Dionysus, let me ask you, why did you bring this subject up of pedophilia and this shit? Why did you bring it up?
I didn't bring it up, actually. I brought up suicide, and I think I'm aware.
I'm not talking about this at all.
You're going to interrupt me, honey.
You brought. So what? You interrupt everyone.
Let's move on. Let's talk about something different. Happy thoughts. Monday, Tuesday, happy days.
Good old Google Hangouts.
Yeah.
Now I have that song stuck in my head.
You have an earworm.
These days are...
God, this is a freaking confusing language.
Yeah, but it's cold here tonight. I'm wearing like 3 layers of clothing, and I've decided to sit inside of my sleeping bag.
We went directly into summer in DC.
Yeah, it's actually warming up here pretty nicely too.
Where are you?
In Kentucky.
Oh yeah, I've been through Kentucky.
I didn't know you were in Kentucky.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah. Been here for 5 years, something like that. I was originally from Ohio.
The Derby's coming up, right?
Maybe. I don't really pay attention to the horse races around here.
Oh.
I think they do have one. Well, they have one in April, and I think they have one in October, if I remember correctly.
No, the Kentucky Derby is like usually the first week of June.
Oh, I gotcha.
I don't know why I'm telling you that. You don't pay any attention to it, but yeah, I want to go. Hat. And pretend like I know what horse is going to win.
Yeah, I went, I think, 2 years ago, and the only thing I was really interested in was the Maker's Mark and Coke that they were shelling out there. It's some really good stuff.
Oh, wait, 2 years ago. So 1 year you would have missed you just missed the Triple Crown winner. American Pharaoh.
Huh.
Yeah, that was 2015, that American Pharaoh. It had been like 30-something years since some horse run the Triple Crown. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I love watching the horse race. It just is too quick. Blink and it's done. I think that's what we were talking about was vegetarianism before all that.
Yeah, then we got on to suicide
Now I remember.
again.
No, the point that I was
And then
trying
we got on to
the opposite with antiquity versus like Christianity, right? That was really the main point. And Nadia said that was not absolutely true.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation, actually. I'd like to hear that because, okay, it's a weird thought. I've been listening to this this guy on the internet, like on YouTube while I'm at work or whatever. He's talking about random things. One of the things he talks about is like his kind of nationalistic views, but he also talks about Satanism. And I was like, that's interesting. Let's see what he has to say. And basically his whole deal is he's quite anti-Christian. And he says that exact same thing, that Christianity is anti, like, the ancient world. He doesn't say it so explicitly, but that's part of what he says. So it is interesting because he talks about, like, for example, certain not all, and he's probably wrong. Actually, I've caught him to be incorrect on several things, but he'll talk about like the ancient world was really interested in, like, for example, the idea of like open sexual relations, at least for men, was more prominent, and it's not in Christianity. And a lot of the other social norms, he said, Christianity is typically against. So that is the interesting point, Dionysius.
I think the reason why all that sexual shit came about, though, if I just had to guess, is when we have to come back to, I think, with St. Paul, I think it comes down to that Christianity kind of almost represents the same idea as the Indians, right? Not when I say Indians, I don't mean North America. I mean the true Indians. I think the idea is that this world is just a world of appearances. That, to be materialistic, right, or to to indulge in desire is considered to be a bad thing. But speaking to Dionysius, that would be a good thing, the opposite. But Christianity, Christ dying on the cross is the opposite. It's basically the renunciation of this materialistic world for the other world. Well, the problem comes when you neglect this world, when you deny, when you start to spout out bullshit about like how bad this world is, which there's a part of my philosophy that does do that. But when you start doing that, you damage this world and hope for another world that may or may not exist.
Well, it's very interesting because if I were to look at the life of someone who is not monogamous, and if I were to look at the same person if they were monogamous, I would actually draw different conclusions. See, I personally think that monogamy is a great thing. just even for its consequences. But aside from that, in Scripture, monogamy really is meant to reflect the relationship that Christ has with the church.
You know
Because
what's funny? You know what's funny about what you just said though? Like polygamy is actually very common among all our great men. Like even like for example, even in our recent age, Bertrand Russell, if you look him up on Wikipedia.
Dionysus, are you gonna actually are you gonna actually let Jacob finish, or do I have to hide you again?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I was saying monogamy was meant to be modeled after Christ and the church. The idea is that the church is Christ's bride, and that you ought not stray from your bride. And if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure Scripture likens adultery. There are two types of adultery. You have adultery when you're married, but there's also spiritual adultery. So when you had like the Israelites, for example, in Scripture, who would go after Baal or a different god, that would have been considered like a sort of spiritual adultery. So you see those themes creep up in Scripture all the time. So it's not just a matter of consequentialism in this world. You would have to be a Christian in order to understand the values that those are based around. So
how long have you been with your wife?
Let's see, that'd be 7 years. I've been with her 7 years, married 6.
All right, I'm not married, but I've been with my partner. Well, we're not partners now, but I guess I could say I've been with my partner like 15 years, I think. 15 years, yeah.
Oh
and
my God!
The point
Vaughn is back.
The point I'm trying to make here is that there are situations.
Vaughn Helton, get the hell out of here!
Welcome back, Vaughn. How you doing, man?
Oh, welcome back.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make here.
I didn't know what you were
Fuck her, me.
I was like, Vaughn.
The point I'm trying to make really quickly is that the idea, there's situations that occur, it's nuance, that not every marriage is equal to another marriage, and there are situations that occur where if it's discussed between partner and partner, that, for example, like my personal situation where my partner says, you can go ahead and have sex with other women. It's perfectly legit. As long as I'm being honest with her and I'm telling her that I'm doing what I'm doing, it's perfectly legit.
According to what standard?
Let me finish. Even in the case of Bertrand Russell, can I finish? I didn't interrupt. I mean, I did, but
yeah, you did. You really did.
I abstained from it. But the point I'm trying to make here is that even Bertrand Russell, his parents, his wife went up to his mother went up to his father and said, "Look, I want to have, this sexual passion, this sexual intercourse with another guy," and they were from nobility, and she said, the husband said, "Yeah, you can have this relationship with this guy if this makes you happy. Go ahead and do it." So in the ranks of nobility, this may be like a good rule for the peasants to follow, right? But when it comes to nobility, like for example suicide or monogamy, those two things do not exist in the states, in nobility. Those two things are a lot more nuanced. But again, it's like laws. They are for the peasants.
What point are you trying to make, though? I mean, so ultimately you're saying, well, you think it would be a good thing if in your relationship that happened. Okay, I'm not really getting any argument that
the point is that you got to prove the value of monogamy all the way to its farthest extent.
Yeah, well, I can do that. Monogamy. Well, let me explain it to you. Monogamy, when it's ironed out to its conclusion, which is ultimately marriage and a family, promotes a strong family, promotes a strong marriage, and it's very good for the kids. I can tell you, as someone who grew up from a broken home, growing up in a broken home is a very, very, very traumatic thing. Excuse me. So no. You're not going to interrupt me. No, you're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me. I'm making a point here. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying that there wasn't somebody who had it worse than me, but being from a broken home is a very, very terrible thing. And monogamy promotes the negation of that. It promotes a healthy marriage. It promotes a healthy relationship.
Oh man, can I jump in? Can I please jump in? Oh God, I've got to jump in.
go.
I have
One
got to
second.
jump in on this
I
shit.
just want to say, one second, James. 1 second. I'll let you go. I just want to really quickly respond to him. I want to say, what if you and you guys just got married and she became paralyzed and was unable to give you sexual pleasure, and you guys never had sex? Is she supposed to expect that you were never to engage or indulge in sexual pleasure?
Yes, and as far as I'm concerned, I would be happy not to, because marriage is not only about sex. Relationships are not only about sex. Life is life is not only about indulging in your desires. That's the point I've been trying to get to you. When it comes to let me tell you something. As far as marriage is concerned, and this is from my perspective, the more that you're married to someone, the longer that you're married to someone, the more that you realize that it's not about you.
Dude,
there it is. There it is. All right, Dionysus, can you please shut the fuck up? All right, Vaughn, you wanted to speak. Go ahead, bro.
I gotta chime in on this shit because any moron that has studied history for 5 fucking seconds knows that polygamy has been and continues to be the #1 situation of the human race. Why? Because without it, our numbers will deteriorate, and we could theoretically cease to exist. Now, you might laugh at that. You might say Von Helton is the fucking nutter, which is what a lot of people do say. But the truth of the matter is that the reason monogamy exists is because that the Catholic Church wanted to control our damn numbers. Because if you've got multiple wives, you're going to have a shit ton of kids. And they're not going to be able to control you. This is all about control. It's always been about control. It'll always be about control. And it's either going to be the church controlling you, or the government controlling you, or the elites, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Morgan, Carnegie, etc. They're controlling you. But there's always going to be someone trying to control your ass. And one of the best ways to control you is to control your numbers and to control your family, which is what the government is always trying to do. They're always trying to control your family. All right. And what's the best way to do that? You don't only need one wife. You don't need multiple wives. You only need one wife. What do you need multiple wives for? It's all a ploy. It's always been a ploy. Since time immemorial, it's always been a ploy. Let's control the masses. Let's control man. It's always been that way. And that is what monogamy is. It is control. And it's always been control. Because polygamy, if you study any kind of history at all, you know that polygamy has always been the norm since time immemorial, and it got changed. Why? So that the religions of the world could control the masses, and that's the only damn reason why.
Thanks, Vaughn. Go ahead. Wait, Dia, 1 second. Aramin, go ahead.
Okay. So Dionysus is always bitching about the hookup culture and how it's okay, the hookup culture is so negative, this, that, and the other. And now he's promoting this type of crap, the hookup culture. So what side are you on, Dionysus? It's not okay for women to be part of the hookup culture, but it is okay for men to be promiscuous? Please.
Dia, go for it.
I have no problem explaining this situation. There are a lot of nuances in this, so let's take one at a time. The first nuance that I would take is that, from my personal experiences with women, and I've had a lot of them, at least 20, would be that women tend not to finish. Women, for whatever reason, and they are in the process of making new drugs. But women, for some reason, depending on where they come from, don't have the sexual desires in the way that men have them. I've slept with at least
wrong.
Yeah, wrong, buddy.
I've slept with all women in almost every guy in this chat. Okay, can I finish? I thought you were not supposed to interrupt. Like, you want me not to interrupt, but you're letting other people interrupt. What the fuck? All right, we have some discipline in the room. All right, first of all, I'm just asking for I'm asking for the same respect that I gave you. Which
was none. You're always interrupting people.
Jacob, you're 100% right, but let him finish. Go ahead, Dia.
No, it's not true. I did let you guys speak. First, so I'm trying to reply. So I can tell you right now, there are studies, and I can show you. I'm not going to pull them up. I'm not going to do your homework for you, but there are studies that show that women, for the most part, do not get off during sexual intercourse. For the most part, what they do is they let the guy finish, and they do that to please the guy. Most women do not have orgasms. They may. Oh, I'm sorry. They will have maybe like 8 or 9 in their entire lifetime, but for most part, when they have sexual intercourse, they're doing it for their partner. Now. The hookup culture, which Hermine was trying to imply, that I was trying to, say that it was okay for guys versus not okay for women. That's not true. What I'm trying to imply,
Rustin, please explain to me. Please explain to me. What happened to you? How, did women hurt you this bad, bro?
What are you
seriously?
talking about? Support your evidence.
Oh.
You're employing something that does not exist.
Stop the presses. Oh. Von Helton, it's so good. I'm sorry.
He's back. He's back, Nadia.
It's so good to see you back on, Von Helton. I was so worried about you.
Hey, do you really think I'm going to let a bunch of assholes on the internet stop me? I mean, really? Really?
Fucking
No way.
Punisher in the house, bro.
Listen. You know how you give them just enough lines so that they can hang themselves? That's exactly what I've been doing since day one, dude. Trust me. They think they're getting their way. They ain't getting nothing. Trust me, okay? There's going to be, and I've already been on the porn with some people, and there's going to be all kinds of cool shit going on, because these guys that have manipulated my wife and tried to destroy my marriage and tried to get my kids taken away, they're going to lose. They're going to lose in court big time. They're going to lose their house, their car. I'm going to own all their shit. I'm literally going to own all their shit. And they're going to sit there and they're going to cry in front of the judge. I didn't mean it, Judge. I didn't mean it. Well, too bad, so sad, man. You don't get on Skype and plot to destroy someone's family. Okay, you just don't do that shit. So these guys are going down the fucking river for a long time, I hope. And if not, I'll just sue them and take all their shit. It don't bother me in one way or the other. But they are not in control. They're not going to silence me. They're not going to stop me. And I'm just going to keep right on steamrolling right along, just like my buddy Trump's doing.
Yeah, so, Nick, FAF, I'd also like to welcome you. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Dionysus was still in a long-winded discussion on how, he just didn't see the contradiction in his own story.
No, hold on, Hermine. You would not let me, not you, but other persons in the room would not let me finish making my point. The point that I was trying to make was simply that women do not have orgasms the same way that men do. That was the first point. The second point that I was trying to bring up, was that there are nuances in every relationship, which you cannot simply say, that shall not do, right? Every situation is different, and every situation should be up to the two people who are married together to say what is okay and what is not okay in their personal relationship. It's not the responsibility or the purpose of the church or society to deem what's correct in their own personal.
Can I say something here?
Go ahead, Nick.
No, it was me. I was just going to say, I'm really surprised, since you threw a number out there of how many women you've been with, and I think you said it was 20, that you honestly believe that women don't have the same sexual desire that men do. That is absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's completely different.
They may have it in a different way, but trust me, women have the same they have the same level of sexual desire as men do.
The women are just as bad as the men. The difference is that the women aren't as vocal as us guys are about it.
No, I'm not denying that if you were to take women and men and you were to do a divide between the two overall, who has the most desire, that it would not be equal or close to being equal. But what I'm trying to say is that it depends on who you are. So, for example, if you're like a feminine man, right, and you get like a dominant female, right? That dominant female may personally, if that's your characteristic, is being like almost a feminine female, right? Or effeminate, you may get a lot of submissive, dominant females who may not have orgasms because they're more closer to the man range than they are to the female range. But if you're like a dominant,
That is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Sounds like Dio sucks in bed is what it sounds like.
Actually, I this one girl I dated named Stephanie. She used to crawl through my window, and I used to have when she was having an orgasm, like 8 or 9 one period, and I used to have to wash her with my mouth with my hand. My dad would not hear her when she came through my window. So that's not true.
Let's take a vote.
Did I hear that correctly?
Someone doth profess too much.
Yeah,
Go
let's
ahead.
take a vote. Let's take a vote in the room and see who believes that. Me? Nay? Nay?
Nay? Nay?
Nay.
I really don't care.
Um,
I'm so much more fucking alpha than you guys in here. So maybe for
Dionysus, to your point, okay? To your point, I do want to address your point. You're basically saying, that if I got you right, you're saying that women are more into the foreplay than the actual sex itself. The actual
no, James, what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is a lot of times what I have observed in my own personal life is that, and I'm not saying this is an absolute truth, but in my own personal life, that a lot of women will do, like, for example, foreplay, and they'll have sex, but a lot of times they're not doing that because they're actually enjoying it. They're doing that because they know and they're trying to please their man. So this is more, and also this is a very important point, is that if you're like an effeminate, you can't have this absolute truth that you guys tend to have, because if you're an effeminate female, an effeminate male, and you attract dominant females, they're going to tend to have a lot less orgasms than if you are a dominant male and you get.
Rustin, please tell me what the fuck happened to you, man.
Well,
you have been hurt really bad, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I would just like to say real quick, I
don't know how this has to do with his disagreement with why it's okay for men to hook up and have a hookup culture. And
I never
okay for women to be part of the hookup culture.
I never said that. Where can you find that? If you can find it, I will give you $100.
Hookup culture.
Oh, here we go again.
Not able to address it.
I will give you $100 if you can show or provide.
And he just make any.
If I could float to my position on the subject, I think the hookup culture should completely replace marriage, and all romantically bonded relationships too. Go ahead.
I think Dionysus.
Hey, as long as I don't get thrown in federal prison for having more than one wife, I'm cool with whatever y'all want to do. I just say that, I mean, let's think about it. I mean, how many of y'all are worried about going to federal prison for practicing what you believe? None of you. I'm the only one. See, I go to federal prison if I practice what I believe, which is polygamy. I go to federal prison for that shit. It's called bigamy laws. Look them up.
Yeah, and that's
that's
Vaughn. That's bullshit, Vaughn. Yeah, there should be no laws against how many wives you want to have. Go ahead.
I think it's ridiculous, and it goes back to what I was saying before about control. See, the government has control. They want to control you.
Government. You first need to worry about finding more than one woman that's going to deal with your ass.
Well, Ermaine, I hate to tell you this.
I love it.
Actually, what I am online isn't quite exactly what I am in the real world, and I'm no connoisseur of women, but I did all right. I've done all right in the past.
I was joking.
I was going to say, I think that Dionysus has a very naive view of how women view sex. To say that, a good portion of women just have sex because they want to please their partner is absolutely ridiculous. There may be some out there.
More women you have.
Oh, you can say that. That's fine. That still doesn't make your point any less logical.
How many women have you been with, dude?
I'm not going to tell you how many women I've been with over the internet. Are you kidding me?
1 or 2?
Dude, I'm not going to tell you how many women I've been with.
Dionysus. Let me ask you that. All right.
Oh, sorry.
If you believe that women are not deriving anything out of it themselves, how do you explain genital mutilation over in these other third world countries.
No, I do not deny that. I do not deny. You guys are missing the point that I'm trying to make here. I'm not denying that overall, if you were to take, one side versus the other, who has more orgasms, that they would not equate to be equal. I'm not denying that. But what I'm trying to say is that certain men, depending on their attractiveness, are going to attract certain type of females. And not only their attractiveness, but also their physiology. They're going to attract certain type of females versus another top, which is in the other extreme. So, for example, effeminate males are going to attract a different type of female than the dominant males are, right? Their psychology are going to be completely different. So, for example,
Rustin, you are so fucking insecure, man. You are so fucking insecure.
I'll say, dominant females tend not to have the same amount of orgasms that submissive females tend to have.
What?
Didn't you earlier make the claim that most women will only have like 9 orgasms in their lifetime, and now you're completely contradicting yourself?
How?
I've been with equal dominant and submissive
contradiction.
Dionysus, how did you come to the conclusion that a dominant woman would have less orgasms than a submissive woman? Where did you get that? I think you pulled it out of here. That's what I think.
Exactly, Vaughn. You got it.
I've been with probably about equal between dominant. Like if you were to compare my numbers,
right? Nobody believes you.
Almost equal between dominant versus submissive. And what I've noticed is that
Dionysus
to do it in order to please the
blow up dolls don't count, buddy.
Huh?
Jacob, that was good.
You guys never get laid, obviously.
Right.
Well, considering that I'm married,
really? I don't.
No, I mean you haven't.
Right over there, I don't. Okay.
I had sex last week. Somebody randomly actually.
Rosie Palmer doesn't count either, buddy.
You had sex with 2 people in your entire life, dude. I believe that, actually.
Rustin, like, seriously. I am asking you this, like, just from my heart. Like, why are you so hurt, man? Like, why?
Where are you getting the hurt part of it? I don't understand. Like, nobody's feeling hurt.
You're obviously hurt, man.
I think somebody ripped his heart out and stomped on it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree, Vaughn. Yeah.
This is the result that Christianity results to try to, like,
please. Stop.
You guys are so fucking pathetic. It's unbelievable. You guys are fucking hyenas compared to all
you said no, you're going to sit there and blame religion now. I'm willing to go halfway with you and say that religion does control people to a certain extent. But to make the monumental leap that it's somehow controlling your interpersonal relationships with women, that's bullshit.
Dude, the pharmaceutical company right now is hard-pressed.
What about
the pharmaceutical company is right now hard-pressed to find a drug to give women in order for them to enjoy sex.
Yes,
Look at
what? Oh my God! It just keeps going and going and going and going.
Can I actually explain that?
Insanity.
Okay, what Viagra, Cialis, and such do is to enable the flow of blood to the erectile tissue. And, well,
Hello?
I think she crashed.
Okay, I was making sure that wasn't me.
Yeah, I thought it was me too, but apparently it's not.
And such. So, I mean, the barriers to
all right, Nadia.
Orgasm in those who have.
Nadia,
sorry?
Listen, you crashed out. You're gonna have to rewind and say everything you said.
Oh, you're
again.
shitting me.
Yeah, you crashed out. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So, what Viagra and Cialis do is enable the flow of blood to the erectile tissues. Now, what the analogs of erectile tissue in female developed general anatomy are not terribly significant, either in size or in, their, I guess, crucialness to, orgasm. So the kinds of barriers there are to those who have whatever kind of orgasmic impairment in female genital anatomy are different in nature. So yeah, it's going to be a research problem, and it's perhaps going to be less obvious. Go ahead.
Why do you keep mentioning, Dionysus, that there are people in this room that haven't been with more people than you? Is that like an insecure area of your life or something?
No, I mean, I just put in. I went to a website that actually there's like a statistical average of like how many people that the average man sleeps with, whatever. And I put in how many women. It's probably more than 20 actually. And I put it in. It was probably like because I just got laid recently by a random person. I put it in, and it says, I'm being honest. I put it in the. No, I don't know this information. I went on the internet. Seriously, I'm being honest. I went on the internet. I put it
Congratulations on getting laid, Dio. Congratulations.
I like how he just throws that in there.
Hold on a second. Let me make a point, and you guys can finish. I put the number in the algorithm, and it says that I have slept with more than 75% of other men have slept with. So I'm making this. If I've slept with more women than 75% of my peers, then I'm predicting that.
And I don't like the conjecture. It is
I have slept with
his quote of women that he's slept with that lowers the number of us that can get orgasms because he sucks in bed, which is obvious.
Well, now wait a minute.
There it is.
If he filled out a report, and that report said he's getting laid more than his peers, what does that say about millennials? Are millennials too wrapped up in gaming to be getting out there and getting some, or what? What is that saying?
That's a very interesting question, dude, because I don't think the number was nearly. I think the number is probably a lot. I don't think that the logarithm really understands the millennials, because I think the millennials are actually sleeping with a whole lot more people than they're reporting. I think they're probably sleeping. Probably the females are probably sleeping between like 50 males, and the guys are sleeping with probably between like 6 and like, I don't know, 30 maybe. But
lifetime? Or is this like, are you talking lifetime, or is this like a year?
Well, the one that I went to, if you looked up on the internet, was the number of people you've slept with since your 18th birthday. That's the one I went to. You can look up on the internet.
You just turned 16 like yesterday, so that should be 0, right?
Actually, I think he's like, somewhere around 30.
Yeah, no, I know that. I was making a joke because it seems like at every turn he'll like throw it in out of nowhere. He'll be like, so I went down to the store, got some ice cream. I randomly got laid last night, and then I went down to the other. He just like randomly throws it in so everyone knows what a stud he is.
What other numbers do I have to go by? I mean, if I go on the internet and we search this stuff, right, and it says this is what the average number is.
Dionysus.
Like, so
I am not by any stretch of the imagination an attractive man, and I've had a hell of a lot of women, dude. You know what? You know what women want? Women don't necessarily want money or good looks. You know what they want? They want somebody that gives them attention. They want somebody that will actually fucking listen to them.
Dude,
if they know that you will actually sit down and listen to them, you can have any fucking woman you want. Because that's what women really, really want. They want somebody
Let me show you my Twitter account. Let me show you my Tinder account real quick. 1 second.
I don't think.
No, we don't want to see that shit, Dio.
Stop defending yourself, man. Stop defending yourself, dude. Why are you defending yourself? It makes it sound worse. Like this is like pathetic in a not funny way.
I don't think. Well, women are like some kind of monolith or products of some kind of cookie cutter mold. I mean. Making these kind of blanket statements about
Dionysus, listen, I hid you because random people don't want to be on broadcast. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for putting it down. You're back.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're not all the same.
I don't know, Dennis. I've offered you advice like on like not getting berated the way you are, and I think your exact words were, "I'm a grown man. I can take care of myself. Thank you very much."
Yeah, but I mean, you have to look at like what we're dealing with here. I mean, I would take your advice like in a different situation, but we're dealing with like an amalgamation of different characters, right? And it just depends on which like what group of people that we find ourselves in. Depends on like how the hangout's going to go.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, look, I'm not big on berating anyone. I try to usually stay neutral unless it's some sort of like philosophical thing. But I gotta tell you, no matter whether I'm in a hangout or with a bunch of friends, if someone I know is like, "Hey, I've been with this many women," and just randomly puts it out there, I'm gonna give them some crap about it, because that's at least from my perspective, a very insecure thing to do.
Like, no, I mean, I don't. One thing that I don't do is I don't really, unless it's for entertainment purposes, I don't lie. Like that's really like a thing that I don't do, and I don't steal. Those are two things that I don't ever do. And so,
my question.
So if I say something and I'm being challenged with something, I find that to be a great defense. I mean, a great defense.
My question is, why were you keeping count?
Well, I wasn't like, I wasn't doing it intentionally, but I mean, I have to, sometimes I go back in my head and I'm thinking, okay, like how many people have I been with, and I try to figure it out. And I think everybody does that, right? I think if you go back, if you had like a numerous of love affairs, and they're all love affairs, they weren't just like, you know, people I were sleeping with. I think most
That's
people.
a good song.
A lot of people that
Kind
love affairs
of
want to figure out how many they've had if they lost track of number, right?
Forget losing track of the number. I can't remember like anything.
One of a Kind Love Affair was a good song from the 70s, man. That was a good tune. I like that tune. I'm glad you reminded me of it.
There's only one person I can't remember their name, but everybody else I can pretty much remember their name.
Oh shit, I don't remember even faces very much. Oh, probably most.
No, like, I mean, even with like females, this is like the opposite side of me, to be quite honestly.
Even with females, what the fuck does that mean?
I get very connected to anybody I sleep with, so I never like sleep with people casually. I mean, even like these random ones that I had, like the one that I had last week, I got really connected with her. Unfortunately, it was going to be a one-night stand, but I don't ever have a sex with somebody that's unconnected.
I mean,
Can we move on?
Was,
I'm done hearing about Dionysus's supposed bettings.
I totally agree,
So,
Jacob. I'm with you.
Why is it
Welcome,
whenever I come
welcome,
in-
Jeremiah. Jeremiah, welcome, man.
Why is it whenever I come in here, Dionysus is talking about something crazy?
Oh yeah, I think he was getting way over the top on the big Tau MRA kind of. Oh, Pua. That's his Pua front.
It's just funny. It's like one time I come in here, he's talking about heroin. The next time he's talking about something crazy again. It's weird. Come on, man. Get your life together.
Yeah.
Well, this time he was telling us how many blow up dolls he's had.
Exactly. Get your life together, man. Get your life together.
I would say though the Imago Dei is in many respects not truly distinctive between, well, I mean, apart from pure fiat, anything regarding sentient beings. So if one's going to have
Nadia, them's fighting words right there. Them's fighting words.
Yeah, but well, that's I'm gonna go for like full Morrissey on you and go.
All right,
Meat is
okay,
murder.
all right, we're ready for it. Go for it.
Meat is murder. There you go. Yeah. Well, I mean, the suffering of sentient beings is going to be caused by, in fact, slaughtering them, capturing, caging, and...
Oh, it's only veganism. I thought we were going to arguments for God or no God. All right, okay, veganism. All right, fine.
Well, actually, it was against any kind of like real distinguishing power of the Imago Dei. Go ahead.
Rev, you are gonna hate me tonight, because if you're arguing religion, Rev, you like to say stuff like Jesus fuck and everything. I'm gonna point that out every time, bud. Taking the Lord's name in vain. Every time.
It's all good, Jeremiah. Cheers, man.
Hey.
Hey.
My birthday is in 2 days.
After all this Christianity, I gotta these hangouts. I'm gonna have to, like, you know, if I can get my knee back together or something and I don't know, get practice and so on, I'll have to get some Velvet Acid Christ at the clubs. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, come on. Okay. Hey.
Velvet Acid Christ is some good stuff.
Yeah, actually. And what is it? What is it? E nomine. Did you hear that Vater Unser thing right there? That's the Lord's Prayer in German. You know, I feel like people just like going dancing to that. And... Okay.
I'm really trying to contemplate, like, Rustin, like, bro, so much.
You understand? Like, my name is Dionysus.
So much. No, well, okay. I'm sorry, Dionysus. So much hurt from women. Just let it go, man. Let it go.
For those of you in the comments,
Let it go.
What are you talking about, dude?
For those of you in the comments who don't see this, Dionysus is basically saying we all don't get laid in the little side chat.
Oh, I saw it. It pops up on my screen, so I saw
I know,
every
but
word
I
of
mean
it.
the people on YouTube watching this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about
you know,
anybody else.
Dionysus, if you think us guys ain't getting laid, man, then there's something wrong with you.
Dude, I'm subscribed to NYC Gangbang Sluts and Studs on FetLife.
I heard my name.
How do you think?
Nadia!
Yeah, I was just saying that I think Forehand could probably get laid if he wanted to, but I seriously doubt that Drunk On gets laid when he wants to.
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm not really sure what to say about that.
Hey man, I get down with dudes, so I live in Ohio. It's kind of like the nearest gay bar is like 10 miles away from here.
Oh, you're gay? I'm sorry. So this is that kind of irrelevant conversation then. Dude, are you drinking Mad Dog 2020?
Yeah.
Dude, that's the first thing I ever got drunk off is what you're drinking right now. That's awesome.
There's crap tons of bottles of it around here everywhere. I just kind of throw them down, never pick them up. Plus I have like, let me see, tons of flavors here.
Welcome back, Nick. All right. What's your opinion on whether or not there are such things as gods? Nick?
Nick is not here. He is dead now. See the red? That's his blood covering the camera.
No,
Red
fuck
rum,
that.
red rum.
Fuck that, Jeremiah. Fuck that. Okay, Nick, go for it. Nick at night, go for it.
Nick looks like McLovin. I just gotta say that. He looks like McLovin.
So true.
Who is that?
Nick, he looks like McLovin from a Superbad. Just Google it, Nadia.
I'm not even sure what you're saying.
I don't even know what that is.
I'll reiterate the question from Nadia. Nick, are there any gods? Any such thing as gods or whatever?
I'm not even drunk yet and I'm disrupting.
Well,
I don't think there's any Greek gods. That's a bunch of bullshit.
North's all the way, man.
I am your god.
That's not true. That's not true. Where is Ocean when we need him? Holy shit!
You think are like Abrahamic, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, or Hindu, or Shinto, or whatever kind of gods? Go ahead.
Flying spaghetti monster.
He's fighting against he's in a war of some sort, some type of Celtic war.
Vaughn, listen to me, bro.
He's taking over the UK.
Vaughn, you have a statue waiting for you in Valhalla, my bro.
I'm right. Can be awesome sauce, dude. Immortalized forever.
There it is. There it is.
Immortalized forever.
Yeah,
man. Don't bother me one bit.
You guys could just believe in me. I mean, I'm real. I'm here. I can do miracles like chug liquor.
Yeah. Well, gonna like kneel down to the Dir on Twat and worship Hugh, or
Yeah, worship me.
no, I said Hugh.
Oh, well, you can worship me too, because I'm a benevolent.
Like this. Spelled like that. Like Lugdunum, which I think gives rise to what is it, Lyon and Leiden in modern European languages. It's the name of a number of cities in classical antiquity. Named after the god, Hugh, right, or Hugh.
What are you doing there, Jeremiah? What are you doing?
I have been trying to figure that out for the last 20 years, my friend.
Oh my god, dude. Well, just don't chug Mad Dog 2020 too much, man. That's
I've already chugged Mad Dog on here, and I ended up ripping off my shirt. I can't keep doing that. I'm running out of shirts.
Okay. Well, so Nick, Christian, atheist, or Muslim, or
Christian.
Christian? Okay.
But I don't go to church.
Pre-mill, post.
Neither.
Why don't you go to church? Why don't you go to church?
Pre-mill or A-mill? Okay, sorry. Oh, and pre, post, or mid-trib rapture?
Why don't you go to church?
Because it's not for me.
Okay.
Is it required to go to church in Christianity?
It's on one hand it is. There are scriptures that talk about how Christians need to be under some sort of spiritual leadership with regard to the church, but that, in my opinion, that's debatable. I know James White. He's like a really good Christian apologist that I like. He says that it's a necessity, not that you're not saved if you don't go to church, but that it could be absolutely detrimental to your spiritual well-being if you don't.
Right.
I personally don't have one, but I need to.
Forsake not the assembly, right? Paul said that, and the assembly would be believers coming together in a hangout. Sorry, Nadia, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna do the quick Christian quiz. You know, like Calvinist, Arminian, pre-post, mid-trib rapture, and pre-mill, post-mill, A-mill, and all that. Go ahead.
Not gonna take part in that, but go ahead.
I see the balloon today.
Well, it's just rattling off the list of which of those boxes you fall in. Okay. That was for Nick, by the way.
Well, I just see. I
don't
see
know.
your face.
I don't even know what any of that is that you just said.
Yeah,
I don't know what...
Nick, don't worry about it. I just see Nadia smiling, and that's a good thing. So, Nick, when you see Nadia smile, no, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Calvinist and Arminian is basically the Protestant versions of synergism, monergism. Synergism is that the person has to make some kind of decision and it's a product of that decision that they, come to, I guess, believe in, worship, be saved by the God. And the monotheism is it's the God alone that calls people and brings them to start believing in God and all that.
Nadia, really quick, can you tell us what's at the top and bottom of the live meme you got going on there? What is
Oh
that?
God, not this again. Every time.
Nadia is no God, or neither God nor master. What about primitive religion? Is anarchism and feminism? Is the struggle against religion is for anarchism and feminism.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I'm gonna order a shitload of Taco Bell tomorrow. I mean, it's gonna be like diarrhea for a week.
And your toilet is going to hate you, Jeremiah.
I actually got a reinforced toilet.
Wow.
Well, it's the same price. Get one. It's good.
He got him a super flush, man. He went out and bought him a super flush. The man is styling now. He's got him a super flush.
Yeah, I never go with any of the low flow toilets. I want
we
that
lost
shit
Nick.
gone.
We lost Nick. That was good. You tell him more what I was going to tell more what the various kinds of positions in Christianity meant. Oh, wait, welcome back, Nick.
He's back. He's back.
So that should clear up Calvinism versus Arminianism. Okay, so the pre-mill, post-mill, and amill refers to the millennial reign and they have different ideas. Amillennial is that there basically won't be a millennial reign. Premillennial reign is premillennial is that the Christ will return before the millennial reign. And then, the post-millennial is that Christ returns after the millennial reign. So basically and that's the kind of nasty one, because the post-millennial one is where people think they have to conquer the world for Christ so that they can have that millennial reign rule for 1,000 years in the quote-unquote right way, and then quote-unquote bring Christ back, right? And then pre-trib, post-trib, and mid-trib rapture is for those who hold to the rapture, think the rapture is going to happen. Basically, whether the rapture occurs, before or after it, or in the middle of it. So.
Revelations chapter 20.
Okay. Does that clear up all the, theological positions to take, or
Nick actually did not answer your question, because you asked him, was he pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-trib, and he hasn't answered that yet.
He may not be a rapture, or may not hold the rapture theology, whatever.
Well, he's McLovin, man. He can't answer that kind of stuff. It's not about beer and sweet bang.
There's all kinds of stuff, like, there's dispensationalist versus covenantalist and all that. And a bunch of things go on and on.
Nadia, do you enjoy just fucking barraging people with questions, in terms of theological discussions here? I think you get a fucking kick out of it, Nadia. Don't you?
Nadia, are you drunk?
No.
Well, get drunk.
I wish I were. I think they bodega closed already, and I'm also broke, so.
Fuck it, break into the bodega, smash that fucking window, and grab that motherfucking liquor.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, rent's coming up pretty soon here. But
I believe Revelations chapter 20 makes it abundantly clear that if there's a rapture at all, which I tend to doubt, but if there is a rapture at all, it will not occur until after the great white throne of judgment, which is after the 1,000-year reign of Christ. So even if there is a rapture, you ain't going nowhere. Might as well tough it out here with the rest of us.
Yeah, tribulation. Go ahead.
Now, if I had to choose any religion to be a part of, I think it would be Roman Catholicism, strictly because They believe, strictly because, at least the one I went to, believed that Jesus died for our sins, we're already saved no matter what we do. So I can just live however the fuck I want.
Well, I almost got recruited into Roman Catholicism because I heard about Opus Dei. I was like, oh yeah, Western Chains.
Yeah, to be honest, that was when I was a kid. Now I'm an adult, and I'm just like, so a man got nailed to a block of wood, and we go over here and worship him? What? Just saying, it makes no sense to me.
It's symbology, dude. It's symbology.
Symbol.
I think what our friend here means is symbolism.
Yes, I was
Symbolism.
trying to figure out what symbology. I don't know.
To be fair, also in Christian theism, the idea isn't just that a man was nailed to a cross, but rather Christ was God in flesh.
Yeah, so then why did he pray to himself? Isn't that kind of... So you're saying that he was bipolar?
No, see, in Christian theism, we believe in the Trinity, which is one God, three co-eternal, co-equal persons. So when Jesus was praying, he himself was God in flesh, but he was praying to God the Father. So they're three distinct persons.
So he was bipolar.
No, that doesn't follow at all. That's a non sequitur.
I like how you're trying to argue with a drunk.
Well,
you should reevaluate your life here at this point.
Well, Trinitarianism is predominant. Trinitarianism is predominant. There are Unitarians and such floating around as well, who hold that there's only one. Only one. Well, yeah, Jesus onlyists or Jesus-ists and so on are, basically are, really rely on either the words of Christ or the Gospels only, right? But even so, the main thing with
Nadia?
Why am I speaking on behalf of the Christians? Go ahead.
Nadia, can you do me a favor right now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. For all the God believers in here, can you do me a favor and prove that there is no God?
Well, can you guys prove there is one? Because that's kind of like a
Jeremiah, Jeremiah, please.
Hold on, Rev.
Okay,
Rev. Well, that's kind of a weird question, considering that you guys go, can you prove there isn't a God? But we could also go, can you prove there is a God? And at the end of the day, none of us can prove a false negative.
We can't prove that there is one, but Nadia makes a claim that there is no God.
Yeah, that's exactly
what causality relates.
That's exactly what I was going
to... Go ahead.
But you also make a claim there is a God.
No, hold on a second. Just everybody calm down here. It's a valid question to ask if you have someone that holds to a position or is asserting that there absolutely is no God. Then the burden of proof falls upon the one who makes the affirmative claim.
But aren't you guys making the affirmative claim by saying there is a God?
I make the affirmative claim there is no God.
Right.
I'm sorry, man. I don't understand it. Maybe I'm living in a bubble or something. Okay, that's entirely possible. But I can't step outside my damn door without bumping into something supernatural or spiritual. How y'all do it? Y'all just fucking hide in your house all damn day or some shit, to where you don't experience anything supernatural or psychological or any of that shit at all. Nothing. I mean, what the hell? How can you not go outside your house and not see something supernatural or spiritual? How?
Because I'm a normal person living in a normal life?
I would maintain that, to hold that there could be anything supernatural entails that one could not know anything of the world. You could not know what the effects of your actions would be, anything of your past or anyone else's, or what's around you or anything like that. And because those kinds of causal principles, the quote-unquote nomological relations and, say, Humean and various other kinds of notions of causation are absent in supernatural causation. So that when one is attempting to ascertain whether what the effect of a given event and such would be, or what the causes of an event would be, has no causal principles to use to, well, have a relation to their cause or effect. You have in effect all possible things would be causes or effects because of the absence of the mechanism for causation. So, that's what it entails. You cannot know
I'm an
anything
exception to the rule.
of the history. Well,
I'm an exception to the rule. I would have to be. Because listen, and I mean, from the time I was barely able to walk until now, 52 years later, I have seen innumerable things of supernatural, spiritual, or I mean, I've seen angels, I've seen demons, I've seen ghosts, I've seen just all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, Vaughn.
I don't understand how you can walk out your door and not see something of a supernatural or spiritual nature, because I see it all around me every day.
I feel
Okay,
you, but
ready?
but that's just for us though, bro. You know what I mean?
I can actually explain this. I don't see demons and angels and lizard people or whatever the hell else you said because I'm not mentally ill.
That begs the question.
Oh my God.
Let me, Nadia, let me try to sort of but sort of go at what you were saying, if I understand correctly. Your argument seems to entail this principle that ultimately in any sort of supernatural system, there lacks the sort of cause and effect system that would necessarily be required for any sort of finite humans to be able to perceive any said state of affairs with regard to supernatural effects. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're pretty much in a total state of being unable to have knowledge of the effects of any of your actions or any events you're seeing going on around you, or of the past.
Well, that would be a good argument if the claim of the Christian wasn't that the supernatural itself imposed itself upon the natural world, that a God who is omnipotent decided to intervene inside the natural world in a cause and effect way, in a way in which we can recognize. So, for example, this, regardless of whether you believe it or not, the claim of the Christian theist is not that Christ didn't come down with his creation, but rather he was God and came veiled in human flesh. And then did like many miracles, right? That would be like a supernatural thing. So that really wouldn't apply to the principle that you're talking about.
Well, what I was describing though was that the supernaturalism tells the absence of the principle that one would use for the inference of what the effects of something is or what the cause of something was.
Right, but if you look at the nature of the supernatural acts, like say in Scripture, it wasn't just purely supernatural. It was intervening upon the natural, right? So, for example, God in Sodom and Gomorrah, God himself rained fire down upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and that was considered to be a supernatural act, but it was done veiled in the natural. So you have these commingling of these two natures of these two acts. So it's not just a purely supernatural act. It's a supernatural act that's affecting the physical. So at that point, since it's the natural also, the finite mind or the man can definitely make inferences with regard to it.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
That's right,
Let me try
Jacob.
this.
That's right, Jacob. But the non-believer rejects Scripture. So what are we to do with that?
If I will
shove it.
Different kind of direction to go with this line of argumentation might be maybe kind of a great question. well, we're asking questions into Nadia. So, at any given point, where, well, if you see something natural or not, you don't have any way of really knowing whether it was it's the hand of the god at work.
Well,
or not.
that's right, and that would be like a separate issue, though, whether we knew it was God or some other thing that we don't know about doing it. But right now, what we're trying to establish
But it's
is
everything.
if finite minds can themselves make inferences with regard to supernatural acts. And I'm just speaking from the Christian theist perspective. From the Christian theist perspective, these acts weren't just purely supernatural, like I said before, but they actually intervened into the natural. So it was done in a way that we can make valid inferences about it.
What I was raising, though, was, well, what I was, I'm not, the kind of thing you're saying, I think, doesn't really, I think, have to, well, it kind of does, but it's touching on something else. What I'm getting at, though, is that the cause of something, right, that's quote-unquote natural and such, you can never, because you could never actually rule out the hand of the god, right, and you couldn't really say that, oh, well, the god couldn't at any moment intervene and, you know, make the effect of something different from what I expect, or, you know, the hand of the god intervened and was the true cause of something that I suspect had a different cause, right?
Right. Well, this is where I would take like common sense, right? So, for example, I know a lot of you in the room don't believe what Scripture says, and that's really not dependent upon what I'm going to say. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that what the gospel says are true, right? So, Christ, here we have this person, Christ, who says, "I'm not only going to die, but I'm going to be resurrected in 3 days." And ultimately, paraphrasing, he tells his followers that he's God in flesh, and that's why that's going to happen. So my test for that would be whether he actually raised from the dead or not. At that point, we could make a valid inference and use common sense to say, well, here we have this person who claimed to be God in flesh, who said that they'd die. He was died and crucified and rose from the dead. That seems to be a perfect example of something that we could draw a valid inference from.
Did you just equate your magical Skyman with common sense?
Wow, that's really fucking
Very,
pathetic.
very nuanced response.
I'm drunk. What do you expect? What do you expect? What do you expect? Some bar graphs or shit? Some kind of coherent thought to pop out of this?
A PhD thesis.
Yeah, PhD. I would actually pay to see that PhD thesis done by an alcoholic.
It's happened.
The reason why I point out neither you saying the God is as opposed to God is because you're speaking to a person of an Abrahamic faith, and in English,
Allah. Yeah.
I mean, in English we typically say God. We don't say the God when you're speaking in Abrahamic faiths. Now, in polytheistic faiths, where the idea is that there's multiple, the is said because we're specifying one as opposed to the others. But you're saying what's it called? The God in English, which is not idiomatic English.
Right, so Nadia says constantly, there are no such things as gods, souls, afterlives, blah, blah, blah. So Nadia, prove to us tonight, right now, okay? You, listen, okay, honey? You got the spotlight, okay? Prove to us that there is no such thing as a God. None. Prove it tonight, Nadia.
Would a God let this exist? I mean, come on. Would a God let this be a thing?
What the
Apparently not.
Exactly. So there is no God. If there was a God, he'd take a look at this ugly creation and Jesus Christ, wipe that off the face of the earth. I'm gonna put my name on that.
Hey, drunk. I want to ask you a question.
Yep.
What would it take for you to become a theist?
Let's see. Me to lose half my common sense. Me to have brain damage. Me to go. Me to wait. Hold on. I got a few more good ones here. Me to unlearn everything I've learned about science within my entire life. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, and actual proof.
Okay, so is it safe to say that if you were talking to a dead man, that would be proof enough for you to become a theist? Would that be?
Is he gonna tear off his face and reveal he's actually a skeleton or something? Because if so, that'll make me.
No, we're not talking zombies here. We're talking about an actual person that died and came back. You know what we're
you're not
talking
gonna do the whole pray to Jesus thing and it will reveal
No,
it.
I'm not gonna. I'm a pagan.
I've heard that 1,000 times already.
I'm not gonna pray to Jesus if that's what you want. I just want to know if you were talking to a man who died and came back, would that be enough to convert you to being a theist? I didn't say Christian.
Okay, hold on. I got a little thing here.
I said theist.
Yeah, but it depends on the circumstances. If he died on the operating room table and they brought him back, then I'd be like, no, I should be talking to the doctors. So if you're gonna go with that route, then no. That would not prove anything. That would be just stupid. Whoever comes up with that argument would be a moron. Okay, go ahead. What's your argument then?
My argument is that when I was born with a hole in my heart about the size of a
It's the argument I was talking about. It's
not the argument that you was talking about, because the argument you're talking about is that they're in a hospital where they can be resuscitated. I wasn't. I was sent home with my mother. I was blue. I was dead. I was taken home to be buried. Instead of taking me home, though, she took me to a church, put me on the altar, and in front of 500 witnesses, I came back to life, and my color came back, and I was normal. That is the facts. That is true. It's documented. There are people who would testify in a court of law that it's true. This is not made up. It's not fictitious.
Oh, God. Maybe if you were actually, alive, fully formed brain and everything were able to tell me, I saw Jesus, then I might question you first, and if it was reasonable. But frankly, this doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, it does. It proves that something happened. I'm here, ain't I? So obviously something happened.
You can't even prove that it actually happened.
Yes, like I told you, there's plenty of witnesses. Well,
witness. Hey, Jim Bob, you want to make $5?
Well, in the meantime,
okay, well, whatever.
Sorry? Go ahead.
God, it's like 90 degrees out here.
Yeah. Well, to clarify from the internal Hangout group chat, and also welcome Annabelle. Very good to have you on. I would.
Annabelle's here. I love Annabelle.
Yeah, she's stalking Dionysus. That's what she's doing.
It's pretty weird, at least as I feel using the word to use God as a name, right?
I'm just here to say hi to Ronnie. Haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, I haven't been here for over 2 years.
Well, no, not 2 years.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
You did? Well, holy shit.
Yeah, well, you were highly entertaining.
I expected the exact opposite.
Well, no, you brought me a lot of joy and laughter.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable response, James.
Von, you brought us an awful lot of laughter, so we've missed you loads. There's a lot of people watching now.
Laughter. Okay. Yeah. If that's what you call it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Someone in the comments just put Von's
are
So,
is everybody entitled to their opinion, Von? Because normally you get quite upset at people's opinions.
Oh, please, no. Please express your opinion. Please do.
No, I just was pointing out that in the past you've got quite, shouty when people have opinions you don't like.
When it comes to my religious freedom, yes, I'm going to get very shouty about it. You bet.
Okay. But you, okay, that's fair enough.
Because, see, when my religious freedom is threatened, I know that if my religious freedom is destroyed as a result, then the result is tyranny. Well, I don't like tyranny, okay? So I want to keep my religious freedom. Thank you very much.
Is anybody stopping you from having your religious freedom?
Actually, there's quite an atheist lobby in Washington, D.C. that are doing exactly that.
What are they doing?
But the nice thing about America is that we have a system of checks and balances, and so it makes it extremely difficult for them to do shit like that. But
okay, so hang on a sec. Hang on a sec.
Annabelle, hold on a second.
Hang on a sec. I would like to
Annabelle.
respond, please, Dio.
You're
I was
sure.
talking. We were having a conversation, Dio. Please don't
Come on,
interrupt.
Dio, let this go. I want to hear this. This is actually entertaining. More entertaining than you.
Okay, now I want to find out, I want to get to the bottom of exactly what atheists are doing in the government to stop you from speaking out about your religion.
Annabelle, you turned into a Decepticon there for a second. You might have to repeat that.
I didn't catch half of that.
Is that better?
No.
No, you're still a Decepticon. I like you, Annabelle, but I can't understand you. It just sounds like auto-tuned.
Hang on a sec. Give me 2 seconds.
No, while she's gone, I agree with Vaughn. No, there are, practices that are being done to keep him. I understand, like from his point of view, that if I was him, that I would feel threatened.
Absolutely.
Like what? Like, name one thing.
I mean, I feel it. I mean, you asked me for one thing, so I'll give you one thing.
Okay, give me one thing.
Okay.
You have a person who doesn't want to bake cakes for people who are gay, right? Why should the government be able to force a private business to bake homosexual cakes?
Because a
why
business
should they
doesn't
be
have
forced?
a religion. Because a business is a profit center. It doesn't have a religion. It is not a person. It cannot have literally. Hold on. Hold on, Dio. Hold on. You're one later. Just hold on. A business is only businesses. I have the money. I want your product. I have the product. I want your money. Let's exchange. End of deal. It doesn't get any more complicated than that. That's it. 100%.
No, it's not. No, I'll say it. No, it's not that simple. You're asking the other person to fucking bake a cake. You're asking them to do physical labor because of your belief system, and they have a
job.
They have a
If
they're private business.
Hold
on a second. They have a contrary belief system.
Calm down, Dio.
Hold on a second.
This isn't about you, Dio. We were talking to.
I will not let you interrupt me. I will not let you.
Why you guys settle this? I'm going to go out for a smoke.
Right, I'm not.
They have a contrary belief than you have, and you are forcing them by using the government to do something that's opposed to your belief system. That's fucking bullshit. And I'm an atheist, and that's fucking bullshit.
Right, are you going to calm down?
I'm not a secularist. I'm not a secularist.
Are you going to calm down, Dio? Because I would like to continue my conversation with Vaughn. We're not here for the Dio show.
I'm not a secularist. I hold that everyone should be an atheist. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, Nadia. So this going back to what I was talking about originally. I was asking Vaughn how anybody in government is trying to stop Vaughn having his religious freedom.
Dude, when General George Washington prayed at Valley Forge, did he need a fucking permit? No, he didn't, did he?
Do you need a permit to pray?
Yes. If I want to hold Sam Hain in any public facility, I have to have a fucking permit, which is stupid. That's just stupid. That is stupid. No, excuse me. It's fucking stupid.
No, I didn't catch what you said. Hang on a sec.
And George Washington and John Adams and Thomas Jefferson did not need a fucking permit to pray in the park. They didn't. Okay? It's stupid.
You're entitled to pray in the park.
Can I briefly note that? Well, let me tell you in a private message in the external chat, or sorry, the internal chat. Go ahead, Annabelle.
Thank you. Do you, Ron? You are not. You're not, no one's stopping you from praying anywhere.
I don't know if you must not be up on American goings-ons because
I'm all up on American goings-on. Who's stopping you? Where is the,
because
please,
every time a theist tries to pray somewhere publicly, separation of church and state, separation of church and state. You can't do it. You can't do it. What a load of shit.
There are churches on every street corner.
Dead ass. There is no such thing as. Oh wait, I take that back. There is separation of church and state in the Communist Manifesto, but it ain't in the Constitution.
Let's get back to, hang on a sec. Let's try and calm down now, Vonnie. Calm down, sweetheart. Let's try and get back to the original point that you made. That you can't pray in a park. You're not allowed to pray in a park, right? This is your issue, right? And quite clearly you can pray whatever.
That's a fact. That's not my opinion. That's a fact.
Where do you get? So if you want to go and stand in a park and talk to God privately, sitting on a bench, you have to go and get a permit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you do. Because of stupid separation of church and state, which doesn't even fucking exist. There is no separation of church and state.
So,
it doesn't exist.
Let me just go. Well, you're absolutely right there, because the church interfere in state affairs all the time, as we all know. I just want to get to the bottom of this permit to pray, because I've never heard of this and I can't find it on Google. So which government department do you have to go to get your permit to pray?
Hey, can I add something in here?
Usually you have to go to the clerk's office.
I appreciate what you're doing, Drunk, but please let me deal with this myself.
You'll be quiet. I'm answering you. You have to go to the clerk's office.
I'm talking to somebody else's
office, and you have to fill out a bunch of forms. And then when you fill out the forms, then they give you your permit, your little piece of paper that says the government lets me do it. You know.
Okay, so what you're actually saying, and I'm, I was more aware of this. Thanks for the help in the side chat, but I have got a point, and I do know what I'm dealing with here. So thanks. So what you're actually saying, Vaughn? Oh, sorry, Nadia. Did you want to say something?
Just very briefly to Von Helton. I sent a link to a video and a private message.
Yes, I know that. I also know that a lot of people don't know how to pronounce it, and so they pronounced it like I said it, and that's why I did that, so that everybody would know what the hell I was talking about. But anyway, that's.
Anyway, let's go back to this permit. Let's go back to this permit.
Can I ask the question, Annabelle?
No, Farhan. Farhan, with respect, I'm trying to speak to Von. Thanks. I really would like it if you could let me, because we all know what you think, and you know what I think about God. We're talking to Von here. Right, Von. This permit that you reckon we need. You personally, you do not need a permit. You personally, if you want to go and sit in the park, you do not need a permit. You're more than happy. If you want to go and have a chat with God, no one's going to stop you, right? If, however, you start yelling and screaming with a foghorn and you want a crowd of people to come and, then yes, you would need a permit, like anybody else would who had something to say on any subject. You understand that, right?
That's wrong. That's wrong. In fact, I can show you cases before the ACLU from their own website right now. Where people have been not only have they been denied their right to pray in a public place, but they've even been arrested for it. And I'll go even one step further. There was a pagan who was arrested for simply wearing a pentagram because it was a government facility. And because it was a government facility and they were wearing a pentagram around their neck, separation of church and state. And they got arrested.
Okay, right. I'd like to see the evidence for these things, because I'm sure there's more to the story than somebody walking down the street with a pentagram.
Go to the ACLU's website. There's thousands.
No, if you've got a claim, Von, you know how it works here. You know how it works, Von. When you make claims, you have to back them up because anybody can say anything they like. I can say to you that I'm a multimillionaire and I drive around in a Bentley.
Your Google, as usual, Annabelle, your Google is broken, okay? And I have to do the work for you because you're incapable of doing research for yourself. And that's a shame. That is a real shame, Annabelle. You should really be able to do that shit. But, hey, you know, I'll do the work for you, and then that way I'll get the glory and the credit, and you won't get nothing. Works for me, yes.
She left.
It's 1:26.
I love you, Annabelle.
Okay, so.
Two hours.
So
welcome back, Annabelle.
Hi, Annabelle.
Yeah, as far as as a Christian theist, I always understood. You don't need a permit to pray in public. I mean, that would be impossible to enforce. What you do need is a permit to protest or to, well, ultimately share the gospel in a way that might be considered disruptive. That might be something you'd need a permit for.
It
But
also
I will.
Sensible. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no
It also might be added that if I wanted to stand outside of City Hall and yell "There is no God," I would also need a permit.
Exactly.
Well, I'll let you guys in on a secret. So we're planning on, taking over America, and we installed Obama as the first Muslim president.
Oh, don't Farhan.
I knew it,
Farhan,
Farhan.
honestly, you have no idea what you've just started.
So, were you at the Muslim meetings?
Was conspiracy.
Anyway, the point I was trying to make was that you do not need to have a permit to go into a park and talk to whichever God you choose to talk to. What you need a permit for is, as Jacob pointed out, is just basically if you're going to be creating or creating some kind of event by standing on a box with a foghorn yelling, "God is real, all homosexuals should die," then, yeah, you're going to get asked to either go and get a permit or remove yourself from the area.
But Annabelle, don't you understand, like, his from his side of his point of view, though, that there are situations, if you're like a heterosexual male, for example, and you own like a baking cake factory, there are situations, though.
Come on, move on. Let him finish.
I'm not religious, but I'm just saying, like, if I were religious, I understand, like, why if I were him, well, I would feel like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but hang on a sec. There's a difference between getting upset because you're forced to treat people equally than not being allowed to pray.
Well, it's important to note, too, as a Christian theist, I don't see any problem with needing a permit for protest, and I'll tell you why. And this goes along with the same people who want prayer in schools, right? Like, I don't want prayer in schools. Why do I not want prayer in schools? Because I don't support Islam, and I don't support Satanism, and I don't support all of these other religions. And the way that the government works is if you allow one, you have to allow all of them. So why not save yourself the trouble? I would love to go down and get a permit if I'm going to share the gospel with other people. It's not that big a deal.
It only takes 5 minutes in one form.
You see, so what do you think of that, Von? Because obviously Jacob is a Calvinist.
How'd you know I was a Calvinist?
Hey, Jacob, I've been around here a long time.
Oh. Have I met you before?
I think we've met once or twice. Yeah, I tend to, no offense, sweetheart, but I do tend to avoid you guys.
Oh, no, you're fine. Well, let me tell you something. I try to be a lot less douchey than most Calvinists. So
oh,
hopefully...
I know, and you are. You're a sweetheart, actually. I really like you.
Thank you.
But I have to separate the other stuff. I have to, but yeah, you're cool. And I'm sorry to hear about, because I've been listening, obviously. I'm sorry to hear about your job and stuff. I know I'm going through some similar stuff myself, and yeah, it's tough. But you'll get there. You know that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, I'd like to get back to Von because I've missed him so much. You still here, Von? Von? Oh, Vonnie!
There's one. How many you
what
want?
have you been up to?
How many? Wait a minute.
What have
Wait a
you
minute. How many do you want, Annabelle?
Well, no, we're not arguing.
People
We're not
are being
arguing that you
arrested
need.
for praying,
Hang on
or
a
wearing
sec.
a cross, or
Hang
wearing a
on a
pentagram.
sec. I've got to
But
read
obviously
it.
there has been. There's been thousands of cases, so I'm asking her how many she wants. Because
No,
I can do this all fucking night.
Hang on
I
a
can
sec,
just
Colin.
keep
I've got to
doling out
read
links
it.
all night.
I've got to read it.
Read it? Oh, you.
That's what I'm
Forget
doing.
you. Forget you. I'm not reading the whole damn article.
No, she wants to read it.
God.
I'm not your
I'm reading
goddamn
your
slave.
article.
Get off your ass and
I'm
read it
reading
yourself.
Hang on, let me answer him, please.
Fuck
I am
you.
reading.
I'm not your goddamn slave. Read it yourself.
This is fucked.
Listen to me. I am trying to read your article that you've given me. Jesus Christ on a bike.
This whole thing is fucked.
Holy
This is
fuck,
coming
man.
from me.
I mean, it's one thing to ask me to give you a link, and then you top that by wanting me to read it for you. Holy fuck! Get a goddamn pair of glasses and read it.
Hey, Bonnie, listen
Holy
to me.
shit.
Listen to me. Bonnie, listen. I am going to read it, and I said to you, please let me read it because I need time to read what you've sent me. Do you understand English?
I understand there's a shit ton more links like that where that one come from. How many
I
more
need
do
to
you want?
read the first one. I need to read it.
Why?
And I want you to take it down low.
Why?
You just say
You
why.
you already know what it says. I basically told you. I'm going to find you links of people who've been arrested in a public park for praying. I told you in advance what the links were going to be about. So why the fuck do you need to read it?
Because I don't. Well, why the fuck did you give it to me then? If you don't want me to read it.
The only reason I posted it is because you were making the outlandish claim that it doesn't fucking happen. When the truth is, it happens in America every fucking day. People get arrested every day for either wearing a cross or praying or speaking. There was a woman in the military who's getting drummed out of the military because she had a little tiny plaque that had a Christian Bible verse on it. This shit happens every fucking day, Annabelle, here in America.
Right,
I
okay.
can't speak for Europe, but
Okay,
here in
calm
America,
down,
this
Jim.
shit happens
Calm
every day.
down,
And
Billy.
these
Calm down.
people are
Hey, Nadia.
bullied, they're lampooned,
Calm down.
they're treated like shit simply because they're a goddamn theist. And I, for
Calm
one, am sick
down.
of that shit.
Calm down. Right, hang on a sec. Right, okay, let me answer you. Now you've stopped. Okay. First of all, he was not arrested for praying in the park. He was arrested for disorderly conduct.
I can't even make this more fucked. This is me, the drunk who pukes on cam, and I can't even make this conversation more fucked.
If you could just shut up for a little while, so we could.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
I know, it's just that I want Von to. I want to talk to Von, and Von, this guy wasn't arrested for praying in the park. He was arrested for disorderly conduct.
And the disorderly conduct is because of what?
Because he was disorderly.
Because he was praying. Thank you.
Oh, he was arrested. He wasn't arrested for just simply strolling into the park and praying. He was arrested for abusive behaviour towards homosexuals at a gay pride parade. So that's why he was arrested.
There's nothing that he said. All he said is that he was praying in the park and that the police come to his office after he was done and arrested him.
Well, that's what this I appreciate that that's what this blog piece says because it's not a reputable website. However, I don't think it takes a genius to work out that when you've got people that are celebrating homosexuality, it's their day, they're one day a year that they're allowed to speak out, they're allowed to talk, that you've got a bunch of religious, repressed, backward people screaming and yelling abuse at them.
Well, I think we'd have to classify, and this I think really is what it boils down to. I don't know the specifics of this case, but how would one define abuse? And the reason why I ask that is because I do see in America, at least over the past 10 years, that proclaiming the gospel and that we are all sinners tends to be classified, at least in some homosexual circles, as some sort of abuse. Because they assume.
Jacob, if you had somebody coming up to you every week and going to events where you were screaming, "You're mentally ill. You're crazy. You need to be put you're shouting a whole load of stuff that fundamentalist Christians get thrown at them on here, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If that was happening all the time, like it does for homosexuals,
Mm-hmm.
don't you think the police would put a stop to that as well?
Well, I think that sort of thing would be classified as harassment, and I definitely do think.
And that's how homosexuals see religious people, as harassing them.
Right. Well, as far as I'm concerned, no Christian should be doing that sort of thing. So
they do.
Well, I know they do. I'm agreeing with you. They do. I disagree with homosexuality. I've got positions on that, but that's definitely not the way I would go about it. But yeah, if Christians are harassing anyone in that form or manner, it would be up to the state to prosecute. But if it was the case that you did have someone stroll into the park and pray to their God and they got arrested, that would be absolutely ridiculous. I don't know which one of those that was, but that's my view on it.
We know the scenario. You've got a bunch of guys and girls, singing, dancing. Perhaps some of them are scantily dressed. So what? It's the 21st century. Get over it. If you don't want to look at people in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, go home.
Let's be honest.
And then hang on a sec, Dio. I'm in the middle of speaking, Dio. And then you've got on the side of that going all these people with Jesus hates you, God hates you, or whatever, or you're going to die in hell, and we know the scenario. We've all seen it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. Yeah, rarely. There is a church on every corner, every single corner in America. And rarely will you see a bunch of atheists screaming, "Crazy people! You should be put into an asylum."
Well, no, okay, it may not be done. It may not be done. Hold on, Dionysus. Hold on.
Dionysus, we're talking. Stop interrupting. You've got nothing relevant to say because you're just screaming and yelling.
It may not be done in the churches, but I will say this, and I've tried to look as objectively as possible at this situation because I don't want to be biased. What I will say is that you will not see that in churches, but you definitely will see that on the media. In the media, the media.
Well, where in the media will you see atheists sitting? Yes, David Silverman is very outspoken. There's no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. But he has to be, because let's not forget, Jacob, that there are still 7 states. Sorry, I've got the thing on. Bear with
he
me
has a point there, actually, that religious people are very subtly insulted constantly.
Sorry.
It is pretty much.
I think both sides are entitled.
Sorry, can I just say that there are 7 states. There are 7 states. There are 7 states. There are 7 states where atheists. There are 7. There are 7. I'll just keep letting. If you want to keep interrupting, I'll just keep talking. There are 7 states. There are 7. There are 7. Theo, come out of this conversation. There are 7 states where there are 7 states where atheism is not allowed. There are 7 states. There are 7 states. There are 7 states. There are 7 states where atheism, where people who are atheists cannot be members of government. 7 states.
So you're breaking up, Annabelle?
Yeah.
You're breaking up a lot. But the thing is, let me ask you a question. Would you say that a lot of, like, for example, straight people might not be, or even like a lot of men might not understand, for example, the plight of women, or that like a lot of straight people might not understand the plight of gays? Likewise, like there very, very much is a very, I don't even think it's subtle. I think it's pretty overt mockery of religious people that is constant. And those 7 states, the laws in the books are effectively null and void. If they were ever challenged, if they were ever brought into actual execution, they would never make it. America is a very religious country, but you're breaking up a lot. You're breaking up a lot.
Yeah, Annabelle, can you reload? We can't hear anything you're saying.
There is a very, very. It's not even subtle. I think it's pretty overt.
Yeah.
Has a game? Can I answer this?
It doesn't matter. So, I'll say it doesn't matter if it's subtle or other. All right. So you go on Fox News, you can obviously see how they're antagonizing one another.
Can I
And like Fox News, like if you even watch Fox News, their antagonism towards like certain groups is very overt. It's not subtle, right? The same thing is true like in the broader media. Like there is antagonism towards religious people that is very overt. It is not subtle, but I think it might fall on deaf ears to people who are perhaps not these things they just kind of hear and they don't think about. But it's very overt.
Hey, as a gay man, can I answer this?
Being there was that we need to
Let me get here. Gay man answer this.
We need decreasing
Megatron can answer.
antagonism. That's really
Can I understand like 3 words of him?
that's where like you keep antagonizing the other, you're just increasing antagonism, and then you're eventually going to have a situation that you don't want to have.
Okay, now as a gay man, can I put my perspective on this whole thing since it's an argument about, well, us? Or is Robot Man going to keep talking?
It's not an argument about homosexuals, actually. It's
Well, I know,
okay.
but I'm just putting my perspective on what we think of religion.
Probably very negatively.
Well, considering you guys, considering that the government went, hey, these guys have equal rights to marry, and then you guys go, no, you're taking away our rights! You're making America shit!
Well, I actually didn't say that.
You're discriminating against us by not allowing us to discriminate!
I actually did
Yeah,
not say
that's-
that. But
yeah, and
that's
I
not the
wouldn't
point,
have-
though.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have made that argument anyway. That'd be a terrible argument.
Yeah,
I do
well,
have.
let's be honest, like 90% of the Christians make that argument.
Well,
I've
you're
heard it a million times on here.
You're not talking to any Christian in here that would make that argument. I have a different argument, but I wouldn't use the one that you've outlined.
The thing is that, like...
We just think you're fucked. That's it. You
The
guys
thing
do
is-
That's fine.
shit like that, we think you're fucked.
That's fine.
The thing is that what Annabelle was saying was that there are 7 states where atheists cannot legally run for office. That actually, like, if I don't like that law at all, that religious test, and that is illegal. And if it was ever brought into question, it would be challenged. I recognize that, but what I was saying was that it is very much the case that religious people constantly are mocked in culture. It is not subtle. It is very overt, and I think it might fall on deaf ears to people who are not very clued into their religion, but it's pretty overt. Some of the stuff like hearing things like "It's the 21st century, get over it," like that kind of attitude. What do you mean? Well, what difference does that make? Like, as these kinds of notions are very, very common, and there is a very, oh, you're just a puritanical this, you're just a puritanical that, like dismissive of people's attitudes and people's social norms, outright is very overt, and it's not something subtle. So that kind of insulting.
You reserve the right to not be offended or criticized.
Well, that's exactly the argument that was just being forwarded, which is that gays should not be offended or criticized.
No, we can be criticized, but the only thing is, we don't legally try and criticize you constantly. We don't go,
I agree
want
with
to
you.
make it illegal for Christians to marry. No, we go, yeah, well, you guys are fucked. Like usual.
Oh, no. I would agree with you that there is an angle, that there is certain like rights that are being attacked or have been attacked against gays in the past. I agree with you on that, 100%. But what I'm saying though is that the argument that was made was that it's not okay to harass gays. Great, I agree with you. What I'm saying though is that type of constant, like if religious people in the past had constantly been belittling gays, and I grant you it's at a higher level back then it is definitely the case that right now it's the other way around.
Can I have a mic check, please?
Sure.
We can hear you now.
Annabelle, you got it.
Yeah, hang on a sec. I love how Farhan just throws in the word belittling gays. They have created a nightmare for gay people, and it's even worse in other, even more ultra-religious countries like, obviously the Middle East.
But I'm not arguing whether or not it's not happening. I'm not saying like, oh,
Okay,
I mean,
but you're using such vague words like
okay, I mean,
belittling.
look, I can use whatever. I mean, fine. I mean, I can use whatever harsh language if you want me to. That's not what the point, though. The point of what I'm getting at is that if your argument is that there is cultural criticism against gays, okay, fine, I can use harsher language, whatever.
No, it's
Then I'm
much
saying-
worse than that.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm not trying to. I just the way I
You've
talk.
got to have, if you're going to
Hold on. No, you're interrupting me.
No, Farhan.
You're interrupting
No,
me.
Farhan.
Can I
No,
tell us-
Annabelle, you're interrupting me.
No, you can keep talking over me because you think
No,
that
you
I'm,
interrupted me. You're talking to
irrelevant
me.
if you want, but I'm
You're
going to
talking
keep
over me.
responding to you because you're being dishonest, Farhan.
No, I'm not. You're interrupting me. I'm not
you
interrupting
are.
you. It's the other way around.
Yeah. Well, no,
I
I
was
interrupted
talking.
you because no, I didn't say about you interrupting me. I think you're being dishonest.
That's not the point. I'm not. Look, I just told you. I know. I just said I'll use whatever word you want me to use. I don't care about the words. Fine, I'll use
Well, I
Karen,
do.
whatever.
I care
Whatever.
about the words
Fine.
that you use.
Care about them. Care about them. Look, listen. Hold on, dude. Stop. Annabelle, stop.
Shouting as much as you want, as you want, because you're
Look,
what's
can someone regulate, please?
that's invalid.
Can someone regulate, please?
You're making.
No,
Sorry, you want me muted? You
No,
want me to shut up?
Can someone say something here? Because I don't have like the.
Yeah, I got a story that might put light on this.
Okay, look. What I was saying was.
Or just ignore me. Whatever. Fuck you too.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I'm not.
Farhan is doing exactly what he usually does and playing on the fact that he's the nice guy and that he's only.
What are you talking about? You're interrupting me. This is the other way around. You were getting upset at Dionysus for interrupting you. Okay. What I was saying was that if your argument is that I can use as harsh words as you want to, that gays in the past have been really badly treated, have been killed in some cases, whatever. What I'm saying though is that if, for example, gays should not be harassed in public places, which I agree with, that they should not be treated extremely disrespectfully, and that's a license for people to get arrested, which I agree with. The point you were making earlier was that if that's their special day, that they should not be like insulted in a public park, and that is harassment. Concur. I agree with you. And that might be disorderly conduct. I wasn't read the article and I didn't see what happened. What I'm saying though is that the same argument is made that in our modern culture now, that religious people are constantly attacked, and you might not see it, but it happens all the time. It's very, very prevalent.
Especially in the media.
In the media,
I
yeah.
would,
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. So,
well,
so Nadia can interrupt you, but I can't. Oh, I get it. Don't worry.
Nadia didn't interrupt me. I was done.
Yeah. Oh, I can't stop you from being a dick. Right. Okay. Fair enough. You're dishonest. That's what you are, Farhan, and that's why I don't like you. You might be a nice guy, but you're a dishonest guy. So if you want to play that game, you play it.
I don't see how he was dishonest at all.
Because he made out that the reason why I was getting upset was because I interrupted him. It was got nothing to do with that. I wanted to make a point, and he would not allow me to make that point. He carried on talking and talking and talking. So he didn't even get to make his point.
I'm sorry that I spoke over your interruption.
I interrupted to correct you, but you wouldn't allow me to do that.
Again, I'm sorry that I spoke over your interruption.
Oh, yeah. So what's the point in carrying on, ranting on, because you were misrepresenting what I was actually trying to say? Perhaps if you stopped and listened, you wouldn't have carried on and made a point.
Now you're the one instigating,
That was
Annabelle.
not relevant. That was not relevant, dickhead.
You're the one instigating now.
I'm the one that's what, Von?
You're instigating now.
No, I'm just fed up with people.
As we say over here, you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
As though homosexuals are just belittled. That's all they get from Christians.
Can I answer this one? Because I actually have a good answer.
Yeah, sure. Honestly, Jeremiah,
did not attack
Jeremiah, you can deal with it. I just want to make a point that Farhan being a person that dislikes homosexuals is more than happy just to say, oh,
I
what
don't
we do
dislike
is belittle
homosexuals.
them.
I don't dislike homosexuals.
Well, so you're okay with homosexuality?
One of my best friends is a homosexual apostate. One of my best
you're
friends
okay with it. So no, let's
one of
get to
my
the
best
bottom of
friends
this.
is a gay apostate.
Farhan, are you okay with homosexual?
One of my best friends is a gay apostate.
Good for you. One of my best friends is black. Are you okay with homosexuals?
What do you mean by okay with homosexuals?
You know what I mean. Don't be a pedantic prick.
No, I don't know what you mean. That's a very
This is why I don't like you. You're such an underhand. I mean, this is exactly.
No, that's a very specific question.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I do. That's a very, very. You have to qualify that question. If you say, hold on. If you say that I don't like homosexuals as people, then no, that's a different issue. I have no problem with homosexuals people.
Okay, I'll tell you.
But if you say I don't like gays, if you think
fundamentally, I'll tell you, stop talking.
If you think I don't like homosexuals as people, no,
Farhan,
forget
should I
it, man.
tell you instead of telling me what I think?
All right, I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah, you do that.
I gotta do my laundry. I'll be right back.
You know this.
Oh, he's such a. everybody's, and Farhan's a really nice guy. But
Okay,
actually,
now
he's
that we
really
got that all out of the way,
underhand,
may I
slimy,
point out the
slippery.
fact that I point out the fact that the Christians in the article were not attacking the homosexuals at all?
How do you know?
The fact that I've been trying to come out with something for like.
Sorry, can I just explain myself? I don't get on with Farhan. Never have done, never will, because he plays the nice card. He puts on this act that he's a really nice guy, but actually he is, as much as he says his best friend's gay, he's just and this is what I'm trying to talk about, this belittling, as though it's really just people belittling a whole section of society, when actually it's the people that actually tell a whole section of society that there's something wrong with them, that they're bad people.
Annabelle,
they're disgusting.
Annabelle, can I say something?
They need help. That they've got a mental illness.
Can I say something real quick? I really, like I said, I try to be as objective as possible on issues like this, and I really think you're making way too much out of what he said. When he said belittling, he wasn't saying that as a way to negate any other more potent language that could be applied to a situation in which a Christian was harassing a homosexual. He was using that as a way to agree with you when he says belittling.
No, I mean, I'm not, with respect, Jacob. Jeremiah, can I respond to Jacob, please?
Sure.
With respect, Jacob, I've known Farhan for 18 months, 2 years, and we always go down this slope with him. He doesn't want to be seen to be the bad guy, so he'll basically blatantly lie, or let's put it this way, be disingenuous and he'll just jump around and say things like he has, and then when I try and pin him down, he'll leave because he's got to go and do laundry. So I'm sorry. The only reason why I don't like Farhan is because I'd rather have someone like Von, who's blatantly open about what he is and says it exactly how he is, than some slippery toad like Farhan, who pretends to like everybody, but actually would probably like to see gays stoned to death.
I think you're a little too paranoid about what the religious right thinks about
Paranoid? I'm talking about Farhan.
No, just let me finish. Let me finish real quick, okay? Look, you will get no argument from me that there are people out there on my side of the fence as a Christian theist who treat homosexuals absolutely terribly and in abusive and harassing ways. No problem whatsoever. But you also have those people who are just out there to share the gospel with homosexual people, just as they're out there to share the gospel with the atheist or any other person. And I think what I think has happened is this, okay? In the past 10 to 15 years, you saw this persecution complex on the Christian side of things, right? You had a lot of people on my side of the fence who were just ready to cry persecution. I see that now with the homosexual community. And I think that's a lot where this is coming from.
And rightfully so.
My point actually has something to do with this. Great.
Go on, Jeremiah. Go on. I know you. Go on. Say it. Whatever you need to say.
Okay. Now, first off, as response to what he just said, last gay pride parade I went to, I didn't see any of these nice Christians you were talking to. All I seen was Bible thumpers who continuously yelled that we were scum for walking down the street. Now, on to my other point. How he said belittling, that is basically a very huge understatement. Do you know where the term faggot comes from? Basically, they used to tie us to poles, burn us at the stake, then throw us down with the other faggots, which, by the way, faggots are just bundles of sticks. Saying belittling is just kind of like, it's a huge understatement considering we've been the complete underdogs throughout history. Now that we have some kind of leeway where it's like, hey, we're getting the same rights, Christians are continuously coming up like, nope, 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 nope. Why? Why can't we have the same rights? Why can't we, as a system, why can't we, someone who actually has been oppressed, actually can show legally right now, hey, we were oppressed and it's slowly starting to come to an end easily. Why can't we say, like, it seems like we're deserving of the prosecution complex since, what was it, 1985? We were put into mental institutions? I mean, come on. I don't see any of you guys being put into mental institutions for talking to your imaginary sky being. I mean, fuck!
Actually, the term
oh, great, this guy again, who's going to come out with some
the term fag actually refers to a cigarette, but anyway.
Faggot! F-A-G-G-O-T. Not in the US it doesn't. Not in the US it doesn't. Anyway, I mean, Jeremiah's got a really good point, is that there has, and there still is, I mean, not so much in the UK and in Europe, people are much more accepting and acknowledging that that gay people are exactly the same as straight people. We don't have this religious section of society demanding and hating on another entire section of society based on a book that was written 2,000 years ago, ignoring science and facts. Go on, Nadia.
I was I briefly mentioned, I have a thick enough skin. I'm not too worried about the bad things you might say about me. You say to me, and well, what the real trouble is what is heard by everyone else, and there are actual stakes. Which, for instance, jobs, homes. I've been homeless quite a number of years, and I've been painted as a target for various things as well. And there's a reason why people have the kinds of opinions of who and what I am that led them to those things.
Okay, can I just respond to Dionysus?
It has a lot to do with.
You're whining, apparently. Nadia, you're being whiny, apparently, according to Dio.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, if you think that, and I'm just going to go ahead and say this, if you think that people yelling at you at a gay pride parade is persecution, you people are absolutely crazy. If you honestly think that that is persecution, try going over to the Middle East. They are way.
That wasn't my argument, actually. If I was clearly pointing out that that's why people are arrested at gay pride marches for abusive behaviour. That's all, for disrupting the.
Whoa! They were not abusing the homosexuals.
How do you know?
Because it said so. They laid prostrate.
Oh, because it said so in a disreputable link that doesn't have any.
On the ground and prayed.
Yeah,
they were not attacking anyone. They weren't even talking.
Why were they arrested?
They were on the ground prostrate praying.
Yeah. They were obviously, according to that piece, but if you find a piece that was
they weren't harassing anyone. Quit.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
Okay.
Not any article.
You weren't there either. You we''t there either, so you have no idea what actually happened. All I know is that the police decided. All I know is that the police decided that we've all seen it.
Okay, the media in America skews way to the fucking left, okay?
Oh, right.
And believe me, if Christians were persecuting those homosexuals, it would be plastered over every damn newspaper. They weren't.
Right. No,
they weren't.
Yes, he actually is. Look, I'm telling you.
No, he's not. That's ridiculous.
Yes,
That's absolutely ridiculous.
No, Annabelle, listen to me. Annabelle, listen to me.
Have you watched Fox News?
Yes, let me finish.
So don't tell me that the American media is skewed to the right now,
Annabelle,
please.
now listen. I'm not insulting your intelligence. You're wrong. Let me tell you.
You are by telling me that the American media is skewed to the right. It's nonsense.
No, it's skewed to the left.
Skewed to the left, sorry. It's nonsense.
You have one news station, Fox. Then you have MSNBC, CNN, ABC.
And are they always reporting on how terrible Christians are?
Excuse me, the left outnumbers the right as far as media is concerned, and every other arena except radio. Radio is.
It depends on what you consider to be left, doesn't it? We've all got a different idea of what left is.
Okay, well, let's define that. As far as left is concerned, I'm using it in context, which is supporting the gay agenda. Well, let's just use it for that. And as far as that's concerned, the media, as far as television, way outweighs the right-wing conservatives. You have one station, that's Fox. Then you have MSNBC, liberal. CNN, liberal. ABC, liberal. Like I said before, the only arena in which conservatives are not outnumbered is radio. That's the way it is. Now, no.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Can I respond? Farhan, don't even talk to me after the way you just behaved towards me. I don't want to have anything. In fact, I never
Right,
want to
right. Can you
speak.
just okay? Fair enough. Go ahead.
I'm
Continue.
responding. If you don't mind, Farhan, I'm having a conversation with Jacob. Right. So I disagree with you as far as the term. See, I come from the UK, but I also am an American citizen, and I also have spent a long time in America. Not recently, for the last year or so, but I've still spent a good chunk of my life in America. So I know the difference. See, our conservative is liberal. So for me to sit here and go, yeah, perhaps you're right, it's difficult because I don't consider liberal in America to be left. I consider it to be middle of the road. And I do see that most of them carry equal stories. It's just that America's been getting away, or American media has been getting away with right-wing propaganda for so long, and still does. The idea that there's nowhere for right-leaning people to go to listen to the news is a joke, because there's plenty. Glenn Beck, Alex Jones.
Glenn Beck's radio.
So our media tends to be corporatist, basically, like okay, right. Our media tends to be corporatist. So in other words, like whatever like the normative position is between the Democrats and the Republicans, which they share, that's what our media tends to favor. But when it comes to social norms, it does tend to lean left, with the exception of something like a Fox News, with broadcast news. But yeah, he was right that our radio is overwhelmingly right-wing.
Of course he's right. You're both right. You're both religiously right, because you're so persecuted because everyone's trying to stop you from talking.
And also probably like the...
Facts are facts.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's pretty much undisputed.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak out about your religion. You're not. There's nowhere for you to go.
I'm not taking this from a religious perspective.
You're all so persecuted.
I'm not taking this from a religious perspective, and I don't think there's a persecution.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Vaughn.
Right. I'm saying that's simply a fact. That's not.
Anyway,
that's not something disputed.
Vaughn, getting back to your links,
that's something agreed upon by everyone.
I love how you behave. Like you behave exactly the way that you're complaining about Farhan. You're the biggest hypocrite on here.
Right.
You are. I can see right through you if other people can't. I can.
Okay, fair enough.
I would.
The Mr. Nice Guy act doesn't work with me.
I will say this: I've talked to quite a few Muslims, and as far as I'm concerned, I pretty much like Farhan more than most Muslims that I talk to.
Yeah, I get it. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm very aware that he's popular. It's just that
I don't think I'm popular. I don't think I'm popular at all.
Well, I don't like you, and I know there's a lot of other atheists that know what you really are underneath the nice guy act. So
I don't think we've ever gotten in a fight before. I think we've never gotten in a fight before.
Oh, believe me. See, there you go, Farhan.
We've never gotten in a fight before.
You've completely forgotten about the last time we spoke and why I feel the way I do about you. So
I don't remember the last time I talked to you, because you don't come into rooms.
Well, I'm sure you don't. That's very clear.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Right. I do.
You need to work on not getting angry, Annabelle.
Annabelle, I wanna.
Sorry, Farhan. What was that snidey comment?
Don't worry about it.
I can make a fortune. I can make a fortune because I want to bottle your energy. Okay, I want to bottle that shit. I'll make a fortune.
No, I just don't like. I don't like people that are dishonest, disingenuous, and underhand. And everyone knows that's what I don't like around here. And those are the people that I'll call out. And I happen to think that doesn't matter how many people like him and think he's a nice guy.
The point is that
I
the
happen to have
Christians in the story were not attacking the homosexuals.
and I want
They were
to do
laying
it.
prostrate on the ground like this, praying. They were not attacking the homosexuals. They weren't even talking to the homosexuals.
Why did they feel the need to go there and do it on that particular day? That's just, obvious.
Constitutes an
Why
attack.
trying to incite hatred towards a group of people that make no difference to their lives whatsoever? Leave them the hell alone.
Don't say anything or do anything to them. They weren't saying
this is part of.
Stupid comment by Farhan in the side chat. What do you mean homosexuals is seen as a slightly disrespectful term? What are you talking about?
Do you ever read Slate.com?
What?
Do you ever read Slate.com?
No, I live in the real world. I go out and about.
Right. So the term, one of the articles that was there that I read a couple of years ago, that was saying the terms gay versus homosexual. Hold on. You asked me a question.
You've just answered me. I don't need a whole explanation.
All right. So someone.
Here who can actually answer this because
Yeah.
it's not.
The term. Well, I mean, this is what I've read.
Go. Listen to the homosexual, Farhan, instead of doing
Right,
some
right.
silly.
Dick right here, telling you it is not.
Go ahead.
Telling you it is not. A gay guy is telling you you're wrong about this.
All right, fair enough. I'll take your word for it.
Farhan thinks he's right because he's read in an article that somebody said homosexual.
I'll take your word for it. Also, because
That's
I typically.
a clickbait article. If you go over to a
No, that is true. That is true. But typically,
just gonna stare at you like what? No,
that is
no,
true.
get him. No one
I
cares.
typically only hear the term homosexual used by people who are speaking against gays, and I usually only hear the word gay by.
You do realize gay guys say homosexual.
So what's your point, Farhan?
You do realize we say it also.
No, there's no point. I'm just commenting.
Oh yeah.
I think there was a point, but I kind of destroyed it.
You see, all I'm saying is, and as much as Von's got a point that perhaps there are people that are being arrested for purely screaming at gay people for being gay, the point I've got, and I keep making this to religious people, and they can't really give me an answer, is how does somebody else's love life affect you guys in any way whatsoever?
It's not a matter of that. This is a common misconception with regard to folks on the left and folks on the right. The issue. Okay, so let me finish my sentence. As far as I'm concerned, my only interest with regard to this issue is sharing the gospel with people. I don't shout people down. I don't tell them, that I want to kill them. Nothing like that. I don't stand on a soapbox. My interest is in purely sharing the gospel. Now, that, as far as them affecting me, it has nothing to do with it. But that assumes that one only shouldn't.
Yeah, but you know what?
Hold on. That assumes that one shouldn't do something only if it doesn't affect them.
But you know what? You know what I'm seeing? Are you fine?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm seeing, though, honestly, and I'm not like trying. I have no problem with gays. I have friends that are gay. But what I am actually seeing in open society, because I went to a bar that went from being like a trans gay bar to being a straight bar, and what I'm seeing is that gays, because of like what happened with the bomb on gay marriage, they're feeling a sense of a type of freedom that they haven't had before. So they're feeling kind of very bold about their freedom. And so they're not only just engaged in homosexuals, but they're actually engaged in heterosexuals and fucking
Well, how
with them
can we
and pissing
tell?
them off. Hold on, let me finish.
No, let me finish this. Let me just finish this
No,
one
no,
point.
let me finish my
this one
statement.
point.
I
can last longer than you during this.
Fine, but you interrupted me. No, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to submit.
I'm not going to submit.
Be quiet.
I just tried to finish this. I can go all night.
No, I can go on too. I've been drinking. I can go on. No, I'm going to finish my statement. No, you're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me while I'm in the middle of the stream. No, you're not going to. I want to make my point. The point being is that Annabelle, there are subtle things that are happening that the gays, because they feel boldened by these new laws, they feel boldened and they are doing things to heterosexuals. And you guys don't see this because it's not reported in the media, but it is happening. I've seen it. Okay.
Right.
I'm just being real here. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I am being real.
But you're saying that heterosexuals, women, feminists, trans people, they're all whiny and all they do is whine.
No. Those are two different statements. So let's not group them together. But there is a truth that the feminists and the homosexuals and blacks and so on all were grouped into one category, and you guys all fought as one power. Because that gave you guys more power in the long run. You had to, because if you didn't, then you guys wouldn't have made any strides forward. So you guys constantly have to kind of back each other up, which is exactly what you're doing right now.
If I could suggest,
okay, let Nadia respond to that. Go on.
Yeah. If I could suggest, well, the thing that was done, was it gay marriage? Is actually something to which, if I may perhaps overstep my bounds, and I'm not sure exactly how many gay men are inclined. I think it's a higher proportion of lesbians, but still not a majority. And for that matter, there's really no kind of like workplace or other protections in any kind of genuine form. The EEOC sex stereotyping ruling on that regulation is, well, toothless. The non-discrimination, even for such things as overt as race, are unenforceable, barring, I guess, open declaration of the perpetrators. Right now, that means, by and large, the bias is unchecked in employment and housing, and no effect in healthcare. Rita Hester? No, sorry, it was. But people actually die from emergency response. Well, in effect, shying away. So the these new offenses are somehow being committed, and actually, we have a hangout changeover very imminently. I need to stop what I'm saying and direct you to the new hangout. Sorry.
I'm always boggled by the fact that these sorts of conversations can never be really had without insults. Like, out of all the, like, I'm a Christian apologist. I've been doing this for, like, I don't know, maybe 6-7 years, something like that. And there is no topic that is more heated than this.
I don't understand why. You think it would be like a secondary issue. You think there'd be other more, like,
Please, yeah, do hang out.
Yeah, I'm
Change
probably not
over.
going to come back. I just can't put up with Farhan and his bullshit in the side chat. He's so. This is
I
typical
swear,
Farhan.
this is the first time I've actually ever gotten in a fight with Annabelle.
Puts on a face in the hangout, but is being an absolute cunt in the side chat. And oh yeah, he's such a nice guy. Right, sure you are.